Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and baby, yeah, where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for Challengers Elite Day 2. We are live in EMEA, and this is going to be one of the deciding days. Some big teams are facing downturn.
They are indeed, and after a couple of results we maybe didn't expect and some we did, it's really starting to set itself up very, very nicely. We have it positioned quite well in the group's price. I'm sure we're going to be chatting about it soon, but it's in for another good day of Call of Duty here on the European and EMEA side of things, Bryce.
It certainly is. And talking about good days, we had some good days yesterday, which started to set everything in motion. Of course, this is a little bit of a race as we do play groups before we get into the bracket. But if you're curious, what am I seeing today? Well, these are the games we currently have for you. We'll be covering Project 7 versus Orgless on Alpha. And while we did see Orgless yesterday, we did think this is one of the highlight games of Elite today. Two big teams could very well determine the group. Of course, we have a bunch of other streams going on, and if you wish to tune into them, you can, because they will be live on the Challengers YouTube as well, and you can keep watching all the way through. But here on Alpha, we'll be covering that main game and then jumping around to have a look at everyone else. But this is how yesterday played out. Our group standings, Group A and Group B, had a couple of flawless victories. Rock Esports went 2-0, and in Group B, our first game, Project 7 and Orgless Hunt.
Yeah, both sitting at 2-0, and realistically, this is probably a fight for first place in Group B. Group A is a little bit more contentious. I mean, you would expect Rock to obviously come out on top in that one, but very, very close across the board, whereas Group B is a little bit more set in stone right now. Treat One Gaming need to have a much better day than they did yesterday, although I believe they played Orgless and Project 7, so I mean, that's always a little bit difficult way to start things off. But yeah, no, the groups are positioned in a kind of way, but we get to kick off with, as mentioned, probably the battle for first in Group B. Project 7 taking on Orgless, formerly Clutch Terrain. This was our grand final in EMEA Stage 1, so I mean, it's setting up for a real nice game. Two of the best teams here on this side of the Atlantic.
It certainly is. Well, let's walk you down memory lane as we start to tee up this first game. Then, of course, Orgless and Project 7 are two teams that we expect to really go the distance. You've probably heard of them before, but Orgless will be Cobra, Linsbrezzi, and Melko. We saw them yesterday having some pretty good games, although it wasn't as clean as it could have been, Ton.
No, not necessarily. I look at when we did see their game up against Decimate, I believe. That was is that correct? That was honestly, I'm lost with the source, to be honest with you, Brycey. The back pain is really causing me to be delirious at this stage. But for Orgless, yes, okay, it hasn't necessarily been as clean as they would possibly have liked. But I mean, has that not kind of been the story for a lot of teams here on this side of things? I mean, Rock last season went 5-0 in their group. Orgless also went 5-0 in their group, but it wasn't clean by any stretch. Kind of just proving that it is pretty competitive in this region.
It certainly is, and well, they're hoping to do the work again here because their opposition is certainly not a team to be looked over easily. Also 2-0 in their group. Project 7, Mythics, Harry, Aspect, and FDOT. Well, they've certainly been kind of making a name for themselves, not just here, but also when they went to Dallas. A lot of eyes on these players, but who walks away victorious today, Ton?
I mean, look, realistically, for Project 7, they're the ones who made the change, and they'll like to think they made a change for the better, so they'll want to do a little bit better than they did last time these two teams did go up against each other online. It was a 4-2 victory for Orgless, so Project 7 have got some catching up to do. I do probably... I mean, look, they had a really good finish when they went over towards Dallas, still made a change off the back of that. They're kind of competing to be the best team in EMEA, and as are Project 7, as are Orgless, as are Rock. Project 7 are the team that do need to step it up just that little bit further when it comes to online, though. And is this a really good opportunity to get things rolling in that sense? Absolutely, it is. Let's have a look at the maps and see how this series is going to break down. Blackheart, Hardpoint, Raid Search and Destroy, Scar, Overload will be our first three maps, and then Double Dipping Den for maps 4 and 5. That's easier to say than you would like to think. This is... It is an interesting series. Look, we're really expecting a banger. This could feasibly be the grand final at the end of playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. It could be a final, a winner's final, a loser's final when we head over towards Birmingham. These two teams know exactly what they're doing. And to be honest, I'm kind of expecting a close game all the way through. I'm looking at it and trying to really get a decision on which way I'm going to lean. I think if I was to go in any direction here, Brycey, you haven't asked me for a prediction, but I'll give you one anyway. I would probably lean Orgless, but it should be a very close game.
No, I completely agree. I mean, at this stage of the Elite, you really don't know. And with these top teams, who's coming out on top? Right? We've spoken about it before at length. We've had some surprises in the past. We're getting to the stage of the season where the teams are more than familiar with each other and the maps that are coming through. You got to remember, we haven't had a meta change in a little bit. I know there's been some tweaking, but still, the people are starting to get into what I call high-level COD, right? It's practice. They know where the players are going to be. They know what to expect from these games. That should make it quite tight, but it also means that we kind of enter the next chapter of, well, they're going to try and counter this way. They're going to try and adjust that way. So it could throw up some anomalous results when they actually go for it. But we'll find out which of these two teams is slightly ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. I think even through the group stages, it's just about us trying to differentiate between some of these teams and kind of thinking where the lay of the land is. You do kind of get that in groups, but you don't really get it properly until playoffs, where everybody is stepping it up. But that, as mentioned, is not the only game that we have going on today. These are the first 6 that will be going on all the way from Alpha through to Foxtrot. Any others that are standing out? So yeah, Esports against MAJIN actually might be a relatively decent game. MAJIN losing a game that I wouldn't have expected them to, and then finding a nice win up against For Fun yesterday to put them right into the mixer. So for Rock, that is not an easy test by any stretch of the imagination. The Vicious taking on For Fun. That's an important game for both those two teams, but let's face it, Pricey, every single game at this stage is important. Treaty 1 Gaming going up against Vitalize. Must win for Treaty 1 Gaming now after a really tough day yesterday. They've got to get the ball rolling pretty quickly.
Yeah, certainly do. Of course, we do say sometimes you can have a couple of losses early on in this, but you're going to have to try and get some points to stay afloat in these groups. Of course, yeah, Treaty 1 Gaming in 5th and 6th place right now with nothing on the board. Their group is still pretty open. There's only one win between them as we are still early on in the group stages. And it's kind of a similar story if you look over towards Group A. 4 teams all sitting on 1-1. They want to delineate themselves from the others as soon as possible. I mean, for Project 7, Orgless, and Rock Esports, they're pretty happy. They just need to keep some of those wins ticking in today, and they'll at least secure themselves a bracket.
Yeah, I was just double-checking. I was right. Treaty 1 did actually go up against Orgless and P7 yesterday. 3-0 up against Orgless, 3-1 against P7. So a little behind the curve. You know, I would have expected them maybe to take a couple more maps than that. But for them, they had their toughest 2 games. The other 3 games they have, I would expect them to really go on and challenge. I'd like to think they beat Vitalize. I'd like to think they beat Avently and should be able to at least get themselves 4th. Them up against Decimate should be a really tough game. But that is really their day, and they need to make sure they turn it around pretty quickly. But Group A is looking a lot different, though, right? I mean, Esports are probably out of this for the most part. It's going to be difficult for them to turn that one around, but again, tough schedule for them. The Vicious, Able, For Fun, MAJIN, all 1-1. We'll really get a better idea by the end of the day where things actually are lying. But let's see. I don't know. Rock Esports should really just cruise through that group. But who's going to be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th? I have no idea.
That's going to be the big fight going through. And, well, that's what we'll kind of start shaping up today, right? Like, realistically, by the end of the day, we'll start seeing who's making it, who is not making it, because some of these teams have got good games today. I said, you know, you talk about Treaty Gaming, they did have one of the hardest days to kind of get out of it. So maybe they go flawless for the rest of their group, and you're like, oh, it's a bad start, but you can continue on forward. And it kind of is exactly what we were talking about before, right? Like, you could have a bad day of games because you have more games to go. You just have to make it to that bracket first to kind of redeem yourself. Not great results, admittedly, against Project 7 and Orgless, but they are the best 2 teams in here as far as we're concerned at the moment. So if you beat everybody else, you're still going to come in, what, 3rd in that group, and then you get yourself into the bracket, try to go as far as you can, and you have time to adjust, because this whole process takes 3 weeks. So if you've got some issues, you can certainly kind of readjust them here. But one of the things we should also talk about while we're getting everybody into this here is the prizing for this one. So once we walk the walk and go down this journey from the groups to the bracket, this is how it will look for the prize money. First, we'll take $20,000. Second, we'll take $10,000. Then it'll be third with 6, fourth with 4, fifth and 6. Obviously, they will not get a playoff game for that one. It'll be 3,000 apiece. Same with 7th and 8th. That's 2,000, and 9th and 12th. Basically, the teams who do not make our bracket ton.
Yeah, $1,000 just for showing up for some of these squads. Not too bad. Although you would like to obviously extend that as much as you possibly can. Double your money if you finish in the top 4. Got to get it done, though. It's easier said than done, but that's not the only thing on offer. Something that's going to be very important to teams heading to DreamHack Birmingham in a few weeks' time. And the things. Pro points. You need them. And you really do. It's going to help you out. Just get yourself in a better position in that bracket. So everybody bear in mind when you are coming into this, if you are a team who's went through the elites, you are going to be in a better position as far as seeding goes when we do go over towards LAN and Cups, etc., etc., etc. Of course, well, I mean, we're concentrating on the LAN side of things here, though, realistically. 15,000 for first puts you in a really nice spot. I think, what did we have? I think Train were heading into Dallas as first seed, weren't they? And so, I mean, they really underperformed in absolute fairness. Now, Orgless, let's see if they can do a little bit better up here against P7, but puts you in a nice spot when it does come to those big events.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, for us, this is all a little bit of a one-up. You said it yourself there. We're all looking to the major here. Obviously, a lot of kind of work to go forward for this one, but it also gives us a really good idea of how these teams are getting on. There have been some changes. It's not quite as rocky as North America, but we'll find out the benchmark as it goes in. And I have been told that we can now jump over to our Charlie coverage, so there is an actual game going on. A little bit of a late start for some of these teams, but we have got gameplay, and it's going to be For Fun EU and the Vicious.
Well, it wouldn't be Call of Duty Esports without a little bit of a delayed start from the challengers, boys, would it? They've obviously been just so busy today. You know, getting up at 3 p.m. And here we are. I mean, less about your sleep schedule and more about this game for fun, but a relatively decent start yet over towards P1. And again, this is not necessarily a cut and dry game. For both these two teams, a win is not necessarily a must, but it's getting to that stage where you don't want things to maybe be a little bit more stressful than necessary. So right now, For Fun, they'll try and get themselves better enough position heading over towards P2. They are on a decent spot for the spawns, but the Vicious will find a way through.
Here they go. Just trying to stay alive out towards the back there. Now there's some pressure coming through lobby, but they didn't actually have eyes on it for a second, so nobody was really trying to cover that angle as well as they could. But oh my goodness, what a wonderful play! And Decimate takes him down because he didn't like it.
Nicely done from Yusuf. Really good effort from both these two squads, but over towards Alpha we go. Orgless taking on Project 7. And this is the game we really have been looking forward to. Should be an interesting one between these two squads, Brycey, and it's just one of those where I kind of look at the lay of the land here. Aspect coming in to Project 7 instead of Denza. I wonder if you maybe have a little bit of benefit, of course, when it comes down to the run and gun game modes. You're thinking about your hardpoint games. You're thinking about Overload. Are they going to benefit from his gameplay there, or are they going to lose anything in the search and destroy from what they had with Denza? For Orgless, it's about just improving again. Right now, not necessarily have set the world on fire over towards Dallas, of course, but not doing too bad to kick off things here on Black Ops.
Wow, that is a good point. I mean, this is all about that preparation for the next one, right? If you have a bad major, you've got to have a really good one next time around that nobody remembers. But so far, Project 7 just taking a little bit of this time. You can see them already now, just waiting for the pressure they know is going to be there. F-Dot. Oh my goodness, there's going to be the second one as well. Not going to be the third, though. Lin shuts him down before he can do too much damage.
Control not quite there for either one of these two teams. F-Dot, 8-3. And he was a player last season, right? I mean, how often we talk about him specifically in Search and Destroy for this Project 7 side. He's going to have to hold some of that weight, isn't he? Lin's already on a force breather inside of the point. And they will pick up that time very, very quickly. So they're now on their way over towards P3. Orgless in a decent enough spot here to try and find a break from the backside, but Project 7 ready and waiting over towards New Hill.
Big fight for the back of the spawn. Melko trying to get out here to help, as you can see. Cobra, who was instrumental yesterday in keeping that game alive. Trying to help out here. Melko, a bit of a slow start considering what we did see from him yesterday. Some basically MVP level plays. They're trying to get in here. They've done a really good job to just kind of keep the tempo not too fast and frantic as they work the back of the spawns. And that is going to give them a break.
And it's just a little bit too easy, to be honest with you. Linsco managed to find a way through. Well, and that's what it kind of comes down to when we go over towards P3. It's those back spawns. Keeping a hold of those, you can do a lot of damage. And, well, if you are Project 7, you can do just as much damage coming in from the front. Really good job from Aspect. Managed to find a way through. Momentarily shut down, though. In that time, it's just about going to go over towards Project 7. Now, Orgless trying to fight everything they can over towards his backside. But the setup from Project 7 looking very solid. Managed to find a way through on a couple of different angles, and now they have a potential setup. Spawn out there for Orgless as well. Project 7 will get the back spawn. They clear one more player, and that's a good break, and that is a potential hold for a lot of time. Brilliant work from Project 7.
Well, they're in, and now they're going to have to absorb the pressure as best they can. You're going to see Mythics waiting. Cobra's going to know where the show's going to be here. It's a big fight to try and split the attention around the front of the hill, but unfortunately, the front of the hill has been taken. Mythics now coming to reinforce. And I said before, when we come to these two teams, very well drilled against each other. They know exactly what to expect most of the way through. And it's going to be counterplay after counterplay.
Some really, really good time for the side of Project 7. But Orgless, I mean, look, did well enough to break through for a few seconds. And they, well, done it again. Oh, my word, Brezzy spawns over towards the backside. It's going to help them out there. So they're going to pick up the scrap time. It's going to be pretty much a 10-15 point game. Time we head over towards P5, but once again, Project 7 are the first ones here. Don't you worry, the minimap and the colours are messing me up as well, but I'll try and lock in as best as I possibly can.
Well, fortunately, these two teams are about to tie the game, so we're going to have to worry about which one is winning. And now there comes more pressure. FDOT knows that they're going to be running towards him, but Melko says, no, thank you. Please get out of this spawn. We want the rest of this time if we can. Presley's got a little bit of bad COD timing there. There you go. Eventually does catch it himself, and not going to be able to get the second quite at that moment. August trying to build themselves a lead here on P5, and it's not going too badly for them. Melko now on his 4, not going to get the 5th.
But looking over towards it, it's been a pretty tight game, hasn't it? Okay, you got about a 20-point, and look, well, very much dropping after Aspect finds all 4. Just caught that one on the back end of it. Really, really good job from Aspect. And that's going to have this game as we head into a second rotation, pretty much dead even. P1 Control is absolutely going to be there for the side of Orgless. Aspect and Co going to try and get something going. They've kept this one really, really tight. And honestly, it's been... I mean, I don't want to necessarily see there's been a flow to things. Both these two teams have found some good time when they found a break or they found a decent hold. They've got a good chunk of time. Someone's got scrap. It's been an even game, Bryce. Not much to write home about between these two teams right now. Slaying department, Linz is leading the way, but that's no surprise. Yesterday, led the entirety of EMEA. And continuing that form here as well. Got Melko for a little bit of company inside the mid map. Cobra can only find the 1. Melko finds 2 though, and that's going to shut that down. This has been some really good time for Orgless at P1.
Just managed to get it here, and you know they're also just really trying to focus on this rotation around. Right now, more challenges coming through. Orgless is still holding here. They need to find a position to start breaking out towards P2. You're going to see it here already. They will give themselves a little bit of a deficit in the scrap time, but they're also going to get pinched here because the spawn came out. So Mythics managed to spawn out. Now, of course, now the fact that the spawns are blocked again, it does mean Orgless have got a long route to go, Ton.
A long way to go. Forced them out so far back. The Cobra and Linz find a couple of gunfights through the middle of the map. Yeah, they're just going to try and isolate FDOT as quickly as they can. The gunfights are going to come in from the point, so a little bit of backup, and, well, not enough. Linz will find 2. Does have a little bit of company, but the spawns over towards the backside still going to be there for Project 7, and they're going to use them to their advantage. Aspect, he'll find the final kill, and there's the clean wipe. Wonderful hold in the end from Project 7. Orgless found a way through, but couldn't quite batten down the hatches, Bryce.
It's feeling like one of those games, Ton, that is going to go the distance. Every time we talk about a rotation or a hold, it's broken. And this is about to even up again. The advantage here will be with Orgless. They're going to have the back spawns for it, and while they will be only 1 point in the lead as this comes to it, they have the rotation. A couple of kills already going down. Big kills by Cobra and Linz, though, to lock this one in, but FDOT manages to break through just a little bit. There are going to be spawns everywhere. A mile spawn out for Project 7.
Yeah, Linz staying alive over towards the backside really does help them out. Pinch would have been there, but the rest of the team are there to pick up the pieces. You can see they're just trying to hold Linz down as quickly as they possibly can. Project 7 sending a lot of resources towards his backside, and Brezzy just dealing with every single one of them. One more player to his left-hand side who can do nothing on his own. He's dead to rights already. Really nice hold coming in from Orgless. And to be honest, this feels like the first time we're going to see a bit of a difference with Melko finding a few there as well. Can start to think about new and Melko, thinking about 4 or 5 in a row. Brilliant time to get those kills. The spawns are going to be in. Yes, okay, they're going to lose the final 15. They will care not one little bit.
Well, Linz goes for a little bit of a swim. Not exactly what we wanted to do here, but you can already see players trying to get across all the way. And again, same story, Ton. Orgless currently in the lead by 20 points, but don't have the rotation. Should be a bit of a hole, but they're Mythics too. That's you, just going to open up the back here. Melko's going to be worried about being shot in the back. They're going to know that Mythics is somewhere in the backfield, but Linz! Oh my goodness. Perfect timing to take him down before he can break anymore. And, well, Orgless are now making a bigger and bigger lead.
They're in a position where they can't quite win it yet. Over towards P4. Well, they'll be very much in the driving seat. There's the cover as well. Melko comes over to help Cobra, but it was Melko who broke it wide open all on his own. Linz now on a 5 spree as well. Project 7 starting to get a little bit desperate, and when they've needed to find another gear, Orgless have done so, finding themselves around 20 seconds or so away. Mythics, F. and Co. can find a way in, though. That was crucial for Project 7. 10-15 seconds going to go their way. They'll be heading over towards P5, about 30-40 points behind. It's a long way back, Brycey, but it's doable.
Oh, they're trying.
Big break.
They're certainly trying to put it down. Looking for the big hold here, but a couple of kills by Melko. Starts opening that door a little bit, and it looks like he's got through. Fortunately shot down by Aspect. Brezzy team kills Cobra. A little bit of chaos going on, so these teams need to kind of readjust it. Mythics diving through the door. And there we go, incoming missile. Linz will find 2. Potential break, but nobody's near the hill. It is fighting all over the map except the points.
Spawns over towards the backside for Project 7 as well, so they can find a way through. But can they get through Linz? That has been the problem. Looking for his 39th of the game. But it's going to be a hold for Project 7. 25 seconds to play for here. That is a good amount of time when the game is this close. One more hit here, probably for Orgless to try and find a way through, or do they just set up over towards P1? They may well start to lose the gunfights in the middle of the map here if they're not careful. Melko can find 1, F. finds 2, but the gunfights are all going the way of Project 7. That is a hell of a hold over towards P5 as we head into a 3rd rotation.
They're still winning it. The momentum is firmly on their side. They're going to be first here into P1. Project 7 will look to end it here already. A stack coming through. Orgless are going to try and hit this in numbers and already get 2 as they break through the front door. There's another one. There's a 4 full wipe. There you go. Take half a breath, half a heartbeat, slow it down and break it all at once. Orgless are back in the driving seat.
One more opportunity here for Project 7. Melko will find 1. Linz, even anything here will be bonus for the side of Orgless. 2 more kills will come back though from the side of P7. Can they get away through? Melko trying to slam the door shut. Orgless still inside of the hill. One more gunfight should do it. Mythics breaks on through. They have an opportunity here. Can they win it? Absolutely not. Brezzy will find a way through. And Orgless take map number 1.
A wonderful end there. Obviously, ignore that. That's the way around it was, but I said it. You saw it on the minimap. Orgless decided to wait. They got themselves in the right position. They said, hey, hold fire, hit it at once, because this is not going to work otherwise. And when the shoe was in the other foot, Ton, Project 7... obviously, they want to do the same thing, but they actually didn't have time to do it. So they all hit the same door. It was a little bit sporadic because they were worried about the timing of it going through. And it just meant they couldn't break it back and ended up losing the game there. Unbelievable performances from some of the players in this game. Linz, 42 and 25.
Hell of a game out of him. Incredible game, actually. 4,100 damage, but then you can see that. And this is one... this is actually a moment where I'll say it's not necessarily always about the kills, because Cobra is 14 behind him and has 400 more damage. I mean, it's just a case of finding those moments where you need to find those kills, put those extra couple of bullets in to solidify those moments. Fantastic work from Linz either way. Incredible stat line heading into a raid search and destroy. Really close map number 1 though, Bryce. So back and forth. But there's plenty of other games going on. We'll be jumping into this one very, very shortly. But Bravo is where another big game is going on. Avently taking on Decimate. Avently finding themselves 193 top. They're about 100 points up against Decimate, who yesterday just looked so good. And honestly, I would expect them to beat a team like Avently. No offense intended to them, but Decimate have looked fantastic so far.
Well, we saw a lot of Decimate yesterday, and you are right, it's a bit of a surprise. But just how good they have been here, but almost seem like they're a little bit off the pace. Trying to make a couple of kills as they look for this rotation or to get somewhere near it, but this is not quite the Decimate we saw yesterday at the moment.
Find themselves 13-16. Now Storm in the back pocket as well. With 36 seconds a point away from the win. The other team are, well, 143. Avently running away with this one. This is a potential big game as well. Decimate could do with finding the win, and Avently, if they can try and bring this back, it puts them in a fantastic position. Looking to try and get something done in their group, and, well, this would go a long way in doing so. Real Charm will drop the Hellstorm, and nearly everybody on Decimate will fall. This is an Avently GG, map number 1. Wow.
Really, just a massive win for Avently there. You have to give them full credit. That is certainly a statement in their opening hardpoint. And again, it's weird. I think we saw Decimate yesterday look very, very good. That certainly wasn't the scoreline I thought we were going to see loading into this map ton.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Decimate currently sitting at 1-1. I mean, just lost that reverse sweep up against Orgless. A really good victory up against Vitalize. And apparently a very tough game of going up against Avently, who are yet to find themselves with a series win. So that's one to keep an eye on as the day goes on Bravo, and you can at youtube.com/COD Challenges. Every single stream is available to you. I mean, we've got to, I mean, look, they may all well be available to you on that channel, Bryce, but we might as well just cover them all as well. We're all going over towards Charlie. This one, 1-0-4 fun. Vicious trying to bring this one back. Round 1 of Search and Destroy is not looking likely to be the route to that.
All right, well, that's a very fast end to the first round. And for me, I'm trying to work out who I think is going to come top 4 in these games. I mean, I would have said after yesterday's performance, Decimate were going to be up there, but losing like to Avently in that kind of way in the hardpoint, if the rest of the series plays out like that, they're not going to have a great time. I think for me, these first few sets of games could be kind of the delineator of where we see some of these teams start to pull ahead here. For instance, these two teams, both very, very good. You'd expect to see the Vicious to hit top 4. For Fun EU are looking maybe the slightly stronger team, I'd say at this moment, just with the hardpoint win and the S&D coming to them, but we'll see.
We will. Over towards this one, though. For Fun, just trying to get everything up and running in their season. Looking how their day yesterday went. Losing to MAJIN 3-1, but also beating R8 3-1, so kind of doing what they should have done against R8, but losing to MAJIN will make things a little bit contentious potentially later in the season. But the Vicious are a team that would like to think they get a win over. And just to reiterate, this group in Group A is so tight, so every single win you find is going to be massively impactful. Big kill coming through. His phaser will be dropped. Yusuf and Connor left alive and kicking for the Vicious, but for how long? It doesn't feel like that long, to be honest with you. Bomb being defused by Denzer. Yusuf can do nothing. 2-0 for Fun. A little bit easy so far. A little bit easy.
Just really rolling through it here, but again, we talk about S&D in the larger scale of things. Really, this is just the beginning. A lot more rounds to go. It's rare we see a 6-0 nowadays, and I think with a quality of player on a team like the Vicious, it shouldn't be so.
Still a long way to go. Let's see how things are going to transpire in round number 3. Alpha. The cogs are starting to wear. We'll be heading there very, very shortly. Look, I even called it before. It's like we're in each other's heads. Incredible.
You must be feeling an awful lot of back pain right now, though.
Yeah, I mean.
Anyway. Well, speaking of pain, this could be a good plant here. Oh, Melko sees a foot, and Melko rips his knee off. And that is not going to go down. First blood and bomb down. Already reactions coming through, but keep an eye on that mini-map. I want to say it's F-Dot moving through. Of course, we've got a slight bug here on some of the numbers, but... Dot, great position. Brings it back. Aspect also going to grab one. Well, I think it might have been Mythics. As I said, kill feed ever so slightly messed up, but we'll try to keep you as best appraised.
2v2. It's Melko. Left alongside Cobra. Against Mythics and Lucifer. And the thing is here for Orgless, they're not in the worst of positions because they're not the ones that have to do anything here. A little bit of a precarious spot as far as the gunfights go, but ultimately it is Project 7 who have to make the move, and they can definitely make it now. After Brezzy's going to be dealt with, Cobra has to find the 1v2, and he cannot. Round number 1 goes Project 7's way. Pour one out, by the way, for Dan Gaskin. First time he's ever casted Call of Duty yesterday when he was over doing NA challenges, and he's like, what's this Codecaster bug? Don't worry, mate. I've been doing this for years and still have to put up with it. It never gets easier. It never gets easier.
Now, it can be a bit tricky working out exactly what player is where. It's always the issue because then the names don't even match up to who you're seeing in the kill feed either. So it's a little bit of a guess who. You've got to try and kind of remember where the players have gone from the rip. But we'll see how this one plays out, of course. That's still a very big win for Project 7 off the back there. And here comes a sniper and Melko! Oh, I said, all right. I know exactly what you'll be doing when you look for that information. And that is practiced over and over again. Not a slither of hesitation anywhere.
I mean, he's a highlight reel when it comes to Search and Destroyers. Melko with the scope in hand. Incredible work from him. Mythic's gonna, well, maybe even threaten this, but it's such a useful tool. It's not Melko that's going to be dropped, it is Linz, but obviously since the whole thing was kind of lifted with snipers, and now they can be used every single round, that is just going to work in this guy's favor. Oh my god, the snapper! It's F-Dot who's dropped. Him and Aspect have fallen to the sword of Melko. Linz has the bomb, and well, if you're Orgless, you still have to do something, as Lucifer will find one. Force spree for him should be trading. Is Mythics now left on his own in a 1v2. One of those players is Melko. One of those players has that sniper. They may well just get the hell out of dodge. Yet they're just going to go over towards A. Are they rewrapping this one back around? This has worked out for Mythics. I tell you what, he's got some wonderful timing. But he also won't have a clue where they are.
Bomb down. Huge advantage here. Mythics will be trying to work out exactly how to play this. And now he's in the bomb as the other side. Now he's a little bit worried. Where are they going to be? He's actually done the right thing here. He's got time. Check all the corners. See if you can catch them. Because you know where they're going to have to go to re-challenge this bomb site. They've seen one. Melko will just give him the shoulder. Mythics with 19 seconds left to go. We'll try and take a gunfight, but 2 players too far.
Yeah, just one of those positions where you just don't have the numbers. He did what he could. Gets aggressive onto the positioning, and then just can't hit the shots in 2 different directions. There's a lot of new features in Call of Duty. That is not one of them. Here we go, though. Melko, F-Dot, first one, bang! Dealt with. But the second was a lot better, to be honest. Aspect even slides across. Oh, no, he doesn't slide across. He actually just dipped away from the site for a second. Snaps back, though. Aspect dealt with. Him and F-Dot falling very quickly to Melko. That's going to be the first round for Orgless. Set themselves up over towards B now as Project 7 getting aggressive through the middle of the map. Kills being traded though. Linz and Brezzy will fall. 4v2 in favour of Project 7.
I think it's actually going to take a lot of space here as well. And they are planning for the control they currently have. Oh, F-Dot trying to thread a needle here, but it will eventually grab it. And now on the far side, we can see Melko last alive. F-Dot just throwing lead down, but there's nowhere for that player to go. And Project 7 just wrap that one up.
Yeah, put yourself in a 4v2 that early in the round. You'd like to think you win it. Lucifer with the round-ending kill. Not much Melko can do in that scenario.
Well, here we go. Once again, these 2 teams will try and find a bit of a gap here. If you remember, the Hardpoint pretty much went the same way. trading blows. Malcolm gets a little bit of information. Not much more, though. Cobra's been backed off. Project 7, that gives them a bit more control. Right now, Orgless haven't taken that much map control away. They don't have middle. They don't have either bomb site.
Making the move over towards A, though. Two players trying to get a little bit of control, but one player in the middle of the map is FOXTROT trying to thread the needle. We'll have to back on down, anticipating some pressure to from Zigzag, but it doesn't. So he's apparently kind of giving up the middle of the map when he didn't need to. They'll go to retile for that again, presuming that this plant's going to come through. Oh no, are they? They're actually just going to go for a hit over towards Laundry, but Orgless are ready and waiting. Linz could absolutely feast here. There's one back. There's the second. Yeah, just welcome to the Lion's Den. Orgless just waited. Was so patient. Project 7 felt they had to make the move, which they kind of did, but Orgless predicted it. Nicely done. And Linz, he's the one that finds a couple. It might have been Melko. Honestly, who knows?
Yeah. It's one of those ones, sometimes when you see a team being a bit patient on the attack, it can really go against them if you know, if they lose a player or they burn the clock a little bit too much. It doesn't work, but for Orgless, exactly what they wanted. Brings it back to 2-2. These two teams really just locking in to get this one done, and we're going to see how this push comes through again. We've got the bomb actually heading over towards B, but no support yet. And I've just been told, and I was proved completely wrong earlier. For Fun EU did in fact 6-0 the S&D.
Well, that's them cruising a 2-0 up then.
Oh, Bressy's close, and
it's not
to say
typically one of those positions that you will see a defender take up that aggressive on the stairs. This is a bit more like it. Just trying to keep himself alive. And it just gains total control of that map. Minus stairs is really what you're covering there. So Project 7 though with the numbers. They drop Linz. They don't find Cobra, but Lucifer does. And a couple actually they line up for him. Melko again. I mean, I swear they turned aim assist off this guy. Can we get a mouse and keyboard check? The flicks are ridiculous. Now in the middle of a 1v3 aspect of Mythics to deal with.
Doesn't have the information. They're not really giving him much. He's in a shoulder here, and Aspect decides to not even re-peek it. They're doing the right job. They're not giving him anything to work with, and eventually he does have to make a move. Project 7 go up in that round. But it is very close games. You see players playing so many off angles at the moment, just trying to outwork the other team.
Just finding the kills at the right moment. So close between these two. P7 with a 3-2 lead. Massive map this. If Orgless take this out, I really like them when it does come down to Overload as well. I think they're a fantastic team on that game mode specifically. Oh, it's lining up in the smoke, and Aspect just about spots him. It's Linz who falls. Oh, Melko didn't see him. Get your eyes tested, son. Mythics. You'll find that kill, no problem. Project 7. Gonna go 4-2 up.
Cobra looking for a player in the middle. Aspect does have the angle. Orgless in a very bad position. Oh, he's going to go for it, and Cobra gets cut down very, very quickly. Razzie now left alone, and Mythics! Oh my goodness. Just very clean cuts today.
Just ruthless, aren't they? Getting themselves in an advantage here in this round in Search and Destroy. And just run away with it. It feels as if P7 can avoid Melko, if they can find a pick in the middle of the map, all of a sudden they can be looking very, very solid and don't seemingly want to let anything go. Good job from them. Being very clinical in their Search and Destroy right now. 4-2 up and deservedly so.
Okay, being aggressive now. I believe FOXTROT is also sniping, so timing. I think Melko, sorry, you saw him hit the deck.
Oh, back down one. Over towards A, but that is the danger you play with. Oh, I thought Windy's the shot just a little bit. And the second as well. Actually, I think he might have landed that one. Honestly, who knows when it comes down to kill feed. But it's a hell of a scoreline right now. If you look at the Project 7 lineup, that was, what, about 9 or 10 kills. Pretty much unanswered. And now Linz is left in a 1 versus 3. Bomb's going to go down. This will be 5-2 Project 7 if they can take this round. Unless Linz can pull something quite literally out of the fire.
Oh, down they go. Project 7 starting to pull away here on this S&D. Just one more round will tie the series up for them. They do seem just very, very confident. After we saw such sniping prowess off the back of Melko in the early rounds, Orgless haven't really felt like they're going to win anymore. They keep losing players very early on.
Not much of an answer right now of Orgless, have they? Snipers were arguably maybe carrying them through the first few rounds, and right now not working out. Oh, Melko. Hit marker comes through. I'm going to try and find pick up at the top of the rock, so in towards Laundry, putting a lot of pressure on. And this is a tactic that has worked out for Orgless, and that's why Project 7 are backed on down. Opportunity to get this bomb down, but as mentioned, it's worked for Orgless where they've got aggressive through Laundry. They'll keep that aggression up whilst that bomb goes down. Project 7 need to go for the retake. Numbers were even. Killen's being found. Resi has been lost. Melko very aggressive with this angle with the sniper. You got to be careful because another kill will fall Project 7's way. Melko and Linz left on the run.
Melko in a real big bit of trouble. Oh. Everybody around. Well, fortunately he had players to spare, but does fly off the map anyway. For Project 7, a very clean, very concise S&D ties this series up for them. It does also kind of just remind us of what we said beforehand, Hun. We thought these two teams would certainly not 3-0 each other. We thought it was going to be close. The S&D wasn't that close. There we go. I think he got the kill before he dropped. So, you know, valiant effort, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I remember one years ago. Was it Jake?
Oh, you're really digging out the archives, okay.
Look, he's been around for a long time. I mean, realistically, it's just making me seem old. And one of those moments where you jump off, find the kill. If it's in a 1v1 at the end, then it's all that more fantastic. If anybody remembers that one, let me know. Yeah, I mean, look, for Project 7, that was just convincing. Every single time they seemed to find the first blood, they would just run away with it, using their advantage really, really well. It felt as if for Orgless, a bit toothless at times. If Melko wasn't hitting his shots, then all of a sudden the rounds weren't transpiring in their favor. Maybe something to look back to when it does come down to raid. I believe we're going to be looking a little bit around once again. Brycey, I think we're going over towards Charlie for fun. 2 to the good. As you mentioned, a 6-0 search and destroy in their favor. The Vicious with it all.
Well, let's see how this one ends, because the Vicious so far not looking so much so in gameplay, but Overload is a very different animal. Lots of teamwork, lots of communication is needed. And while this normally looks like a really good position, unless you can make this string of kills, it kind of almost just feels like the game is stalled. However, a couple of kills going down, just not going to be enough to move the EMP.
Wraparound coming from Denza. And this is actually the kind of mode I think they may well miss Denza. I think he's a very smart player as a runner with the EMP, and this may well be a score here. They've got one player on the flank, and that's going to be Faisal. He's going to put bullets down, do more than that. Does find Denza. And he may well have slowed it down enough to turn in a 1v1 against Yusuf. Yusuf will win it. Important. And to be honest, I thought Faisal was maybe a little bit late to that flank, but in the end, perfectly timed. And the Vicious will get away with it. 2 minutes gone in the first half, still 0-0.
There's the way it be sometimes, and well, they're looking to move this once again. Might not be that successful. They don't really have the players here yet. Already lost the blocker. You can already see it being moved around. Wait a second here. The switch might be good enough. They do have a blocker. He's going to try and get through. It's all on Connor. He gets one. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Look at the slide across. It shouldn't be. Big up, but no, he picked up the bomb. Oh my goodness, disarray. A little bit of a flap, but it is enough to get the cap.
Incredible shots from Sykes to stop that pressure coming through. One of those moments you're like, yeah, I'll just slide this way for this gunfight. Hold on a second. I didn't press triangle. And you picked up the EMP, son. Worked out in the end, though. Get that one over the line. The overload comes through from Decimate. The Vicious have potentially a lifeline in this series. Yusuf will find another kill through the middle of the map, and they are trying to keep that pressure on. They're still trying to get his way out. It's for fun. Just taking their time here on this defensive end over towards B. Not necessarily any reason for them to rush through Dojo here. Then they're trying to set this one up this way. That's a cheeky little angle. And the Faisal combining so well. The Dojo is pretty much being locked down. Good job from the Vicious.
Faisal trying to make a bit of an inroad here. They're looking for some kills to start this here. At the moment, you can tell nobody's really moving the EMP. Faisal, they're definitely going to be watching as he goes through, and already he's going to go down. There we go, looking for it. They just don't have the kills to move it yet. On the other side of it, For Fun EU smell an opportunity.
And some more kills through the middle of the map. Oh, and that kill not coming through. Yeah, Faisal just about gets a hold of it, and it's a good job he did. Oh, it really would have been the backs against the wall for the Vicious. It may well still be. Feels like For Fun are really trying to force it through Dojo right now. Mikey hasn't really been able to get into this game. Needs to be at the forefront of things. He's a very, very good shooter, is Mighty. And you see a little bit more of it in this map specifically. Faisal pushing forward, doing really well. Doesn't find the second. Both these two teams just trying to throw... I don't want to say it's like haymakers, but they're looking just for cheap shots in a certain kind of way. Trying to pick up the EMP and get something moving, but this is looking a little bit more clinical. Yusuf trying to get something going. The rest of the team not there at the forefront. It's easy defense for For Fun.
Decimate tries to get the play alive, but all his teammates are on that respawn. Here we go. This might be a switch. They might have got it through as well. Sykes will be looking for a kill here. They don't quite have the positioning for it, and he only gets one. Again, a switch back. A lot going on here. Connor tries to hold them back by himself. Have they got enough here to dive this one in? And they might just do. And that will be enough to get the reset going. Now both teams on the other side of the map looking to push him for the overtime.
Just going to get a hold of it over towards the rooftops. Faisal just secures this. It stops For Fun. Doing anything at all. Either team doing anything at all. Half time will ring on through. One apiece. And I think, to be honest, if you are For Fun, I think you're probably a little bit more satisfied with that one. You kind of had your backs up against the wall for quite some time. You weren't able to make a lot of work. In the one moment you do, you get a capture. And realistically, the only one that you kind of let go was a 1v1. That it ultimately came down to with the pistol out. You lose that one out and you lose a capture. It's a little bit more difficult now, of course, when you're pushing through this side with the point that's been moved over towards the walkway, obviously towards the door. A little bit more difficult.
Well, let's find out. For Fun EU, they can end this game. For the Vicious, a desperate attempt to stay alive. Push is going through here. Detain. Spraying every part of the furniture, but gets enough done. That's on a 4-streak for him. Potential opening up here, but this has an awful lot of time left on the clock. And if you want to watch it, you can, of course, go over and take a look at all our streams on at the moment. A bunch of games going forward, some just in the breaks between maps. But, of course, we'll be jumping back into our main game. This will be Project 7 versus Orgless, currently tied at 1-1.
Bunch of games going on indeed. Opportunity here from Malco. As mentioned, I do really like Orgless when it comes down specifically to Scar Overload, actually. They play it really well. Let's see if Project 7 have an answer to this. It's kind of waffling away there, saying that, you know, I think could they benefit Project 7 from having Aspect in here as far as Overload goes, but honestly, Denza was a really big performer for them in this mode in particular. So are they going to lose out on that, or are they going to gain something else? Who knows? But they're, well, gaining ground here at least throughout the middle of the map. That's 4 dead momentarily. You really can start to have a look. F'd up. Pistol out. Great shots, but not good enough at that range. Cobra, Brezzy, Lens, all performing well. making sure they found those gunfights. Orgless just about survive.
Cool, a lot of bullets going down. So, trying to hold them at bay. But about 8,000 rounds of ammo there. It's unfortunate not to get the kill, but Aspect will pick up 2 very cleanly. And all this really does is still the game for us at the moment. Neither really able to move it forward. Orgless still with the EMP. Then's getting a kill. He's on a 3 streak here, but it's not quite as effective with the pistol.
Just try and chip away. This one the time or Orgless after that's an egregious child that works out. 8 HP in the dreaming can start to put this pressure on, and they've moved into position very, very quickly. And now it's about just trying to get the next step over towards the 18-wheeler, but then you've got to win another 4 gunfights. One player may well have slipped it now, or maybe just got a little bit too aggressive. They may well have just completely switched it up. Look at the pressure coming through for Aspect!
Turn!
Doesn't turn in time. Nicely done from Project 7. I really like that switch up through the middle of the map. Aspect's the first one there. He calls it. And all of a sudden, a cap is found from Project 7. Nicely done.
Wow, that was superb. Speed of that one to get it done, and if anything, Orgless almost looked asleep. Just didn't really realise what was happening quite at that moment. Project 7 do take the lead here, and theoretically they're in control of this next EMP.
Project 7 have been really aggressive through the middle of the map, and actually through Motel as well. It's working out for them. And as far as the slaying department goes, Mythic's having a quiet game, but he's a land player, we'll allow it. But realistically, if you look at it, you're up on kills just about quite significantly, actually, if you're Project 7. Nobody on Orgless sitting in a positive KD right now. And they've just been outslayed across the middle of the map, Ricey. It's becoming a problem. Forced over towards his back A side. Mythic's up top. Is anyone going to call out? I'm not too sure. That's another freebie. Thank you very much. Too easy for Project 7. Orgless are yet to show up in this map.
Aspect finds one. So just trying to keep that alive here. And they really are hammering home at this moment. It's not waiting for the next series of kills. You can already see the rest of the players just looking to see if they can find a pick, because if they do, they'll have an opportunity to move that EMP very, very quickly. At the moment, losing a couple of kills here in the defensive mode. Try and hold off the players as best they can. It's all going to come down to this one, and well, the kills are going to flow their way. And now they have an opportunity. It is not easy to break through this bottleneck, but they're going to give it a go.
You try and find something. You're 2-0 down. You're on the more beneficial side. The one that they typically cook on. They ain't been doing any cooking whatsoever. Cool. Just getting every single gunfight they need to find, especially over towards Motel. It's been working in their favor so often. So I was trying to maybe just look for the wrap through the middle of the map there. Team not there for the cover. But they can just keep this pressure on. It's been brilliant from Project 7, this.
Just really, really clean. You look at it, I mean, funnily enough, Mythics just hasn't felt as much in the game as he could have been, but hey, sometimes it's going to give the guy a break.
See if P7 really stick the knife in. Aspect had a really, really good half. 19 kills and a half of Scar Overload is nothing to be sniffed at. It's probably going to be that. I think if you're Orgless, you give it one more go here. Could do keeping a hold of the EMP as long as you possibly can. One player in the middle of the map is probably going to shut this down though. Lucifer ready and waiting for it as the extra time will kick into gear. Did see a team find a very late one yesterday, though, Brycey. Opportunity on the cards, especially with Cobra finding 3 in the middle of the map. Not going to happen, though. One player and Sharp shuts it down.
That's going to be frustrating. F-Dot, give him credit. He thought about it from a cerebral point of view. He said, hey, if I sit here in the middle, I'm not going to take on the players I know are streaming past. I only want that one player. It goes to half-time if that EMP drops, regardless of how many are alive. And he did it. That's all he had to do. Peek out behind the doorway, take that player down. Danger over.
Next round we go. Project 7, though. Fantastic performance in that first half. And they're looking like they're going to take a lead in this series. Bearing in mind as well, I think we can't forget like how close map number 1 was. Tight game. Took one big 4 down from the side of Orgless to get that job done, and they're going to need to find a great deal in this half. 2-0 down. And okay, you might say, well, is it possible for them to get 2 points on this side? Absolutely. Project 7 just did that. But it's stopping Project 7 getting anything on this side. And if FDOT is finding 3 pieces in the middle of the map like that, you're in trouble. Lines 3 of them up in 3 different directions. It's just far too easy.
Grenades going over. And hope for another set of kills here. You can already see their teammates starting to work through the middle of the map. If it's going to go down, FDOT trying to draw that first player, but now this is defense. Can't drop that EMP and hope to get your gun back out here, but somehow they're making this one work for a few seconds. Oh my goodness, this could be the start of a push. They're going to go through here. Lucifer finding one, looking for the second bullet, spraying all around as they now know they have an opportunity to move forward. Somehow finding the kills, more players. They are going for it in every single aspect. The Mythic says, all right, I'll take the easy win. And that's 3-0 for Project 7. And you could see the switch. As soon as they got those kills from that first bit of pressure, they ran for it.
It's just so difficult here for Orgless now. They put themselves in a really, really tough spot. Malco does well, defending over towards his backside, but 3.5 minutes to go. You need to find 3. It's feeling unlikely. Extremely unlikely. Especially after just finding Hail Marys over the top. You take those kills all day long. Go around the mythics. Every kill for Orgless is important, but I think their only route here is potentially to force one over the line, over towards this B side, and then potentially get a relay. That's your route, but they haven't given me anything to prove that they're going to do that. Honestly, the most threatening they looked is at the end of overtime. Right now, FDOT looks threatening every single time he's on screen. Aspect will move this one forward. Look for the pistol kill on the third. Give him it. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. Can he get out the window? Yes, he can. A one of his own making 4-0 to Project 7.
This is incredibly one-sided. Aspect, your actual gun has come back now. You can reload. Oh, should not be getting that many kills with the pistol, but I was going to say that if he got that kill as well, that would be ridiculous. He had no health on that rechow, but this is feeling very much like lighting on the wall. Just so little Orgless have been really able to contribute to this battle. And already, you can tell Project 7 feel a little different way. They're just going for the chows over and over again now.
It's pretty much going to be 1:50 of a victory parade here for Project 7. You just can't see Orgless bringing this one back. Some nice shots from Malco, but I mean, that is all we really have to write home about for this team right now. Occasional moments of brilliance, but this has been as one-sided as possible. FDOT is absolutely beaming. And there's just not really anything to talk about from the Orgless point of view. Project 7 have run away with this, Bryce.
Again, just feels almost semi-casual, I would say, just with the way that they're really moving very, very aggressively whenever they get an opportunity. They know they've got this game in the bag here, so for them, pressure's off. They can take that rogue chow. They can move into a position without being 100% certain of every single corner. And what it's actually doing is it's forcing Orgless almost on a constant defensive side.
45 seconds of this one left to go, but if I'm honest with you, it has been done for probably about 3 minutes. Never really felt like when that third and fourth one went in that there was a way back here for Orgless, and now you just put the paint down, you stat padding. And if you're Aspect and Co, make sure you're getting on those tweets where people are letting everybody know who is doing the best in challenges EMEA. You can add to the tally. Mythics can maybe just get himself on somewhere near a 1 potentially by the end of the series. I can only say that because the guy was an absolute beast on the line. I'm allowing it. I'm allowing it.
Well, this has been a bit anticlimactic. We knew that it was going this way. Dan, how are you feeling about these two teams? I think that's probably the real thing here. I mean, you kind of said coming into it, you thought Orgless would have a bit of an edge.
I thought they would. Honestly, I really thought Overload would be in their direction. A little bit of a toss-up between the other maps, but yeah, they now find themselves two maps behind here. One map behind, 2 maps down. Oh my goodness, honestly. My brain is not working today, Bryce. You're gonna have to carry it through as you do so often. But I don't think.
I just like the fact you cut me off there. I was about to make a humorous jip about I always doing it, but
well,
fine.
You know what? I just thought I'd get in there before you did on the most obvious one. But realistically, look, I didn't see them being 2-1 down. Orgless. I expected maybe a little bit more. Project 7 looking fantastic in the Overload. But we go over towards Charlie. We stay on Scar, but we move over towards.
Comes our next set of hills. At the moment, for Fun AU looking for this one. It's a very good first snap, but wasn't able to really drill it home on the second. Advantage here for the Vicious. They will have this first hole already. A little bit of a flank coming through. Don't want to let this one go too early. Disarray already having to play his life for a long time. Finds the first. He might even try to find the second. He doesn't need to. Team Horseman's coming through.
2-1 lead here for 4Fun as well. They'd be probably disappointed not to close it out within the 3. Looks like some great shots. These two teams fighting. Nail for a little bit of control over towards P2. Hasn't really fallen either team's way so far. Connor and Disarray though find a couple of kills, and now it's all about a little bit of mid-map control. See where Yusuf is. He's in a good spot. Transfers himself over towards P3. Big fight. Big win from Sykes. The one that was needed. Now the backup is on its way. Phase up, yep, should be trading and is. 4Fun may well find themselves around 20 seconds or so behind by the time we get over towards P3, but this is a nice setup.
Connor looking for players. That's going to be a stun check. Don't think he got it. Already now has to back down here. A little bit slow here from the Vicious. They're trying to work out where all these players are, and they have some idea, but at the moment, it's not really working out for them. Losing a couple of the trades across the map here. But 4Fun have lost that prime position all the way out towards the hill. And now the Vicious will strike.
Find a way through. They won't keep their lead, to be honest with you, after 4Fun setup. 20 seconds to go. Oh, the spin from Connor. Don't think the team was shooting at him, but very aware of the pressure that was coming through, but can't do anything about Denzer and Sykes, who just cleaned the house all on their own at just the right time. We get a little bit of scrap time over towards P3, get time to set up over towards P4. Mighty has got mid-map locked. This spot is just so good because you get a little bit of a look over towards that mid-cut. Now he can choose what to do. Yeah, he's going to recycle back. He could have flanked, but now he's just going to watch the cross, and it's just such a hard angle because there's so many places he could be. It's a little bit of bad timing. Teammate should be there for the clean up. Sykes is not. Doesn't find anything. And Disarray and Connor are just going to waltz on through.
These two teams really kind of war over these points here. Faisal finds the first time for the second's going to be as well, and gets that wonderful snap. Trying to get a bit of room for his teammates here, but Detain found his way through the middle. That's a massive 2. The pre-fire almost gets him the 3rd. That would have been absurd if he had managed to pull it off here, but they've stepped the pace up. They've got that break, decided to go for a little bit of this scrap time, as they do have a player over towards the next hill.
Disarray, how have you won that gunfight up against Denzer? A tight game here in the Hardpoint. Yeah, everyone obviously seen exactly what Neptune was doing with that spot in the grand finals. Everybody's seen what he was doing there at the top of the stairs. Going to plague me and Rankley. I was telling them to stop doing it in the middle of these champs grand and in the middle of Major 1 grand finals. Plagued me. Anyway, P5. 4Fun in a relatively decent spot here. Yusuf just trying to pin the back. He's really impressed me, to be honest with you. Ever since the Vicious have started up on this season, seen some flashes of brilliance in stage 1. Looking good here in this map. 18-9, but his team are still behind.
Oh, really fighting for it as well. Mighty having to just back down. They're still going to get for this one. Denzer just trying to do his own work here. Staying alive for these 17 seconds. He knows a push is coming. Calls the first one perfectly. Has no health. Waits. Tries to go with the second. Has reinforcements as well, but it's a little bit cleaned up. The Tane will grab it. And so far, so good. For Fun EU will have a slight lead going into this next set of rotations, Ton.
And that was a slight one. It's been a tight game, hasn't it? Alpha should be up and running very, very shortly as well. We're looking forward to getting back into that one. Good shots coming in from the 10. He's going to need to find a few more of those if we're now wanting to close this one out in full. The Vicious want to force to map number 5. They're some way away from doing that right now for Fun. Just starting to chip away at that time. On a 20-point lead. You take that all day long. Doesn't matter how you get it done, it's just as long as you get it done. Mighty trying to find a way through, just trying to put that pressure on as best as he can. And Denza, once again, here, it's just a conveyor belt of 4 Fun players at the moment.
Just holding. Wants to make a kill, wants to get it, but is also in control of getting those points here, so we'll give him a bit of scrap time. Mighty goes for it, knows where he's going to be. Faisal just staying alive, doing the work they need to. Bringing this back just a little bit here. He's got a couple of big rotation fights, and well, Sykes takes down Connor before he can do any more damage, and P2 in control of 4 Fun EU.
Connor. Just trying to stay alive over towards his back P2. 4 Fun with some really, really good time. Over towards P1 and looking for a little bit more P2. Connor left on his own. Denza has done so well. Finds 4. Really nice transition from him from 1 to 2, and now he's just flowing. Just coming in from Yusuf. Connor will be there to finish things up. It is there for the trade as well. Players still over towards P2 for 4 Fun, and they may well scrap for this, to be honest with you. They're in a relatively decent spot. Goes in for the Vicious, though. Might just give them that little bit of onus, but a bit of mid-map control. 4 Fun will say, yeah, okay, let's just get over towards P3. Doing the right thing. This game will continue. YouTube.com/COD challenges. You can pick up on any of, well, the 4 games going on right now. There are 6 in total. And we're still on board with the one on Alpha. Orgless taking on Project 7. Project 7 with a lead heading into a double dip of Den, potentially. If Orgless can bring this back in map number 4. Map number 5 will back in. But Project 7 now looking to try and close this one up, Russ.
At the moment, they do have the better position. Not only on the point, but ready for that rotation. If anything, you'll see Orgless maybe even send it over the rooftops here to try and get through. Aspect's already watching for it as well. Nobody's done so, and they spawned Dojo, and right now, Orgless, they're off the pace. This is a really slow push for them. Eventually, they do get P1 here. This is the difficult part. Getting through lobby, getting out towards that back and flipping those spawns. You can already tell the spawns are flipped. Project 7 are on the wrong side of this. And, well, Lynn says, all right, time to break the front door down and kick my way in. What a wonderful turn.
Need to make sure they're doing something a little bit more efficiently in this one. Honestly, Orgless just felt a little bit weak, a little bit toothless. And some of the maps that they've lost here. The S&D wasn't great. The Overload absolutely stunk, to be honest with you. And now they're going to be forced away from P2, so some time potentially on the board here for Project 7. Looking to try and stretch his legs was Lucifer. Not going to happen. Orgless fighting so hard to get themselves back into this game. Melko can find 1. Trade's working in the favor of Project 7 again, and he can find the kill over towards the backside. Aspect has been really impressive in this series and continues to be so. Heading over to now towards P3. That's a wonderful hold from P7.
Wow, they're just doing everything they need to. 8 seconds to go here, and you can tell now Orgless splitting this map. It always happens when you come to this point. Horizontal split. They try to hold it down. A block coming in from Lindsay's trying to hold this flank as well as possible. Dojo spawn still for them. Lindsay's going to get the worst timing he could possibly have. He waited for so long, and it hasn't come to anything here. Melgo needs to make this kill very, very quickly and get players back. They now know where Project 7 will be coming from.
Good shots from Cobra. Brilliant shots from Cobra. Finds a second on after. Project 7. Now going to have to be one-dimensional. Trying to find a way through, but Orgless just about holding on over towards P3. They had the beneficiary of being able to set up their defenses for quite some time. Prezi looking to set up his control, and eventually has done. There's 2, 3, not quite there. Sitting in 3 and 7, but he won't be deterred by that. His team now have the lead. Really good hold over towards P3. And P4 already locked on down, pretty much. Cobra will rewrap through the middle of the map. just to try and help his team out over towards that lobby side. FDOT will find the kill there. Cobra's on his way, but the rest of the team need to defend whilst he's on that direction. He is there to find 2, and the break will not come through. Nicely done from Orgless.
Back in control. A little bit of trouble now. Finding a bit of pressure coming through here. Fight towards the back here. Lins really wants to make this happening as Lucifer. And everybody just around the pillars over and over again, but might have just done enough as it allows the rest of the team to punch through. The distraction works out, and sometimes I feel like that's undervalued. Didn't make the kill, didn't need to. It was all about opening the door.
Oh, good shots again from Cobra. He's dragging Orgless to a map number 5 at this moment in time. To ever so slight lead, FDOT and Code, though, will find that breakthrough. 15 seconds to play for, and the rotation back over towards P1. One of those P1s that you can get a decent amount of time on, especially if the setup is looking good, but Malco with the flank is just going to break this wide open. Nicely done. Orgless looking a bit more like the well-oiled machine that we're expecting and used to at this moment in time. Still find themselves behind, but in a good position to turn it around.
Well, this is becoming another one of those games, Hunt. In this second set of rotation, it being this close is kind of what we expect. Resi just trying to do a little bit of work here again, but this is the same story as last time. Project 7 in actually the better position. Ready for that rotation. Orgless did break very, very fast. Project 7 ended up swinging back. I wonder if it's going to be the same story. If not, just trying to close down the angles here. No, to plays a little bit. Look at that. Just knowing exactly where. And almost gets along with a pistol.
Really close game still, though. Orgless have put themselves back into this game. The Project 7 kind of ran it the first couple of hills. A nice end to the first rotation, but it was about P2 last time out for Project 7. Looking like they're in a good position to do something about it again. There's a clean wipe at the right time as the hill starts to pop. Orgless on their way through rooftops, and, well, they've been battered off them at this moment in time. Lucifer pretty much doing it on his own. He's got backup here, and this is just a linear push from Orgless, and it's just one of the toughest ones to try and find. You need somebody in the middle of the map to try and do something. Alco can find a kill over towards the rooftops. The rest of Project 7 have been backed on down, so can they hold on tight at this moment in time? It's looking like they can't, as Melko will find a way through. Changing my word at the last moment there, Brycey. Orgless just about get away through.
They're doing it. It's still a fight though. Somebody's popped a smoke in the middle of the hard point. Nobody knows what's going on apart from Aspect, who apparently has thermal vision. Gets a player through the smoke and then almost gets another one as everybody's dancing around now. Throwing some laser lights. It could be one hell of a disco.
$145 and rising for P7. Another good hold over towards P2. And this time around, they're in a better position at P3. This is where they started to bleed on the last rotation. F-Dot. Man's making me feel a certain kind of way with the Call of Duty he's playing today. Looking nice on the sticks. Mythics can't find that second. Timing not on his side. F-Dot now just going to try and get these cuts. Cannot. Melko, he's done so well to find one, but Aspect just keeps creeping up. Finds two. Lucifer now on his own momentarily. Try and back them down. Orgless, once again, it's a little bit linear, but it's working out.
Lucifer trying to get that second one going down, and this is just so much pressure. Every single second, Orgless are trying to break through the front door. They just can't do it. Project 7 just throwing their bodies forward, knowing that they're gaining points as these trades continue. And Orgless have just been completely stopped dead in Dojo. Every single doorway and window has bullets pouring through it, and eventually end up losing this trade. They've given opportunity here. Mythics, I suspect he won't go too far in this push, but the pressure, again, it goes on to Orgless. They are on the back foot almost all the time.
And that is a huge chunk of time. A massive chunk of time. For the side of Project 7 now. Orgless need to answer back. They had some good holds in that first rotation of Hills pricing, and they need to find another one somehow. Looking like this potentially could be the one. As we head now over towards P4 and have been here for quite some time. Are they continuing to lock it down? It looks that way. Aspect, a little bit weak. Can't find anything here. It's a little 1-by-1 from Project 7. Maybe smelling blood in the water and getting themselves a little bit excited. Orgless have pretty much racked up 30 seconds uncontested here. P7 need to find a break and stop this bleeding.
Kyra waiting for the pressure. He's going to go down. Big kills from Mythics as he comes through again. And that will be a wipe. They've got them off to the point here again with 15 seconds to go. Aspect now looking to, almost stat pad here, but he's just going to look for some kills as both of these two teams will now not only solidify around P1, but if you are going to be Project 7, maybe dive through the rooftops here.
Still a good lead for them. But P1 working in Orgless's favor again. I think if I'm Orgless, I'm just really concentrating on P2. It's where Project 7, I want to say, they picked up around 100 points in this game on that hill, and they may well break 200 here over towards P1. They will do. Fantastic work from the side of Project 7 to find that break, because it was getting scary for a little moment. Mythic's trying to get aggressive. He will be taken down. Orgless starting to kick into gear here once again over towards P1. They got to find a break, and they got to find it quickly.
Aspect just trying to stay alive here. Nose contesting is still good for his team, but they do get wiped off, and what's even more important is the fact that they lost the spawn. You saw it kind of happen when I think FOXTROT pushed through. I think they were hoping to win the gunfights and get back into it with a player they had sent around the flank. Right now, that has not worked out, and what it does do is put Orgless in a very good position for P2. They're a little bit compact. They need to start getting some of these lanes down. You can see they are blocking the back spawns. For Project 7, they're going to try and hit this from as many angles as possible. Already sending players deep flank, sending players towards lobby, players across rooftops. They want to hit this concisely, but it is not easy.
Oh, he's just about found that gunfight over towards the backside, and that should be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and it is. Project 7 find a way through. They need 30 seconds to hold out and win this series. 25 away, 35 seconds remaining on the point, and Lucifer starting to line them up. Can't find the beatdown on Brezzy. Mythics, can he clean up? He was the one that instigated the break with the flank that came through, and he may well have just solidified the game. 14 seconds away from Project 7 taking this series.
And here we go, it's a headbutt. For Orgless, across the rooftops, they must fly. But this is a choke point. It is not easy to break through. As they say that, they get some bodies in the point. It's only going to be fleeting, though. Cobra gets another one. He's now in.
Rotation.
6 seconds. We're heading to next.
Oh, they left it. They left it.
Oh, no! The tickets come through. They thought they had to go for the early rotate. Nobody was there. A player moved out towards lobby.
What? Come on.
And we are talking a microscopic difference there on when that tick would have come in. But
I mean,
yeah.
Look, it would have been difficult over towards P3, but that's one of those things you've got to make sure. You've got to make sure. If one player stuck there for those final seconds, then all of a sudden you potentially even have a contest that stops that ticking over. They jump off the hill, and P7, yes, cool. We'll jump on. We'll close out the game. I don't know the French to explain that, but je despair is one that we frequently use. And look, I mean, realistically, the game was probably done. They were down to 4-9 to 182 heading over towards P3. They wouldn't have been able to win it on that last hill, on that third hill that was coming up. They would have had to be perfect. So maybe inconsequential, probably inconsequential, but it's one of those moments you look back at and think, yeah, we robbed ourselves of an opportunity, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. I mean, realistically, you are right. You know, they probably weren't going to make it. They had to go over to P3, cook some magic up, hope for a flawless hold, and even then that wouldn't have actually won them the game. But that's the kind of thing that could just come back to haunt you a little bit. You're like, oh, this will be fine, this will be okay, but not that time. Unfortunately, they just didn't get it correctly. Obviously, a player did leave. And here's the thing. Even if that player had stayed, it wouldn't have guaranteed they wouldn't have killed him and got onto the point regardless. So it's the way it is. But Project 7, pretty dominant in the second half of that game.
Yeah.
Losing the first hard point in a close one, but the rest of the time, it looked like it was all them.
Yeah, and I think for Orgless, the struggles continue. Let's remember, they had to reverse sweep Decimate yesterday. P7 had a pretty comfortable day. Had a pretty comfortable time up against Orgless here. I mean, look, it's a relatively comfortable map number 4 win. Very comfortable map number 1, number 2, and number 3. Incredible work from Project 7. And they will put themselves at the tippity top of the mountain in Group B, and deservedly so. A really, really good performance out of them, and that throws them in the hat as one of the teams to beat. They'll be very, very happy with that performance. One to comment on, obviously, the roster change came through after a top 3 placement in Dallas. Aspect steps in. Aspect plays extremely well in that series.
Yeah, I think so. And this is just making me look more and more forward to when the big teams go up again, because we are seeing such an incredible level of Call of Duty from these teams. But what we talk about, incredible level of Call of Duty, we'll have more of that coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this for more action on Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We're jumping into a game on FOXTROT. This is Able Esports going up against R8 Esports. R8 currently winless in the groups here, but they managed to get a map and they're hoping for a second.
Yep, trying to get something rolling. R8's coming in as a team who just haven't been in an elite stage, haven't played at this level. But that's the opportunity for some of these teams, you know, right? It's all about that qualification process, getting yourself through. and proving what you can do up against some of the best in the region. And so right now, not a great deal. But it's all baby steps, isn't it? Baby steps, baby steps. I remember when some teams who, players who went on to win events could barely win a map when they first entered the Elite. This is how things work. Play against the better teams, get better yourself. Able Esports right now, putting them to the sword somewhat in the series, 2-1 up in that. But alright, Esports competitive here in map number 4.
It'll work out if they can do any more as it comes into the rotation. While they have a small lead, this rotation can be very difficult to break here. Looks like they're all about to go over the top. We're going through underneath here, trying to keep this contested, trying to keep it a little bit spicy here. Blade almost feels a bit surplus to requirements. They are having a bit of a difficult time here, and they can't find an easy way through.
Difficult over towards P3. Blade towards his backside, trying to get something going. Abdul's having a hell of a game, sitting at 12-5. So alright, Esports trying to turn this series on its head. Hero on FOXTROT. Again on offer is slowly and surely going to be getting herself ready. You know, a little bit away from that, so I'll be covering the rest of the games in block number 1. I'm going to have to figure out how to say this guy's game attack. I honestly, every single time I look at it, I'm just not sure.
I mean, here's the thing. You just sometimes you swing and sometimes you miss. You remember the issue I had last...
Take a swing.
No. No, I frequently miss. I was about to say, just not remember the team last stage I couldn't get throughout the entire
lost
stage.
that pass. Even I remember,
Yes.
and they're not even a team anymore.
Yeah.
Come on.
I was struggling with that one for quite some time here, but speaking of struggling, Able Esports are doing exactly that. They're really having an issue locking down R8 Esports, who have stormed into the lead here off the back of that P3.
I have asked my man inside the Middle Eastern teams, and he is okay. Right, you see, this is something I just didn't anticipate whatsoever. We're wildly going off topic, but for the Saudi Arabian teams, the 9 replaces an S, so it's a seal. There you go.
Okay.
Don't ask me.
Well.
Who asked.
I don't need to.
No, you don't.
Oh, well. We'll see. Well, now that that's been sorted out, I wonder if Able Esports can sort out the issue they're currently having, because R8 Esports are just looking like a better team across the map ton.
Seems hard for them to get back into it, doesn't it? Just rotations working out for R8 every single time. Sway on the 6 spree doesn't help. Everybody from R8 performing really well. Scythe sitting at 6-14. That's a player I'd expect to be doing a little bit better for Able Esports here, but right now they're just getting put to the sword, Bruce.
A little bit of life. Trying to hold down that P5. You can already see players taking control of this mid-map here. It's something which my ranked team plates were aware of. Mid-map control is massive here on this map.
Oh yeah, P5 especially.
Well, pretty much every single point, and right now you are right though. Alright, Esports seem to have the tempo. Already broke back through here. Able Esports looking to maybe get a little bit of time onto this one. You can see they're taking up some positions. Coverage not watching over P5 though. Player will eventually get there. Already been taken down. They're bleeding just a little bit. This game is not a million miles away. Already can hear that Hellstorm coming in. Blade backs off, stays alive, ready to fight again.
50 seconds is the difference. Alright, it's not a million miles away. For all it's felt that R8 have been the ones running this game, and I think that would be fair to say. It's not a million miles away. 20 seconds remaining over towards P1. It's looking like Fox and Co will be able to get a hold of this. Yeah, a relatively decent day for R8 as far as the kill to death department, but you find something just a little bit more to R8. Showing a little bit of prowess here, but again, it's up against another one of those teams down to the lower side. These are games you just absolutely have to win.
Hear that incoming. Worried about it. Sway. Bring it down. Keeping it all the way off of P2. He's going to try and curve this one. I think he's got a good curve. It's perfect in the end. They must have known that was coming. But that takes so many of them down here. And R8 Esports, well, I mean, it is almost written in the sand already. This could be going to map 5.
looking that way. Seal over the top. Not able to get it done. R8 really wanting to force that map number 5. 21 and 13 from Sway. Just climbing here for R8. And able just not able to actually get themselves inside of the point. That was fully unintentional, but I mean, if you look at the kills department, they're not. I mean, what, they're down by what, 10 kills or so? That's a significant amount, I suppose. Sway 24 and 13. Make it 14 as he will be found over towards the back side. Now needs to keep himself alive inside of these kind of points. He's dipping and diving. Doesn't find the second. Has done enough just to keep able at bay.
Here's the weird thing. Pretty much every time we go into this is Able are down by half of their points. No matter what the score is, it's always half. And that obviously is only going to get worse as this game progresses here. They will be into this point to begin with. Even a 20-point hold won't really give them much of a relief. They will need to not only hold this, but then relay it to the next point as well. But it doesn't look like they're going to. Massive amount of kills flowing through. This is a 1v1 basically for the hill. Oh, they're going to lose it. Able Esports just going to have to sell it and go to the next hill here. They are a little way away. And I just don't see a way back for them.
Good 60 here, though. Puts them back into contention, but yeah. This doesn't look likely. Fox is going to find one. He's going to find a second. DK can answer with 2, but it's just so easy. Swinging clocks just cut through them like a hot knife through butter, and all of a sudden, Able Esports are on the back foot. Yes, okay, they may well be in the point, but R8 are swarming around them. Pressure now going to start to come through. Front doors where you can maybe try and find it, but kills being found across the board. Today's blatant clutch, but who honestly knows? Able Esports with the potential to get another 30 seconds here. Again, can put them into contention for this game, Brighty, but it just feels as if it's a long way back.
Well, they're going to try. Just what they can. Clutch. Oh, a bit of timing. His teammate does go down. I mean, he's put them at the point already. You can see there are a lot of players swarming around here, and it will be R8 in a better position. And they will get scrap time, but only scrap time, but that's all they need. P5 is next. They've got players already streaming towards it here. Able Esports maybe a little bit slow on that rotation, considering they just got taken out. But there's nothing in this game so far that's really telling me that Able are going to be able to hold this cleanly.
They've closed the deficit, but again, I think you're right. Just a little bit too far behind it. The peak of the game. Alright, Esports 20 seconds away from sending us to map number 5 here, and what is a crucial game for these two teams. Gotta find a win somewhere. And if you're Abdul and Alright Esports, you're trying to get it over the line to give yourself that opportunity, and map number 5, and they are going to get it. Incredible work from Alright. They send us to a map number 5.
8 streak in the end here for Abdul, and that is a wondrous time. Losing when we first joined them in this game, but R8 Esports put the hammer down onto Able, and that is going to map 5, Ton. What a one-sided affair in the end.
Yeah, really convincing. Duanco doing a great job. Just finding the points where they need to, and just holding that. I mean, honestly, it was just an all-round much better performance from them. And map number 4, obviously you haven't seen much or if any of the entirety of that series, but for both those two teams, sitting at 0 and 2, I believe, in their group is do or die at this stage. You go 0 and 3, you're in a tough spot. You're not going to turn that around from there. So it's a must-win for both these two teams, and we'll be heading to a map number 5 to decide who takes it away.
We certainly will. Just keep an eye on that one. I'm also just keeping an eye on what other games we've got running at the moment. And speaking of which, I believe Bravo's going to a map 5 as well. This is Avently versus Decimate. Wow. And we saw, kind of said earlier, we thought Decimate might have the advantage into this game, but who knows? It's all left up to it.
Avently, obviously, formerly Night Vibes. Trying to get something done in this series. This would be a hell of a win for them to get. Never can find one on the shade though. And all of a sudden, 3 versus 2 in Decimate's favor. 2 versus 1 as kills are traded. And Charm left on his own now. Deba and D3. Got to find the defuse. Great shots on the D3. Not enough to find the round.
Decimate. Strike first. And I think that was kind of the case when we covered this earlier, Tom. We were talking about, we were very surprised Avently had the advantage here. We thought Decimate with some of their plays yesterday were our stronger team. When you go down to a map 5, well, there's magic.
Let's see how the snipers are ringing out. It's one of those maps that they are important on, but it's not necessarily one of those that we see it as often on. I want to say when it has come down to exposure typically. Because nades and everything can kind of ring out on some of these positions. There is a cheeky angle inside of here where you can look down over towards dirt. Look at this aggression coming through. Depa's just going to say thank you very much. Extended through the B side. Pistol out from Raze, and that is just a freebie.
Oh, D3 doing really well here. Just not able to get that last bullet in. And Synergy now alone. Sees one. Not able to win the gunfight. Already going down as well. And Decimate looking pretty solid here on this S&D.
Yeah, good work. Just need to keep it up though, don't they? Let's see if they can close this one out. They'd be disappointed in themselves because, I mean, yesterday, let's remind ourselves, Bryce, they got reverse swept by Orgless. So win here today. Whoever it's against will go a long way. Decimate are a team who, again, are one of those squads who really could contest it at so many different levels, but they're just a little bit off it at this moment in time. How do they figure it out here? How do they get themselves to that next level? That's what they need to figure out.
This bomb's already going down. Alex is in a pretty good position. D3 also picks up the flanker. This is about as bad as it could be now for Avently. They will have to come through a position that is already locked down. Shay almost takes down that. They've had to back off just a few seconds here. Chaos now erupting as everybody's testing the limits of where they can go, but it's all the gunfights for Decimate.
Again, just kind of showing their prowess, aren't they? 3-0 up now in this search and destroy, and they'll be asking themselves at this position, how on earth have we let this go to map number 5? He was the one finding the 2 to finish off the round. Nicely done. Looking good. Can they keep it up though? 3-0 up. You want to close this one out as quickly as you can. You don't want teams to get that bit of momentum in map number 5.
That is the key difference. Got to adjust. Got to find a kill. Even just a confidence kill, right? Synergy and Shay. Find one. Just get your eye back in the game. Shay being aggressive here has players with him. They are now going to be working this bomb site. Few nades going down. Looking for information. Smoke up above. Shay's trying to get in position here to keep his bomb planter safe, and he checks close.
Keeping himself alive. That bomb does go down. Avently need a round very, very quickly. They Decimate. Do you wait for that player on the flank? Absolutely not, because you're full of confidence. Because you can't be gunned. Depa's found 6 in a row. Charm trying to get something done. The flank is still on its way. Raze will be able to find one. Surely the trade is there. Absolutely it is. Decimate. 4 to the good now. Avently just cannot deal with them.
Just not having a fun time. That's the difference. Everything they try here, you can see. I mean, I think they worked that bomb site really well. You know, they got up close. They got their players through. They didn't have to worry about too much. But unfortunately, post-plant is a different game entirely. And, well, when it comes down to it, Decimate are looking very, very good on this S&D.
Yeah, they look incredibly solid. Just need to keep it up, though. 4-0. But for Avently, what's the answer? I mean, Synergy and Shay both sitting with 0 kills is less than ideal. to say the least. Can they find something to bring this one back? I mean, a little bit of luck for one of them there. That'd be Ray is backed on down with a big bullet in his shoulder. Synergy can get one onto Deppa though, so that's him off his donut. And a first blood for Avently, maybe something to work with.
Oh, Kiwi almost catches him. D3 going all the way towards the back here. Might get a bit of wonderful timing and not able to get it, but gets the information. The worry now is, how does he get out of it? Oh, this is not what he wants to be. And already they're trying to get him down as well, and they do. They probably needed to give him a bit of cover there. Kiwi looking to try and get this bomb out. Does so. But still find themselves in what can only be described as the worst position.
Not gonna happen. Avently finding their round. So good job. Get themselves back into some sort of position for this game. 4-1 sounds significantly better than 5-0, but it's still a mountain to climb.
Worked well for them, but I will say Decimate, I mean, they pushed through, and as soon as they lost that opportunity to push the flank here, needed to really think about repositioning again. But they've got some rounds to burn, so it's not too bad for them.
He's looking for a pick. Difficult one to hit. The quickest of shoulders thrown towards him, and half of his health has been taken off for the pleasure. Oh, Charm's found an angle. He's found some timing. He's found absolutely everything he could possibly want. The fact he's only getting one out of that is incredible. But that creates a big question in Decimate's mind of what the hell's going on, and everybody's just going to run the shade. Thank you very much. That flank creates chaos. Really nicely done from Charmin. As mentioned, even though he just finds the one, great position to put the rest of your team in, because he sees the team pushing over. He finds that information. Everybody else can set up. Lovely effort. Lovely effort.
Just gets it locked. And the game is alive. Avently clawing their way back into this. And 4-3 feels very, very doable. Unfortunately, Decimate on that 4 points. Once you get to 5, the game almost feels over a lot of the time. Shay with his confidence. Already going towards the middle here. Haston, a player, decides not to go straight for it, but the smoke's already down, and Kill just going to the middle of the map, but he cannot get that to lock on. The smoke causing issues with the aim here, and it does mean it goes down to a 2 versus 2.
Win from Real Charm. Kiwi now left in a 1 versus 2. I was almost not even recognizing Avently finding that first round. They find the second, you're like, okay. Kiwi needs to now find a 1 versus 2 to stop 3 rounds in a row from ringing on through.
Getting their steps in. Round and round they go. All the way around the map here, and funnily enough, he's got time. If they don't, if they continue to rotate, Kiwi might do the same, or he might just... Does Kiwi know? Oh, this could be timing. This is all going to be timing. He's going to see one as well. Gets it. 29 seconds to go. This is what he wants. A kill and out. Finds a second player. He knows where he's going to be. Real Time does not know he's being chased. Kiwi is on the hunt, and it's a clutch up for Decimate.
An absolute dagger in the back of Avently GG as well. You think the comeback's on, but Kiwi finds the 1 versus 2, and it's a massive one. Charm just wants to get out of there. I think he just doesn't want to give the opportunity over to Kiwi, but unbeknownst to him, he's been spotted. The chase down comes through. And that may well be that. Decimate 5-2 up.
All they need is one more. For Avently, that probably felt like it was theirs.
Gotta sting big time. Because then all of a sudden you're at 4-3 and you're thinking the comeback is on. And now 5-2 down, you can't cannot make any mistakes, and our Kiwi's just getting some blessed timing. He's somehow able to find Shea before Reyes cuts him down. Deppa will find one back. Reyes finds another. So Avently put themselves in a position where they can win this 2 versus 2. Reyes is waiting for Naddox. Has he been chased down? Not quite. But Synergy, he's seen that one player and he's went looking for him, and Reyes has been caught. Synergy leaves his teammate alone. Now he's left in 1v2 to keep the series alive.
He's gone for the plant. I don't hate it.
Me neither.
Playing in a slightly awkward position, so they're going to probably be expecting him low or top here. They will not be expecting him exactly where he is, but can you see that player as he gets out here? It's dangerous. Already going to get onto the plant. It's the right call for them as well. I don't know if he's planted for this angle. And he hasn't. It's going to be diffused. Regardless, he just got a little bit too slow. It's always going to be difficult on that bomb if you cannot get control of the map. And Decimate take down Avently 6-2 ton.
Alex just turned to the right time, but the bomb was already defused. The final kill comes through, and that is the game. Decimate, I mean, I think they'd be kicking themselves in the sense that it goes that far. You would like to think that they get that job done just a little bit easier, but yeah, for them, managing to find the win, that is the important thing. Really, really good effort, though, from the side of... from us. I mean, look, it's one of those when you start to bring it back and you don't get it done. That's got to sting. But we are going to our very last map over on FOXTROT. This is still first block. Both these two teams very much need the win. Alright, Esports 1-0 up in this map and find themselves now 3v1, 2-0 up in this map.
Wow. Starting to rock and roll. Alright, Esports in control of this S&D so far. Well, we haven't got too much of the gameplay yet, so we're just going to let this next round play out, but a bitter battle here between the two. See, R8 Esports looking for that win.
Other games starting to populate as well in our second block. Maybe on R8 holding up what may well be on Alpha, though, I believe. I think we might be watching Abel over on that side of things as well. We're going to try and get the ball rolling. Clutch now. Precarious spot here for Abel. Alright, put themselves in a good position on the map, which I can, at this moment in time, only kind of see half of.
Just being careful. He sees him in. Wow, that's wonderful centering. Absolutely drilled the player. Sway now left in a 1 versus 3. Bit of a crawl going on. They've all left you. They're all on the other side of the map.
DK, yep, finds the kill. Noble Esports will be able to answer back. Curious if other games are actually going on. Let's have a little spy right.
I do like that feature. Really works out for us.
Which one?
The YouTube.
No, it is very handy.
Yeah, seeing every game, keeping up to date with scores. It's wonderful.
People who don't like us can watch something different.
Yeah, and for those two people who exist, they're going to have a great time. But... well, on this note, this is about to be a headbutt. DK has just said, I am out of here. Did not like the positioning. Side in a bit of a bad position. He isn't going to be able to get away with it either. Gets cut down before he can do any more, and Smoke's out. They're looking to make a move. They might go for a quick plant.
Could be going down here. Abel not in a bad position to answer to this, though, and R8 may have just picked wrongly. Clutch. Oh my goodness. Somehow finds Abdul. He clocks in a seal now. Need to get themselves in a position to defend this bomb, but the bomb is down. And Clocks is going to be somebody who's just got to try and play his life in this spot. 29 seconds.
Just wants a little check on the bomb. Because here comes the seal. All the way around the back here. Easy one. Doesn't even look for the second. Technically now on the wrong side of this bomb. Here comes the defuse. He will check this at 14 seconds. That's exactly what you should do. Easy in the end, all the way. And R8 Esports, an almost clinical round ending for them.
21 now. Still in a nice position. We've seen some of these search and destroys in map number 5s get a little more stressful than anticipated.
All right, Esports, though. Driving seat. Okay, already made a bit of an aggressive move. An awful lot of stuff going through, but oh my goodness, everybody in the doorway. Just a mess of limbs trying to pile through. All right, lose first blood because of it, Tom.
Absolute hell on over towards this side, and sometimes it can just be a case who puts themselves in the right position and get a little bit of luck. It falls your way. This first blood, Sight's going to take down Sway. And the ceiling clocks. Gonna have to now find themselves in a 2 versus 4. DK will find Clocks in a CR, just nowhere to be seen. This is a round for Abel. Very close search here, Bryce, so far. And just brute force over towards 8, working out for Abel.
Well, I'll be honest with you, it's going to be real hard to defuse from here. But a good round for Abel. These two teams seem determined to take it all the way to the wire, Ton. And who really comes out on top? I mean, if you said earlier, I would have thought might have been Abel, but R8 have shown that they're more than willing to go the distance here. I mean, they have advantage in this S&D. How do they make this push?
And just having a look here as well. R8 are sitting in 0 and 2. Bear in mind, though, they've played up against For Fun and the Vicious as well. Actually, these are games that they could do with winning. This is one they really need to win. Put themselves in 1 and 2. You still have an opportunity. It'd still be in your hands. 3-2 up still. Oh, DK butted up. Back on down now as well. Look at this positioning from Scythe, just putting the bullets in from the other side of things. So he can find one back, but it's the 3v2 in favor of Abel.
3v1. Timing here in the middle of the map. It's not going to go there well. Seal gets cut down before he can do any more, and that'll be a tie. 3-3 now between these two squads here on the last map.
Close game. Abel really bringing this one back. I said the win is just so crucial for each of these teams. If you're able, you distance yourself from R8. If R8 win it, you're both going to be sitting at 1 and 2. It's a big difference. A real big difference. Potentially. Only 5 more rounds of Search and Destroy left. Round 11? Might as well at this stage.
It does seem that way. The teams that are always the slowest to get into the lobbies always go to map 5. DK just having a casual crawl along the planks. Oh, Clock says, hey, that looks like fun. I'm doing it too, but he's got stun checked. Now he has to be careful. He's going to get out of there as well. Exactly why he backed off, by the way. As soon as that stun hit, he knew not only was more ordnance coming, but somebody might work out where he is. DK trying to get in a position here. He knows this is a good position. That's why he's not being too aggressive with it. He's hoping to make a pick.
Clock's going to have to back on down. It's precarious. Look how spread out R8 Esports are. Not a great deal of backup. Just sending players out to try and find a pick. Blade. Full spray for him. Been a big catalyst and reason as to why Able Esports have been able to bring this one back. Clock scrolls, just gets over to a little bit of an unorthodox time. Tries to find the angle. Now going to have to start getting aggressive somewhere. Sway, he can find one. Able down to a 3 versus 4 in their favor. Make it a 2 versus 4 in R8's favor. Swing so quickly, but Able can find 2 back. 2v1. And Sway's on the flank, 1v1.
Bump down. He's got absolutely no time. All he can do is defuse it. This is lost. And Sway tries, but no good. Able Esports take the lead here now in this S&D for the first time.
DK having a hell of a game, sitting at 10-3. He's the one that finds the kill to solidify the round. 4-3 now. 5 spree as well. Getting to that moment, you get yourself a Hellstorm on this map. Absolute nightmare fuel for R8.
Here comes a push. It's going to be a big push as well. Seal gets one. Sway going in for the second. They did lose a player for it as well, but Sway and the Seal really just pushing the tempo. DK all the way at the back here. There is a player so close to them, they have no idea. Basically just facing away from it. If either of them turned, they would see them.
I mean, I was about to say, yeah, DK's got to be playing his life here. 5 spree. You want to try and keep that up if you can. He was looking to try and find some picks, could not do so. Over. Told you, man, we're going round 11.
Well, you might be quite right. It does feel like it's going that way. 4-4 now between Able and R8.
What's the play? Oh, you would have loved that. Still on that streak, and as it goes, well, there's another death. Seal's nade is picture perfect. DK is dealt with 4 versus 3 now in favor of R8. So he finds another. Alright, now 4 versus 2. As mentioned, this... I mean, it's crucial for both teams, but it's especially crucial for R8. You find the win here, you keep your season alive.
Oh, shouldering here. They don't need to do much. They really don't. Giving the stick a good workout. That'll be called out. We'll start seeing some players move over. Oh, wait a second. 2 versus 3. Problem is they've got a plant. That plant is actually going down. Flank here as well from a Seal. He does get one as well, and that should just put it down completely. There will be a defuse, and that's more than enough
Convincing
to give
round.
R8 Esports the map point ton.
Yeah. Convincing round as well. One where you're able to take down DK as he's very close to that spree. Find the first blood on him as well to send yourself into round 10 with a lead. Influential moments, small moments for both these two teams that are going to make all of the difference. Alright, looking for their first win of the season. And it could be on the way. They are 1 round away from going 1-2 record. And as mentioned, that makes this group even closer than it already was.
Some pressure. Slowly starting to work this point here, R8. Players kind of wide. They don't really have the numbers to commit to it quite yet. DK is watching for pressure through the middle of the map. Right now, R8 do not want to plant. They don't have positioning. They're losing players as well.
Oh, I was about to say, Seal's a sitting duck in the middle of the map. Oh, yeah, there we go, round 11. I mean, I called it 6 rounds ago.
You most certainly did. Well, well, well. All the way to this point. 1 round is all that will delineate these two teams. Who walks away with that point on the scoreboard that is oh so important?
Sway very tagged up as they head over towards A. Abdul in a good position. All right, know that this means everything. It's a hell of a chalt.
Really is.
I don't think DK was expecting, but played just about answers. 3v3.
Being a trapeze artist in a previous life.
Nervy moments. This is a hell of a flank. It's a hell of a flank.
They've seen him. Run. Run. Get in a better position. What it has done is, take a look at R8. They're now worried about where this player is. They don't know exactly that he's backed off. So it's all burning time. It's all reducing that clock down to nothing. And they're still in spawn. They don't know where Scythe is.
It's created panic in the ranks of R8 Esports. There'll be even more panic now because they only have 30 seconds. And look who they're running into. Blade is on his way. Sway going to be ready for it? Absolutely not. You just never are. And Clutch is going to back on down because he knows that Sway has this pressure over the top. They've got to go for him. They've got to go for him. They've got to be perfect, and it can't be. Able Esports pretty much relegate R8 from playoffs here now. A 6-5 victory in map number 5. And it is a long, long way back for R8 if they want to finish top 4.
Well, well, well. Wondering how that one was going to end, and it turns out R8 cannot get it over the line. And it's weird that we kind of talk about the side being all the way on that flank. He didn't get the kills, but what he did do is burn all of the time and map positioning away from them. And at that point, you could see that we don't know where to go. We don't want to push here. We don't want to get traded coming out of it. We had information on where he was. He has information on where we are. So the issue was always going to be for them is how they bounce back. They just were not able to get control of a bomb side. And, well, that's the way that run ended.
Oh, very stressful search and destroy to finish off that series. And to be honest, Brycey, we've got plenty more to come. We're going to go for a very short break. We've got Block 2 coming up on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're heading straight back into the games in our second block, and this is Rock Esports versus For Fun EU. And at the moment, For Fun EU leading the hardpoint ton.
Yeah, looking good so far. Rock Esports. Again, never perfect, are they? And right now, they're looking like they're about to lose the map, actually. For Fun, 15 seconds away, in control of P2. One last roll of the dice. We've come in here just to commentate on Rock Esports losing the map. There you go. That'll be that. I don't think Rixel can find a way through. What a highlight from us. Incredible. For Fun, though, I mean, that's a great map one for them to get a hold of. Finding any map up against Rock is no joke, and that is going to be a series.
Oh, yeah, I mean, taking a map like that off of them. So they've got to make you feel pretty confident, I would say. The question is always going to be, can you continue to do it all the way through a best of 5? It's why we play a best of 5.
Yep.
Detain having a wonderful game, by the way. 31-22 from what we can gather from what happened during that hardpoint from the 15 seconds we saw of it, Tom.
A really good a moment that encapsulated that map, I'm being told. No, look, a really good effort from For Fun, and we'll see how the rest of that series does play on. We're going to have a little look at our groups, because there's been some results, obviously, from group Block 1 that we haven't really updated you on. Project 7, of course, beating Orgless at what feels like about 3 hours ago in a pretty convincing fashion. Decimate just about getting their win. And Treaty 1 Gaming eventually getting themselves on the board with a win up against Vitalize Esports. If you haven't seen what happened at the end of the Search and Destroy, please go and look at EasyMax's Twitter. That's one of the most tragic things I've ever seen. Actually, I don't know. Production, can we bring this up? Actually, I'm going to send it in the Discord so we can chat over this. So
oh, really putting them on it.
Well, I don't want to put them on it, but it's one of those moments that we have to chat about, because it's just it's dramatic. If we were watching it, I'd have flipped my desk. Put it that way. And provided like Esports either way will lose to Treaty 1 Gaming. That's a win for Treaty 1. A map 5 win at 6-4 in quite the circumstances. But looking over towards Group A, it was tight and still is tight. RA Esports, I think, sitting at 0-3 are Dunzo, as are Avently GG on the other side of things. MAJIN 1-2, losing out in their game up against Rock 3-0, but that is not an important game for them. The other important games for them are up against Able, the Vicious, RA, For Fun, who are currently, obviously, going up against Rock and 1-0 up.
They certainly are, and well, so we try to see if we can show you that wonderful clip as Tan has thrown it onto our production. Just very sorry, production. Tan, what do you think of the biggest surprises so far as we kind of enter the halfway point? Do you think? I mean, for me, MAJIN I thought would be a little bit higher up.
Yeah, I thought they would be as well. Still kind of starting to apply their trade as a team, to be honest. They haven't played a great deal together as far as I'm aware. To be honest, seeing Able do it as well as they are, but I mean, we said Group A is kind of wide open for any team to make a run. I mean, you would expect Rock Esports to finish first. They will finish first. I'd be astounded if they don't. How does Orgless maybe look as well? Obviously, formerly cut train from our previous season, went 5-0 in their group previously. Their group probably wasn't quite as difficult as this one is. Decimate, very good team. They reverse swept them. But at the same time, losing to Project 7 in the fashion that they did, their performance at Dallas has bled into how online has looked so far. If you're Orgless, you need to switch up something. You need to get something going, because right now you look as if a team who, yeah, probably finished top 4, and that'll be it. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, this is the point where we start talking about, you know, who's coming fourth or who's not coming fourth, more importantly. I mean, it's still a very tight kind of run for it, right? If you talk about these teams and how we can kind of see it coming down, I'll just have to double check the schedule on whether or not those teams actually play each other. But there have been stages of the Elite, as we've cast quite a few now, where it almost is already over. You know, you've got like a couple of teams who don't get a win. There's a couple of teams who are already way through. This seems quite more granular. The teams are all kind of in that same aspect. And hey, we've even got a game we just saw, right? For Fun taking map 1 over Rock. Imagine if they beat them, put themselves in a better position. It could throw a bit of a curveball.
Yeah, and we do see those curveballs happen when we least expect it. I think, you know, we can always list off what our expectations are based on what we've seen so far, and use our expertise to inform the viewers at home of how we think it's going to go. But sometimes it's Call of Duty Esports, and things happen. It's why we all love it, because unexpected results can come through that just completely throw spanners in the works. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things do break down. But this is our second block of games. Over in Alpha, we're actually going to be watching the Vicious against Able Esports. That is going to be a big game as far as teams who are trying to qualify for the top 4. Of course, we just seen the first map between For Fun and Rock Esports. That's over on Charlie. R8 against MAJIN. That's a one that MAJIN just absolutely have to win. And another win that is needed from somebody is Treaty 1 Gaming going up against Avently. Have to find that win. Vitalize, Orgless. A big game for Vitalize, to be honest with you. A step up in an opponent, absolutely. And if they can find that, it puts them right back into the mix, and it puts them Orgless in a weird spot. Decimate against Project 7. Banger. Absolute banger. Keep an eye on FOXTROT production. If we can go to FOXTROT as much as possible, that would be great. That would be a really good game.
Yeah, that should definitely be a very, very good game. Obviously, Decimate, the underdogs going into it by not an inconsiderable margin, but they're still a very, very good team. So I don't think that's a 3-0. I think there's definitely some shenanigans that will happen with the map somewhere. We'll see whether or not Decimate can pull a couple more ton.
Yeah, I think that's one of those where Decimate, how do they match up against P7? I think with Alpha they beat P7, but obviously they didn't have Aspect, they had Denza. They beat P7 at one stage, I want to say, in last season's Elite. Look, there's a lot of games. I realistically could have actually just completely made that up. But look, irrelevant of that. We'll revisit when we do actually manage to go over towards FOXTROT. We're going to go over to Charlie. We're heading into map number 2, I believe, between For Fun and Rock Esports. Rock Esports on 1-0 down.
Wow. This is certainly going to be a bit of a turn up here. I mean, a massive scalp to take if you can take down Rock Esports in a game like this. I mean, this is probably the most viewed team now going into this second Elite after what they were able to do at the Major just a short time ago. You remember, in their first stage of the Elite as well, they went flawless. So any little hiccups, any little issues, and we'll be asking, is this team got a little bit too overconfident?
Try and bring some of them back in. No, their coach won't let it happen, though, will he? He'll be getting them told. Cannot just give wins away. 4 Fun are a decent team, though. 10, Mighty, Denza, Sykes. I mean, there are names on this roster. Denza has been a thorn in Steve-O's side the majority of his career online here in Europe. Is he going to continue to be a thorn in his side whilst he's a coach? Couldn't actually believe that was the first open event that Vortex has actually ever won. He never won one as a player. Mental.
It's because yeah. So as soon as he stops playing, he wins it. Interesting.
Yeah, well.
Speaking of winning, though, at the moment, For Fun EU have a better position here. Kicks is going to try and make a move. He wants to create a bit of space so he can get this bomb down. He's going for it. So they challenge him as well. They are going to. They've seen something, and there will be a bit of a trade go through, but time is ticking. A 2 versus 2. A 2 versus 1. Mighty is getting out of there. That bomb will be planted. Will he get around in time? He is going as fast as he can. Oh, he's going to find a player up top. Unfortunately, it's too fast and caught.
Dear me. That one happened very, very quickly. And Dom is there just to solidify it. Yeah, Mighty's just like, where have my teammates gone? So Rock even a back up. It's an interesting series, this one. Real test for For Fun, who absolutely need to win more than Rock Esports to Rock out chilling very much at the top. And I suppose that's when you're one of these teams and you're kind of coming through. You're like, okay, well, this team are probably going to be first. For Fun need this win significantly more. And if they want it, can they get it? Rock Esports, step it up. They cannot underestimate For Fun here.
Careful, does it? Oh, that's a big kill already. 2 going down, and For Fun EU now very much on the back foot. No map control. And, well, Dom X finds another one on the outside. Then finds the first, but isn't able to even get away before that one gets traded out, and Rock Esports strike back in a big way, Ton.
And they're very, very handy at this map in particular. Showing their prowess here as a well-oiled machine. Just hunting together. Kicks there for the pickup. I think in his previous series had the best individual statistics as far as KD goes in his previous series up against MAJIN, so far for stage 2 at least. Consistently looking like he is very much that guy. Not like we've been calling it for 3 years, but you know, I mean, that's besides the point. Oh, Dominic not far away. This man was an absolute reaper with the scope in hand when they were in Dallas. Misses that shot though.
Dom's close to Tane is also close. Crawling among the muck. Gonna ruin his sleeves, but doesn't matter. Dom gets him down. He gets another. I'll tell you something, Rock here just winning every single gunfight. There's another one gone down as well, and Sykes was like, right, I've got one back. Oh no, there's 3 more.
No. Rock Esports just seem to have found another gear, and a gear that they have been forced to find. For fun, let's just take the first round after that. It's 3 in a row.
Oh, Rock reasserting themselves. I mean, to be fair, we have spoke about this before. I feel like we are forgetting the Rock story. In the first stage, in the first Elite, Rock basically never won a game clean. They went through map 5 over and over again. And while they got a flawless series score in the groups, it was never easy going.
Getting aggressive and has Sykes a company. So the red boss that's kicks has been taken down. Domax is going to have to back on down. Oh, that would have been a hell of a snap. Rixel now left in the 1 versus 4. Yeah, all the best, buddy. Finds one. Second, not going to foul. Then all of a sudden that would have become a little bit precarious.
Well, so far at the moment this is an interesting one, but I have been told that we can have a little look into FOXTROT, so we might have a quick skip over there, see how that hardpoint's going on. Project 7 very much leading.
Damn. This is not necessarily, I mean, I say that, look, Project 7 just beat Orgless, right? Very, very comfortable win in many different accounts. So Decimate are a team you would expect them to be able to take one over as well. 5-12 from V3 is not characteristic of his form I've seen so far over the Elite. Keywinco just trying to get something going here as well, but Project 7 running away with this one. 105 and rising to 36.
Kiwi flying out towards the back. Trying to find this gunfight, and it's not clean, but it is good enough. Bit of a mess going on towards this one. Project 7 actually picking up a little bit of scrap time here, just based on the fact that they did chow for it. 10 seconds for Decimate, but absolutely no map control. And wow, look at that. A gun line set up to take them down as the F-Dot says, all right, I'll clean house.
Just having their wicked way with them. F-Dot's really been playing quite well today. Looking great on this.
I think F-Dot is very much one of the more consistent players I see do well over and over again.
Is, yeah. And he played well on LAN as well, which has always kind of been a bit of a question for him. Well in Dallas. And I think it's not something that we haven't talked about, but I think a lot of people probably underestimate how good of a placement that was for Project 7, because coming into it, I mean, I kind of would have said, and I'm not trying to detract away from this game obviously going on, but I think Clutch Train obviously were quite easily the favourites coming out of EMEA. They were the ones that were first seed. You would have thought they would have at least made top 3 or 4. That's kind of where I had them. I thought, honestly, Rock would probably finish top 8, top 12, something along those lines. With Project 7 not too far behind them. For both Project 7 and Rock to finish 1st and 3rd, kind of showing that EMEA are in a really good spot. Really nice performance from them. Looking to try and continue. As mentioned, though, the roster has changed, and And we're not going to say for the best just yet because we like Denza. And also, at the same time, we just don't know. The evidence so far, though, for Aspect, looking good on this roster.
A bit of a push and Aspect. Beautiful transition, and well, they've killed absolutely everybody on here on P1. This is actually quite one-sided. I'm wondering whether we should go back to the S&D. F-Dot,
I mean,
absolutely lasering.
I would expect this to be a close game and all, but it really hasn't been. Yeah, let's jump over to chat. Actually, production. Yeah, like, this one's going on. This is over on FOXTROT. I told you this was going to be a good game so far. Project 7, bodying them. Anyway, 3-3. Staying on full spree. Let's bring this one back to the realms of possibility for fun after 4-4-4 for fun. That's going to absolutely kill me every single time this season. Either way, 2 versus 2. That is a bold claim. For might need to try and bring out the sniper at that stage, but a 1 versus 1 with 9 seconds to go. Esports going to struggle to get this one, but no, they are not. For fun cannot do anything there. 4-3.
I went for it. Tried to get something happening there, but Domex, who is having a very good S&D himself, 7-3. A lot of damage done as well, so hasn't just been picking up the strays. Does put Rock in the lead here, but still a very tight game between these two. For Fun EU will really want to get that 2-0 up if they can.
Two to 0 will be quite a statement, but you're never going to count out Rock at any stage. Oh. Mighty not able to hit his shot, but Domex is. Incredible work. Now Dom can start pushing forward. Yeah, he should be dead right. How on earth is he get out of this? I have absolutely no idea. Stunned up, tagged up, somehow out. Pressure coming in on the plant. Should be the trade there from Kicks. Shots as crispy as ever. 3 versus 2 in favor of Rock.
Oh. Kicks just really keeping the heads down. Not afraid to take these gunfights. And all that does is give them more and more of an advantage. Domex, oh wow, Kicks just being an absolute menace. We're going to see this in the final kill cam here, but he looks so confident in those shots earlier. He's actually all the way at the top of the statue, but it turns out. There's one. Spray transfer. Never stops firing. Down they go. Easy.
Match point in the blink of an eye. Domex on a 5 spree. Not far off the Hellstorm, which, even if they lose the round, will be a good way to head into a round number 10. If we do go there, though, for fun. I'd like to prevent both of those things from happening. The win for Rock and the Hellstorm going Domex this way. Imagine if you're playing relatively slow, you can see he's over towards the B side. Rixel tagged up in dangerous position. Isn't able to land the shots, but the trade is there. Dom can find one. Kicks finds another. 3v2 for Rock.
Well, we came back to the S&D thinking, hey, maybe this will be very, very close at 3-3, and
Maybe we're cursing.
Rock have just taken over. Oh, he might execute him. Oh, I thought he was going to execute him. Doesn't get it. Rock Esports, ton. Take the S&D.
Want a piece in that series now. Rock looking for the answer back, and they absolutely find it. Well, current champions from the Dallas Open looking pretty solid in that series and overall here in the Elite, as we kind of expected. For me, for Rock in that group, it's look. This is probably one of those games that you kind of look at and say that is going to be the one most contentious ones in their group. But at the same time, you would expect them to get through that group in first place. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how they do in playoffs, going up against Orgless, P7, Decimate, etc. Should be an interesting time.
Should be an interesting time. Speaking of interesting time, games are still ongoing, so we can jump back into some others. I believe some gameplay should be great, because there we go. Orgless versus Vitalize, and well, Vitalize is very much holding their own.
At this moment in time, they are, yes. Small will be looking to maybe forget what happened in that round 10. We'll potentially still get that one over to you, but the Pip tweeted out. Easy Mac tweeted out. Give it a look. It is devastating. Not the just the pylon. Devastating, though. That's the kind of thing I would do. quite frankly.
This is an interesting one for me because I think Vitalize have had some really good moments. I mean, we'll talk about that replay that you've requested in a little bit, but seeing them the other day as well, that was a team I told you about that also managed to get that clutch in the very, very end. My question about this, though, is are they good enough to take on Orgless all the way?
I mean, it's a long way to go, right? I mean, this Vitalize Esports team has got a couple of really decent players, but it's not easy to come up against a team like Orgless, right? Really tough. But Alpha is just about underway, so we're going to go over towards our game that we, well, want to cover. Able Esports taking on the Vicious. This is a massive, massive game for both these two teams, sitting not necessarily in no man's land, but sitting in the middle of the season, in the middle of the group. And it's games like this that you absolutely must go on to win. Looking at Able sitting at 2-1, the Vicious at 1-2. This should be a really, really decent game. Able Esports will be feeling good after their previous win up against R8. Can they continue that form into the game against the Vicious, who are not an easy team to get rid of?
Well, so far we can see that everybody having a good time here. Actually saw Baby Connor tweet out Ton saying that he's really having trouble with his stick today. Now I don't know whether that's just one of those like things that the players say, or whether he's got an actual issue. I suspect it's going to be one of the things that they just say that he's not having a particularly fun time with his confidence in his abilities, but has been pretty solid over the years that we've seen him in the Elite.
Oh my word, that is not an ideal moment for Able Esports. Keep an eye on where these nades are going. Not working out whatsoever, and the Vicious will get themselves some control. But yeah, come on, I mean, look, he's been around long enough that he should be able to try and figure it out. Seems to be shooting pretty straight at me, Bryce.
He always does. I feel like he just never likes losing. Faisal, though, I tell you something, Faisal has really impressed me. Well, I mean, great time to say it, right? Every time I see him, at the moment, he seems to be winning gunfights. On a 5 streak here at the moment. Always seems to be one of those snappy, speedy SMGs that you oh so desperately need in your team in Call of Duty.
Six in a row from him. And he has been impressive, to be honest with you. Seen him last season. Yusuf really cutting things up well for the Vicious side. They were formerly, obviously, Blue T's Lions. Kept the same roster, and obviously intend to... Well, I presume they intend to head over towards Birmingham. Just trying to stick together and make it work, which is typical. I like to see it. Heading over now towards P3, though. Have been here for 30 seconds. Enable Esports starting to get some time back. After what was necessarily... well, not necessarily a good P2. Played with 5 in a row as well. Will go a long way to getting that done.
Fight going down. These two teams going back and forth, and well, DK clears it up for a bit of time here. Keeping on this rotation battle though. Clutch looking for Faisal, and Faisal is going to be the first here. If he keeps server room clear, he's going to be very, very happy. Unfortunately, he doesn't, and now the players have to run the gauntlet. You already see that has cost them in more than one way, but BB Connor with the Overwatch managed to take them down. They've broke back into here at the moment. Connor again going for a chow, and another wonderful chow from Connor. As Connor continues, a bit of a reign of terror on the break kick, keeping his team very much in it.
He's done well. And then the rest of Able have done brilliantly to clear them out as well. About to take a lead. As the Vicious now trying to find a way back through disarray. Yusuf not necessarily having the best of games so far, but their team are very much still in it. Able Esports on the slaying side of things been doing brilliantly, but actually need to try and find some points as well. But we'll find a couple, and okay, they can continue this off. Oh my word, the snap was brilliant. The Connor was already on his way off the map. Either way, that's going to be another 20 seconds or so going over towards Able. They'll be close to breaking 100 points by the time we head over towards the second rotation.
Well, this is so far so good for Able. Very much holding their own here. I actually did feel like I was leaning towards the Vicious coming into this one. I did think it would be them pretty much all the way, but so far not living up to that expectation as they continue to try and get these points onto P1. Holding okay right now.
think I was anticipating like a close game between these two, absolutely, but I would have led in the same direction. But Able Esports weren't able to quite get a hold of all that scrap time that I was thinking they would. All of a sudden at P1, the leaders flipped from where I thought it would. 105 potentially, and rising until Able do that. There's 3 dead. Now in the really good position for in 15 seconds time where we head over towards P2. Had some great time there last time out. Can they do it again? Connor through the middle of the map trying to get something going. Kills just being traded across the board. Pinstripe kill feed. Faisal's the last one remaining. The Vicious pick up some really decent time, to be honest with you, over towards P1. I'm going to look over towards P2, and that's that kind of moment where Faisal just needs to take a step back. There's no need to just be hitting that on his own. And now it's going to be taking time for the Vicious to set themselves up to try and find the break here. He could have been the tip of the spear, absolutely, but the spear handle was well and truly behind him.
Both teams still fighting tooth and nail for this one, but Esports in the better position. So many players flying across the rooftops. You think Spider-Man was in town, but at the moment it's just the Vicious who managed to break through the front door. Looking for Syed, who's laying on the stairs. Trying to get back into this point. He has no idea where he's being shot from. Just spins and sprays. At the moment, the Vicious retake the lead, but it's not the greatest position for them, as they will be late to the next rotation.
Clutch and kill on the way over towards P3. Vicious do actually get some decent time there, though. Not quite a carbon copy of what we seen last time. It was Able. So the ones getting the job done. P3 starting to find itself underway. Big kills coming through from Able as well. That's going to clear the Vicious out. That is 4 dead. And the start of a potential very good hold. This one's been so back and forth, though, Bryce. Nobody able to hold on to a lead. Nobody able to really extend away. But the holds are coming. And the Vicious will need to find a break here. Yusuf falls before anything else happens, and maybe the pace is just a little bit too much for everybody else to be keeping up with. Kills, though. Traded across the board, Connor. He sticks the goal right there. Now Blade is on his way around. He's on his own. He can find one. Keeps Able Esports just about with a toe hold in this one. Bryce, oh, wonderful shots from Blade. 4 in a row from him, and he shuts the Vicious down.
Just still waiting for the push his nose coming, and picked up another very, very easy one on the back of his teammates. And look at the way they are holding this all the way across. Able Esports starting to look like just the better team on this map. Blade eventually going down as he hits that rotation into server room. But they will have this initial fight going down. At the moment, the Vicious all pushing one direction. It may work out. They're managing to stack bodies. DK might actually run out of bullets before he can get another kill for it, but they're slowly but surely getting on. It's Connor again. This hill was so great for him last time, and this time a 2-piece to put his team back into the point.
Can they find a way through if you're able? Again, it's just the to and fro of this game. Good shots from Connor. 5 spree for him. Oh, nearly found the 6th. Clutch is able to find 2. DK finds a way back through here as well, so Able Esports starting to get themselves in what feels like maybe one of the first decent leads of the game. 10 seconds to go on this scrap time, and it could be crucial. Yeah, DK is going to be able to pick up the final 6 or so. And that's an okay lead. Heading over towards P1 again. Scythe, what can he find? Only the 1, or not quite. No, he did. He got Connor. His dark blue's a little bit harder for my old eyes to see, Bruce.
I can tell you something about dark blue right now. It's winning. 24 points. Slightly off for this rotation, though. They will lose the initial flurry of points. DK very confident with his shot today. They tried to work this. DK is going to go down, though. While there's still fights ongoing, it's not going to be Able Esports to get anywhere near this point anytime soon.
And every single time, I just think there's going to be a lead opening up for a team. The other just batters right back. A really good hold from the Vicious over towards P1. Oh, this team so hotly contested on Den Hardpoint so far. Can they keep this pace up? The Vicious not too far away from breaking this 200 point mark, and they found the kills over towards P2. This has typically been the breeding ground for Able. Last time it was the Vicious who found the most, but can they do it here at the right time, Bryce? They broke 200 points and can win it here.
Oh, LukeFire waiting for the push here. You can see Able Esports trying to get in position. They've got 3 players lobby. 1 player coming over the rooftops, but they get in here even with the team kill. They took their time. They broke it wide open. Scrap time for Able. They will have to hold off at least 1 push. Blade's in a great position. He's going to be able to get 1 here almost. Oh, wait a second. They knew. Check the corner before he could do any more and finds a couple. DK is going to be able to try to get it back for them at the same time, but the Vicious just not able to do an awful lot here from lobby. Advantage back to Able Esports. Everybody run. It's time for P3. Advantage to the Vicious on this one, though. They will be here first and pick up the rotation kills.
So well played from Able to just about hold on to that and put themselves in a fantastic spot heading over towards P3. As mentioned, Vicious the first ones here. 27 and 19 from Syke. He's been influential. Decimate. He's been a little bit off it in this map, but he has it within him to step it up. Yusuf will find the first. Can you rebuttal through the middle of the map? But it's just so easy for Able to break on through. And they're going to find themselves 20 seconds away. They're going to find the break nice and clean. The Vicious need to find a break back.
DK against Connor. Already finds the first hit, DK. Blade will find the second. Faisal will find Blade, but it's only Faisal alive. And now they have to get a player through the middle here. It's not going to be enough. They are too far out as DK opens up his shooting gallery at the back of Dojo. And that'll be game. Able Esports take map 1. And that was close.
It was very back and forth. I don't know how many lead changes we had, but it felt like there was a lot. Maybe even 6 or 7, to be honest. It was so back and forth. Incredible work, though. They will just about get it done. And that is now 1-0 for them on our game on Alpha, as the rest of our games roll on across our 6 different streams. This is going to be an interesting game, because as mentioned, this is one that Able... I mean, if you're the Vicious, you really do need to win this. Able sitting at 2-1, trying to really solidify themselves as a team who are going to be in that top 4. If you're the Vicious, this is the kind of game you need to win. An important series in Group A. Able Esports. For fun, Able Esports. This is too much of my vocabulary, Bicey. That is just going to continuously sound like I'm taking the mick.
I think for me, it's an interesting change of pace. Right, I thought coming into this, the Vicious were the better squad. That was such a close hard point. There was so much talent on display there that I am very much anticipating these two teams really going the distance. I don't think the Vicious will be 3-0'd. I don't think that Able will be able to close it out that easily either. But while we wait for this game to get underway in the Search and Destroy, we're going to jump over to FOXTROT. I believe the score is currently 3-2 here, and this is Decimate versus Project 7. Obviously, Project 7 won that first hard point.
Pretty convincing as well from Project 7, wasn't it, when we last left it? I think they're relatively decent at this map as well. See what I can find. A lot of mid-map control here for Decimate. Just watching the cross will be D3. Sees Mythics. Mythics will put a bullet into him. Backs him down. Have to get this bomb down, but they've got 20 seconds to do here, so Project 7 will get this down, but still a 2v3. Trying to defend this is not going to be easy, especially when Deppa finds Lucifer. Mythic's now left in a 1v3. Make it a 1v2.
Oh, Mythic's not able to get that first one, though. And Decimate take the lead. Even further now. 4-2 for them. Project 7, they were probably coming into this pretty confident they could wrap it up, but SND's a tricky one. So many decisions go in, from the initial breaks to how you deal with fluid positioning for the rest of the game. It's not like you get a natural reset like in the respawns. You know, as we move the objective around.
Let's see how this one's going to unfold as Project 7 need to find a way back. Aspect hasn't been able to get anything going here in this Search and Destroy. Nadox typically has been a strong sniper as well. Death Dot is up there with some of the very best. Depper, a lot of trouble. Mythics sounds them out over towards this B side, and that just completely cuts off half of the map for Decimate. They're going to have to head over towards it. Thankfully for them, they've been able to do so. This bomb will go down. Lucifer is waiting for them. Well played by Project 7. Manipulate the map so well. They still have to pull off this 4v2 though.
Kiwi. Oh, it's going to get cut down before he can do any more here. And that's for the sniper. Problem is, as soon as he fires this first shot, never mind. Never even going to get caught. Or he can do anything around that bomb site. It will be Project 7 who get one back on them. 4-3 now. They really took them apart.
Yeah, nicely done. It was just the start of that. As soon as they cut off down that B side, just makes your life so much easier. You just have to watch one side, and then from there, nice and easy, to be honest with you. Well played from Project 7. Lucifer just sat tight over towards that backside. He's sitting at 10-4. 4-3 now. Decimate. Got to be careful here, because how many times did we see them? I mean, how many times? I mean, we've seen them get reverse swept yesterday. You don't want to find themselves.
Why have we brought that onto the
Well, I mean, you have to, right?
Yeah. That will be certainly something they remember at the very least.
One will go down. So Aspect and Code going to defend over towards the A side. Kills being traded across the board. The numbers are still here for Decimate. Can they find a way through? Good. Chal over the top. Nicely done. They bait it out. And Decimate will find themselves 5-3 up.
And just when you thought maybe they could get something there, it wasn't to be. Decimate get another round here, and they will be on map point. 5-3 against Project 7. You are right, though. Wonderful Chow. Exactly what you should do. I feel like Mythics would have definitely got one if he didn't have to worry about the second.
One more round for Decimate to tie up this series. Keeping an eye on all the games until the bitter end when they're all done. A couple of delays tonight, but we'll get through them. Don't you worry, and it may well be ever so slightly delayed. I know Jay won't. Jay and Shift won't care.
Oh, at the moment, a lot of pressure coming through. Bomb already going to be down. Mythics not able to get it. He gets taken down before he can do any more here. Aspect gets one back. Kiwi is fighting in the smoke. No idea what's going on. F-Dot in the smoke as well, and while they clear it up. They managed to find those kills in what was a chaotic environment.
It really can be. Over towards Armory. Absolute hell to pay that. It's Project 7. Will get themselves around 5-4. I just worry for Decimate if they do go on to lose the Search and Destroy, though. Heading into an overload up against P7, 2-0 down. You've got to make sure you find that round. That is continuing over on FOXTROT. Over to map number 2, Able Esports. 1-0 up and 3v2 in their favor right now here in the Search and Destroy.
Well, we can see that Connor is going to have a few issues with this one as he goes down very, very quickly. Able Esports strike first blood. And it's going to be an impressive showing for them, realistically, when you talk about, you know, teams starting to make a name for themselves. If Able can continue to push forward, get into the bracket, maybe cause a couple of upsets, maybe we'll start talking about them a lot more when it comes to the major.
Yeah, potentially. I think it gives us good insight because I think, you know, for a lot of these EMEA teams heading over towards the States for Atlanta, it's a huge commitment for a lot of these teams. Big budget's needed, of course, from orgs, etc., or just commit to yourself if you really believe in yourself. Whereas accommodation and a flight over towards Birmingham for a couple of them, maybe even just a train or a drive for people like me and yourself. It's not all that much of an expenditure in comparison to an intercontinental flight.
No, that is very, very true. Parking could be a bit vicious, but, you know,
Yeah,
it'll
well,
be okay.
you know, these things do happen. And the food, if you're American or if you're just from the UK, you accept it.
Yeah.
It is actually absolutely fine.
I feel like the Americans come over already seething. Like, oh, I hate food.
I can't be bothered. Let's go to Nando's. God's sake, man. Yusuf left in a 1 versus 4. What it's worth, I do believe there are other chicken shops available, and the one that I mentioned is very good. Hold on a second! He nearly gets a triple collat!
That was very, very close to a triple collat. Call it the Nando play if it came off, but...
Imagine the clip. Everyone's like, why is this man stuck?
Why are we talking about food? Oh, man. We're gonna start. You know what? I was gonna go on about it and start running. I'm not going to. We're going back to Call of Duty. At the moment, Abel having a wonderful time. DK is 4-0 with a 4 streak in his pocket. We'll see if they continue going through. This is just such a big game here for Abel if they can take this.
Oh my word.
Youssef, wonderful snipe. And now runs. Was not happy about staying in that position. This is making him a little bit seasick with how quick he's getting out of there.
And I think we can just appreciate these snipers so much more when they are hit. Aim assist is just no longer there for snipers. Yusuf hitting a wonderful shot either way. But still, they've given up control of A, but they're happy to with the numbers. Lady's been dealt with. DK will get this bomb down. He could do with staying alive. I think he really will. Try and play his life as best as he can. He's done well to get to 4-0. He wouldn't mind a couple more kills to get that Hellstone. Kills being found. Clutch finds one back. Yusuf in disarray left in 2 versus 2 against Scythe and Clutch. The DK didn't last very long. Clutch will find another, and this is kind of falling apart now for the Vicious disarray left in no man's land. Enable a 3 to the good.
Well, just running at the moment. You thought that maybe, just maybe, when they had condensed them down, they had an opportunity to put the squeeze on and maybe get something done. But Abel now just running the show. We did say, you know, the Vicious obviously lost their last game as well. Clearly not happy with their performance tonight. And this could be a very bad time for them.
Yusuf now starting to get aggressive. Scythe is going to get caught off guard, to be honest with you. You've seen plenty of them, couldn't do anything about it. Kill has been answered though. DK and Clutch now left in a 2 versus 3. They've often had the number disadvantage and have been able to do plenty with it. Oh, the play around the drive. How has DK got away? How on earth is he alive? Now Clutch is here to pick up the pieces. Oh my word. A 1v2 for Yusuf.
Just when you think the Vicious are in a good position done, it all falls apart. It all flies away. They went aggressive. It was a bold play for them. They tried to take the tempo of this map. But it has fallen by the wayside again, and nothing is working. There is no luck. They do need a miracle.
4-0 up now. Able Esports absolutely cruising. Can they find something through the middle of the map here? The Vicious. The snipe players have been working out for them. Nothing seems to be going their way in this search and destroy. DK is having his wicked, wicked way with them. Oh, Yusuf. Oh, the timing is just despicable. Oh, my word, that just sucks. Kind of look like my rank gameplay. It's bad timing, nothing to do with my skill. DK backing on down. Bomb will go down. 4 versus 3. For one of the first times in a couple of rounds, Able Esports actually have the numbers. How?
Blade. If he was a cat, I'd say he used about 7 of his 9 lives. Can't Connor goes wide. They're trying to back them down here, but unfortunately it's now just Connor alone, and that's another round to the good. Able Esports running the show here. An absolutely decimating run.
I mean, they're just all over them. It just doesn't seem like there's any way through. Yeah, for the Vicious and Able Esports. Want to get this series over and done with. They're looking at a 6-0. There's 3 breadsticks on the other side. What would be your dip of choice with a breadstick, Brycey?
It's just not what I was expecting.
I didn't think you would expect that either way. I'm expecting to push over towards... Maybe we'll just commentate the round and we'll get back to it. Okay, it's my fault, admittedly. Disarray. Basil left in there. 2 versus 3. Killers traded. That is it. Wow, 6-0. Able Esports. That was dominating.
It really was. Oh, wow. The Vicious being eaten alive. And not just because Ton is very food-focused this evening. Able really running the show. The Vicious just not having a good run in their last 2 games. Will we be seeing a 3-0 here, Ton? That's the kind of the question, because I feel like the Vicious might be a bit disheartened by this.
Yeah, especially with map number 1, it was so back and forth, right? I mean, there wasn't necessarily any team constantly leading the way. It was a case of, okay, we'll find the rotation, and then we'll lock it down, and then the other team will do the other. It was just so back and forth, but the Search and Destroy could not have been different. Let's have a look at how the group standings look after what was Block 1 entirely finished. Aura Esports sitting at the bottom of Group A, Rock Esports at the very top. Other than that, though, it is very much up in the air. For Able Esports, this will be a massive, massive win. I think we'll pretty much guarantee them top 4 at that stage, barring an absolute miracle. So I think for them, a massive, massive moment if they can find this 3rd map over the Vicious. Looking over towards Group B, though, very, very interesting with Decimate going up against Project 7. Both those 2 teams could be 3-1, or Project 7 could be running away with it by the end of that series.
Well, this is one of the reasons. So I asked for this to kind of be brought up because I wanted to talk a little bit about how some of the permutations of this. Well, you got to remember as well, Able Esports beat R8 all the way at the end there, so they could have been 1 and 2, and R8 could have been 1 and 2 as well, which would have really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, but didn't happen. Able Esports now taking down the Vicious would put them in a fantastic place. It would almost, and I say this very tentatively, guarantee them a top 4 if they can continue this. For the Vicious, it puts them in an absolute blender. This will be the problem they're going to have, but this is the context you need to keep an eye on here. If Able Esports pull this off, it's wonderful for them. It puts the Vicious in a dangerous position on the outside, Ton.
Extremely dangerous. Heading over towards some gameplay in a second. As the matches and maps just come thick and fast. Over to Bravo we go. Alright, taking on MAJIN. MAJIN 2-1 down here in the Search and Destroy, but 1-0 up in this series. And again, just a must-win for them. If R8 Esports can get one back up against MAJIN, then all of a sudden they're back in the mix, and MAJIN are down there lingering. Whereas MAJIN get it, they keep themselves within that touching distance of that top 4, which has got to be their objective. Has to be their objective. And themselves 3-1 down, sorry, here in the Search and Destroy. The defuse will come on through. Logo looks very clean, though, from MAJIN. I like it. Big fan. You didn't answer my question.
What, the dip question?
Yeah.
Because
you'd be like something rogue, like, oh, well, I'll have barbecue sauce with breadsticks or something like that.
Look, breadsticks. The thing about breadsticks, the thing about them is that they basically go with everything. Right? There is no right answer here. You can have sweet, you can have savoury, you can have spicy, you can have basically whatever you want.
We're not dipping breadsticks in Nutella. Come on.
Well, first of all, yes, we are. Second of all, you know, you can have jam. I'm not just a chocolate fiend, so you need to relax here. Okay. Anyway, we've got Call of Duty to come to. We can talk about our various diets after this one. Maybe we'll get you a snack halfway through this next map or something. Keep your mind off of it.
Maybe that's it. Let's see how we'll get taken down. As already Esports now find themselves in a 3v2 deficit, if you like, as Abdul now needs to find the 1 versus 3. Just very, very difficult to do, but he has a bomb to defend, so the pressure has to come towards him, but he should be flanked and is. And Twisted will find the kill. MAJIN will get one back. 3-2 now. And the retake is there. This one going on over on Bravo. Any of you who are fans of multiple different title winners, MAJIN have one on board in Legend. Actually, they've got a multi-gamer in Whalers as well, if you like. Maybe not quite at the level of what Legend did. But not many
Here's another one about this, right? The R8 and MAJIN game is such a big game. Like,
Yeah,
if R8 can win this, they can put themselves somewhat in contention for getting the top 4. If MAJIN win it, much better. It would actually put them above the Vicious if the Vicious gone to lose their game against Able. So, actually an important game, even though it takes place at the bottom of this group, an important game in the run for top 4 between them. We were questioning, though, if you want to speak about MAJIN, we were questioning about how this team would do. Some very talented gamers among them, but they have not had a great run so far in the Elite.
Hasn't been great. Need to start putting it together. Roster relatively new, so I do expect them to get better as time goes on, but again, R8 Esports are a team I would expect them to be able to deal with relatively simply. And find themselves 1-0 up after a hardpoint, that's a good spot to be in. This bomb being down, and a 4v4 is another good spot to be in. Big fight going to go on over towards P2. Yeah, Cox is just going to catch Legend. What's in the mid-map, but honestly, should have been better off just being in that back left corner. Either way, kills being traded, 2v2.
We'll see, we're having a bit of an issue here, but as this round comes to its natural conclusion, we're going to leave this one to go on its own stream as we move over to Alpha. Able versus the Vicious, a big game for these two teams. For Able, could secure them top 4, theoretically, for the Vicious to stay alive in that fight. They really do need this one, especially with MAJIN already up 1-0 against R8.
Yeah, Able really do. Well, if I'm honest, the Vicious need this more so than Able do, but Able getting a hold of it would alleviate some pressure heading into next week, wouldn't it? The final day of group games will be coming thick and fast on Wednesday. And our first day of playoffs on the Thursday as well, which is always a great old time. The Vicious looking like they're going to get one in here, and they will do so. Kind of gets it over the line. Nicely done, and Able now will have to answer back. And I wonder who is going to have the wherewithal here in the Overload. This is a really nice option here. Over towards Dojo, though. Scythe was setting himself up, but a big kill coming through from Faisal. But that's going to still be hanging around with the EMP as DK, but he just gets out, re-rotates. I like this play. Disarray is going to be ready and waiting. Disarray is dead to rights, and they may well have just juked absolutely everybody. Can they find themselves over towards B? Great shots coming in from DK. The trades are there. Is the EMP? Yes, it is. Well worked from Able.
That was certainly the way you want the EMP to move. Very, very quickly. Not really giving them the time to react. You don't have to keep making the waves of kills. Scythe trying to open the door once again here. They technically have a position for it as they line up.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Everybody in the sights. And I think that was actually Blade that got it. One of them was own teammate. You probably couldn't see it because of the kill feed, but surely they can't run this again. There's no way. They eventually stop the bleeding and they have to get away with it. Potential for a counter.
That was incredible. Big wins found from the Vicious, though. Good shots from Scythe. Isn't going to find Disarray, but he will slow them down. It's allowed the rest of Able Esports to put themselves in a position to stop this. DK knows they will know exactly where he is. And inside, it's going to attack Faisal up. He should be dead to right, and is. Good shots from Scythe, and yep, okay, the defensive work working well. Connor, though. Finding 2. Slowing it down and bringing it back to just a mid-map fight. Both teams fighting for control.
Well, this is a good position for them. I mean, with that resetting, it's not as easy here as Blade gets 2, but everybody resetting now, waiting for this positioning on the minimap.
There with that Hellstorm as well. It's going to be worth its weight in gold. Potentially later on in this game. Get out a jail free card, something just to break open a setup. And you've got to be very careful with them in Overload, because as we all know, the Hellstorm animation is about as long as the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You've got to make sure you use it at the right time. Connor, he can find 2, and he found a 3rd here as well. Connor does it all on his own, and that might well set his team up. It's only Clutch who's alive to do anything about this, and now all of a sudden, the Vicious don't have a free run, but a big opportunity to try and get a point on the board.
Trying to push through as well, but Blade holding them at bay. Scythe now coming to back up. They've managed to hold this just with the players being there from wide running. Keep running. He can't get around the corner. The man is too fast. Such athletic heels. Faisal, though, will eventually go down. The EMP back into the middle of the map here. And, well, there is potential. Look at the blockers. So I think he can win a gunfight. He's not going to. BB Connor standing strong. Second one does go down. Oh, there's too many bodies here for it. And that stops with a millimeter to spare.
Very, very close. With a minute to go. Can they find any other opportunities? Able, really putting the sword now, starting to move through. Dojo's on its way. Scythe was making the right move to potentially break it open for them. If I'm honest with you, though, it's looking more likely that a cap comes through, and it does. Able Esports do fantastic work, and they're going to get the spawn on Dojo's side, so Clutch is just going to stay here. Last player up, grab the EMP and bring it forward. Another opportunity to get a point on the board. They could be 3-0 in this series very, very quickly. Clutch can't find the last kill, but is the EMP in? Yes, it is. Sets up so perfectly for Able. They find the capture, it spawns their side, and they make sure they can do what they can. And that's a fourth on the board. That's a half-time in early.
That's what they wanted. And they've got some really good setups. I mean, you got to talk about not only keeping the pressure on, but also the fact that whenever they had bodies, they just moved. Like, absolutely took EMP control and moved that EMP across the map. I feel like some teams stall out and try to play, essentially, TDM for about 15 minutes and just continuously make kills and look for the perfect opportunity. For Able, they make the opportunity and exploit any gap they can find.
Got to be perfect, yeah, for the Vicious. But one of the problems that they have as well is that they were on the more so preferred side. Able now looking to try and a dagger to what is already a pretty depressing scoreline if you're the Vicious. Clutch dipping and diving around the middle of the map. They just need to disrupt here. It doesn't need to be anything special. But just keep doing what you're doing because it's been working out so far. Blade now starting to get something going over towards this B side. Connor over towards this back side. But again, it's just time being wasted. That's all they need to do. Not quite get it through. And the Vicious will just continue to survive in this moment. Kind of looks like he wants to try and take this over towards the A side, which is probably the best idea. Scythe, he's found 2 in a row. Able Esports just keeping a lot of pressure on this, swarming around their spawn. Clutch going to try and hold down Dojo all on his own. There's one, the second follows. Able Esports in a really good position to get another one on the board, and they should do. Scythe has to find these gunfights, or at least one of them, and that should be that. Number 5 is in. Able Esports likely closing this out 3-0.
They're also trying to set up for this attack again here. Blade's not going to make that kill. If he did, then it could have been a potential relay. So I have to find them. They're still putting the pressure. They are absolutely punishing the Vicious right now. Vicious just need to make a couple of kills to try and open it up. At the moment, it's all about one player getting to that heady over and over again. Blade trying to take down Disarray. They're trying to open it up. They've switched again. There's a big switch coming through. They move this EMP so fast. Unfortunately, it's not quite quick enough that time around. And now a bit of a backup. It's now the Vicious' turn to actually put feet to map.
You need to start doing it very, very quickly, though. 2.5 minutes to go. This is, I mean, look, with the 2.5 minutes, it's not definitely done, but not really the series I was expecting. Able Esports have been ruthless, you know. Every single time they've been given an opportunity, what was it, 6-0 in the search. They've been brilliant in the overload. Maybe they just enjoyed Den, but it's been a really good outing from Able. Kind of starting to prove that they are a team. They're a very, very strong outfit here in EMEA. But there's going to be a point on the board here for Vicious. They're going to get one back. They need 3 more.
Trying to make it work here. Horrible fight to have on your way down into that window, and unfortunately it's starting to go against them. Here comes the Hellstorm. Everybody inside, everybody out of the way. They'll have a bit of information about where these players are going as he sees a top-down view of it. All the way through, not going to catch anybody. Which way do they go here? Blade makes this. Oh, it could have been an opportunity. If Avently Esports push this, which it looks like they might do, it is going to be a very, very difficult one. But the 2 nades, oh my goodness! How on earth has that happened? And Connor to the rescue! Oh, that has not been picked up.
They've realistically got 2 minutes to get through. The extra time is going to have to be crucial. It's not going to matter. They now have 2 minutes to get full. Impossible scenario for the Vicious to try and pull off. They're going to be sitting in 1-3. Able Esports going to put themselves in a fantastic position. What we've seen that map 5. They went all the way to around 11 up against RA. They've just absolutely bodied the Vicious.
Bring this in. Push them all the way back. Connor will find a kill on the minimap, but look at the slow burn of this one. All the way in. Still finds Faisal. Not really enough players left alive on the map, though, to actually move the EMP yet.
Seconds to go. We're entering the victory parade time of this one for Able. That being fantastic. Good shots from Blade. It's actually from DK. Either way, everyone's performed extremely well for this Able Esports roster. They deserve their victory here. Brycey being very, very impressive in this 3-0.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a relaxed one for them. I don't even think they're going to worry about moving the EMP. Facial will find 2 here pretty simply. But for all good that 2-piece does, it doesn't really matter. The big score will always be the 3-0. Able Esports now move 3-1 in this group. And Clutch puts a few bullets in right at the end of the game, which is when you should do it, by the way. Don't do it early, you end up losing. But that's a huge victory. That puts Vicious in a bad position. They will be 1-3 now in the groups. Able will be 3-1. And well, Vicious's run on whether or not they can make it into the bracket is now in doubt.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough for them now. We'll get updated the group standings when we do eventually get through the rest of our games, which are whittling on over every single channel. We'll be jumping in across that in a second, but let's wrap up what happened on Alpha in this series. Convincing one in the end for Able Esports. Yes, okay, close map number 1. Absolutely, it was so back and forth. Maps 2 and 3, not so much. 6-0 raid, search and destroy, and a 6-2 den overload. We didn't need exposure or Colossus whatsoever. Able Esports, a fantastic victory for them. Other victories have went down as well. Rock Esports, felt like 5 minutes ago they win that search and destroy map number 2. They won that one 3-1. But I do believe there's still some more games ongoing here, Brycey. But a really, really good performance from Able Esports there.
Well, I've been told we're going over to the FOXTROT strain. The Hardpoint should be just starting. We get a little bit of a look at this game here. It's Decimate Project 7. And Decimate have managed to get a map off of Project 7, but at the moment Project 7 in a good position as they look for this rotation into P3. Though Aspect is outnumbered, but might not have been outgunned.
Decent lead for Project 7 already, and if you Decimate, how do you bring this back? They have really struggled in the hard points up against P7, and like, I would have thought that would be a really good route in for them, but maybe P7 are just trying to beat them fire with fire, and just raw slaying power and horsepower. In this moment in time for Project 7, this Kiwi just lines up all 3 and says, thank you very much. Don't you worry, I've got the gunny as well. And then Lucifer just answers back with 3 of his own. Were you just trading 3 pieces?
It does look like it. An absolute blitz going through here, but Project 7, this is the better position for them. Already looking for this one in Aspect. I mean, Aspect should be picking up the kill. Scrap time outnumbered and alone. He doesn't care. He's doing it anyway. He's not even giving them scrap time. He's like, hey, you don't get to push through here. Look at the kill feed. It's all Project 7.
It's looking good for them. Especially with this P4 rotation. Ethics. Those moments where you're just expecting to get that 2-piece. But Kiwi and Nadux has done well, finding a way through the middle of the map. Good shots from Lucifer. Oh my god, there is just no right to find that 3rd. 5 in a row from him now, looking for the 6th. The snapper is there for Harry today. And Decimate are feeling the brunt end of it.
Well, I don't know what happened with that one map. It seems almost a little bit aggressive. Just so many bullets just being thrown around this map here. Eventually, Decimate do manage to break back in for this scrap time. And here come the rest of Project 7. They will not let anything lie. Just trying to hold them at bay for as long as possible, and a better trade there for Project 7. Nadox is trying to get these players ready for P1, which is coming up in just a few seconds, but feels almost like a bit of a frantic moment.
How do you find a way back in if you decimate, though? Got to string something together. D3's not had a good series, won't be paying attention. That's not like him. Expect solid numbers out of him, but right now, he's just not at the races. Everybody from Project 7, though, really feeling it. 18-10 aspect. Looking like he's starting to embed himself in his new home very, very well. 19-11 from him. Lucifer 19-9. It is a smoke show out of Project 7 in the respawns.
It just feels like they're not missing a single bullet. I've always thought, for me, Lucifer, one of those players that has always been a bit underrated in my opinion. Obviously, he did change his name a couple of years ago, and that may have given people a bit of a disconnect, but certainly looking very, very handy on this map.
Very, very healthy lead in the P2 rotation alongside of it. Project 7 just firmly putting themselves as that #1 team coming out of Group B. And it looks like by some distance. Big win from Deppa. Isn't going to find the second aspect. Snaps from the comms from his teammate, and it's a wonderful setup over towards P2. You're going to have to hit outer here if you decimate, and that's just not where you want to be going, because here comes Mythics. He can't win his gunfight. But either way, FDOT is here to pick up the pieces. Already found 2. They line up 3 and 4. Third not going to be there, but still, all this time whittling down has been time for P7.
I think still doing the work here, and well, this is one of those games that just feels a bit anticlimactic. The Decimate have some sort of secret sauce to get themselves back into it. They need a break. They need to really just slow down the tempo, because Project 7, they're winning the slaying, they're winning the rotation, they're winning the holds, and of course, they're just winning.
It's just so one-sided. Maybe a Decimate. I just wonder what the comms are like, just to try and get back into this game. And the comms are, Mythics has killed us all. Ugh. Can't quite win it here. Over towards the second P3 we've been to, but they're not going to be far away, Bryce.
That was like just an award-winning play there from Mythics, but it just felt so casual. It almost took away from it. It's like, yep, there's one, there's a second. I'll just pull out the gun that I haven't reloaded yet to kill the third. That'll be fine. This is screaming 100-point club, as there is another wipe now onto the board here. Project 7 have opened the taps to full, and all that's pouring out is excellence as they put belt to ass.
Aspect 6 in a row. It has literally been a clinic from Project 7 here. They played the map wonderfully, but the individual plays have been off the chain as well. 10 seconds away from Project 7 solidifying this one 3-1 and solidifying themselves as the best team in Group B.
Well, wasn't a close game, Ton.
Nope.
Project 7 absolutely put them in the bin. Decimate, welcome to the 100-point club. Welcome to the 50-point club. And welcome to the club of, oh my goodness,
Smoke show. And that's the kind of game, kind of map, mode that I look at Decimate and I kind of think to myself, they'd be able to hang, they'd be able to do something up against a team like P7. Nowhere near them. That was as convincing as a game we've seen literally all series, all stage long here in Europe as far as Hardpoint goes, at least anyway. And for that happened to Decimate, bit of a surprise to me, to be honest with you. They did very well in the search and destroy. They put themselves in a good spot there. The overload, okay, we didn't get to see it, but it didn't go their way. Project 7 in a fantastic spot though in their group, but we will be keeping an eye on how those groups are looking once we have all of our games up and finished. But I believe there's still a couple more to go, Bryce.
There are some of these games still underway. I believe we've got an overload on the way on Bravo that we should be able to jump in and take a little observe of. And well, R8 Esports, they are currently in the lead by the look of it.
They are in the lead, and they are one apiece in this series. Things are not working out for MAJIN so far. I really did kind of, because look, Hibernations, which is kind of off this roster, that had the team obviously in the previous stage. Well, I mean, I don't go as far as saying they were solid, but you know, they were finding some results. They had some potential about them. They brought in a player like Legend, who has played in the CDL this season for Vancouver Surge, of course. Now back in amongst challengers in EMEA, trying to ply his trade here. The step from a different title is not quite as simple for some as it is for others. And right now, he's just not finding it easy in this game in particular. MAJIN are not finding it easy in challenges at this moment in time. All right. 1-4-1 up on the good side. So an opportunity for MAJIN, but 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. 4-1 down. Still doable. Maybe not anymore.
Well, so interesting about this one, to be fair, is that if I remember our permutations right, if MAJIN were to win this series, it would put them above, obviously, R8 and Team Vicious, then 2-1. But if R8 win it, it means there'll be 3 teams on 1 and 3. So it will be a bit of a fight for 4th. So technically, if you're the Vicious fan, or even the player, you're kind of hoping that R8 take this.
It would put a cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, wouldn't it? Alright. Looking fantastic here in this overload. And it really does question what's going on with MAJIN. I think they've lost to Abel. Let me double check. I'll double check who they've lost to, actually, Barcy. I'll do you favor. But they went on to... So they beat For Fun in a 3-1 series. Lost to Abel 3-0 and lost to Rock 3-0. Okay, well, fair enough. Abel and Rock are sitting first and second. They beat For Fun. But you've got to be beating R8. Because then all of a sudden you're bringing yourself and Vicious onto 1 and 3. R8 to 1 and 3 if you lose to them. And it's going to be a 3-way fight next week for that 4th spot. Makes our jobs nice and easy though, Brycey.
Well, actually, we would kind of prefer it that way. Actually, it's really nice. But obviously, for the players, it gets a bit more stressful here, especially if we start talking about tiebreakers, which, just so we're aware, we will not be doing until we get the admin nod next week. Because
do you know what I mean to figure it out now?
No, I do not, Ton, because I've seen you do this before, and normally it's all up in the air, and we need time to make sure we get it correct before we tell everybody at home how it's going.
I mean, this is just, again, one of those games in Overload that has been over for a little while. Imagine just... I think it is, especially for a new team, it can be one of those game modes where it's hard to just initially get it, right? It's a difficult one where you just need to have trust in your teammates, and right now, MAJIN just don't seem to quite have that trust with each other. Asil, he's found a few. Sway, Clocks, Abdul all played very, very well in this game. 32 and 14 from Sway is impressive. And they're just keeping them at bay now. This one has been done for quite some time, a minute to go, but already Esports are going to take a 2-1 lead into map number 4.
So far, so good. I mean, this is them just kind of stretching their overload a bit, and I expect what might also be the issue is obviously just overload being not a completely different game mode like that we've had before, because obviously, you know, it kind of speaks back to some of the other game modes, but it definitely plays differently. Even as a veteran of the series, it is difficult to maybe keep control of this map sometimes if you haven't got that teamwork on absolute lock.
It's difficult. 25 seconds to go here. Alright. Cruising in this overload. Something. But either way, alright, I'm going to be taking the lead into map number 4. MAJIN needs to turn this around. All of a sudden, I think we're going to have a 3-way tiebreaker at 1 and 3 heading into the final game next week.
Well, hasn't been written quite yet. This could still go the distance, and if what we've seen so far in the Elite is any kind of way of thinking about it, it probably will. So,
probably.
We'll see how this one goes as it goes long, but interesting to see how these teams are running down. I've even seen a little bit of a tweet come out from some of the players in the Elite, one of them being very confident about how well they were shooting in that previous match. So, high vibes for some of these winning teams.
excellent games from the boys today from FOXTROT, and rightfully so. I mean, really, really good. Especially to get one over on Orgless is the big one. Yes, to beat Decimate. I think if you ask any of the P7 boys, they'd have said that they thought they would. To do it in that fashion, though, was quite the same. At 250 to 44 on that Colossus Hardpoint. That's a big one. And to be honest, pretty convincing up against Orgless as well. P7 looking like a different beast, looking like the team who potentially are going to challenge Rock and go all the way. Going to be really interesting to see how playoffs really do start to turn out when all these teams have figured out exactly what they're doing. We still need to figure out who's going to playoffs, of course. We're going to have a hell of a time trying to figure that out next week. But yeah, still games to go today. R8 could really throw a cat amongst the pigeons if they can close out this series. We're heading into map number 4. They're 2-1 up, right?
We certainly are. I think for me, when we come down to it, it's always going to be about not only who gets into those top 4, but where the seeds go as well. You always want to be flawless. But before we go too deep into this, we have a couple of games remaining here in EMEA in Block 2. But while we wait to get those lobbies running, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite EMEA. We're jumping into another game here. This is Orgless versus Vitalize. Right now, Orgless are 2-1 up in the series and 33 points ahead as the score is wonderfully about that ratio of 3.
It's pretty close, wasn't it? I like that. Either way, Orgless 2-1 up, and as expected in this series, Vitalize Esports showing some promise in absolute fairness. I think Small, you know, we did see that clip on Twitter, and I don't want to keep going on about it, but I wanted to caveat that with he's been really, really impressive. To be honest with you, every single time we've been on board with Vitalize, he has kind of been that player to watch. Looks like he's got a little something about him. So let's see if that can continue. I think to also caveat the clip that everybody's seen on Twitter, I think it was like 15-8 or something along those lines. So the boy who's putting up numbers in the search and destroy just pulls off the 1v2 to send it around 11 and just got the map, which is never ideal.
We
we've all done
we
it.
might have a chance to show it actually after the end of this one. It is in the system now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Smith. Do apologize.
Well, we'll get to that after this one, of course. Vitalize still very much fighting for their life here against Orgless. And technically, Orgless definitely the favoured team into this matchup, but the Hardpoint at the moment slowly slipping towards a tie game as Vitalize do hold this Hardpoint.
Nice spot, 40 seconds to go. It's not from Smallers there. Cobra dealt with. And finding onto Brezzy, the rest of your team are here. 2v2 on the site. Brezzy will find one. As it can find one back, but Brezzy finds a second. Incredible work from him. 3 in a row from Brezzy and Orgless. Now in control of P2 and on the right side of the map for the rotation to P3.
Brezzy being a bit careful. So it will be Melko who finds one. Almost finds a second with some good connection, but isn't going to be enough here. I was going to say scrap time over to Vitalize, but they actually leave it to kind of solidify this one. Linz is alone. Not going to be able to find too much for it as well. Vitalize doing a really good job of killing up anybody who tries to make a move over towards this new hardpoint.
Oh, anything he could have done with winning that one over towards the backside. But where's the call out come? Ava's had to jump out, so now do the rest of Orgless trying to find a way through the front. They're trying. Ava is here to try and pick up the pieces. Kills are going their way. Linz can find 2, but that is going to be that. The break does not come. Vitalize still with the lead and 30 seconds to play for here. Another stab at it if you're Orgless. To the top are going to give them a little bit of onus. They'll fancy this through the window. Alco finds one into it. Fendi finds a second on Ava. They're definitely going to find a way through the window in a second, but Small finds 2 of Cam. And Vitalize hold on again.
In such a wonderful position here. If they can find a quick break, if they can break the back of Orgless on this, they will take it to a map 5. Finneal towards the back. That's a massive win by Melko. But players everywhere on this at the moment as that hill is popping. Melko going to go down as well. And look at this. Vitalize have managed to spin it very, very quickly. This is exactly what they wanted here. Cobra out towards the back. They'll be looking for him as well. Already taking a couple of bullets. Reinforcements streaming in from Orgless. So they get everybody out towards the back of that spawn. The problem is this is burning time. It's burning points. They now have to go into the blender. Everybody inside.
Can they manage to do anything with it though? And Orgless just about holding on to these back spawns, but still Vitalize continue this pressure from the front. Cobra will now get the trophy system down. And now Vitalize, what's the option? Have to meticulously make your way through, but only 15 seconds or so remaining. It's about the rotation over towards P5. The spawn's over towards the back now, and Orgless have read this. Linz on his way. A little bit of mid-map control is going to be the objective for the 2 players. Still inside of the point from Orgless. They'll start to rotate over towards that, and over towards Dirt we go. It's about a 20-point game. Vitalize trying to shove this through a map number 5.
Brezzy pushing this out so well. Hear the Hellstorm as it whistles through the air. Everybody getting away with it, and well, it didn't even slow them down that much. It has put them a little bit out of position. Melko, though, will find one on it, and Cobra's now coming to reinforce. They're trying to stay alive as they fight every single direction. A huge fight in the end will give them the advantage back onto this point. Vitalize will hold the lead.
Yep, huge moment. So now you can start to set up through the middle of the map. 3 players down low here for Vitalize, so you've got to be careful, especially since you've lost Avo up top. Break for Orgless is inevitable unless the gunfight can somehow go your way. Small can find 2, but it's not enough. Cobra's the last one remaining. 15 seconds. Pretty much put it as a tie game here. If Orgless can hold on to the majority of this as we head into a 3rd rotation. What a game of Hardpoint this one's been since we jumped in. Frankly, if this goes to map number 5, let's just concentrate on this one as best we can. But honestly, Vitalize starting to try and find something in this game. Up against Orgless, up against our champions in Stage 1 of EMEA Challengers Elite. And Vitalize are really putting it to them. Isaac trying to stay alive over towards top mid. Brezzy and Koda starting to try and find something. Kills just been traded across the board. And right now it's Orgless in control.
Cobra looking for his second. We'll find it. Another Hellstorm causes Orgless to take cover. And this is the issue with some of the early game. They lost an advantage. Melko goes high, but hits nothing. And for all that good gameplay, for all that positioning and kills they were making, a Hellstorm disrupted the flow.
Good time here for Vitalize. Now the rotation over towards P2. Brezzy. Time the first. He's going to be on his own. Pretty much for a few seconds. Here comes Linz though with the cover. Brezzy's still surviving as Cobra's going to get taken down mid-map. Small has to do something here. 38 kills to his name. And plenty of time still remaining. Linz though with 2. And that could be some really good time for Orgless. Time that they need. They've got the spawns for P3 here, Brezzy, but 40 seconds still to go P2.
Brezzy. And now Linz has found that most of his cover has slipped away. Cobra just trying to hold off the deluge of players heading towards this point. Knows where they're going to be, but he's alone and can't get a good trade going through it. Vitalize could take the lead back off the back of this one. Doesn't matter, already going to be cleared. Everybody's now looking towards P3. Brezzy is heading there at speed. This is a 1v1 for the point. They're going to get some reinforcements in. You can see them now coming for him. Evo's got one. They've held them at bay here, and now reinforcements are coming through the window.
So difficult. Oh my word, Orgless. You're in a great position to put yourself out of sight, and now all of a sudden it's a hard break. But to be honest, Vitalize don't have the numbers here just yet either. Isaac needed to find 2. He's found 4 in a row. Small on 40. Isaac sitting on 32, and the spawns over towards his backside. Game clock could come into this one. 40 seconds remaining. Vitalize can win it here. First kill comes in for Orgless. That's going to be traded. Can you find a break?
They're looking for it. Here we go. Big 1v1. Oh my goodness, he gets it.
They're just about holding on.
Two-piece.
Malco's found 2. Vitalize still inside of the point. I don't think they can quite win it here over towards P3. Rotation has to be there. But Vitalize are going to be the first ones there. Orgless have to punch through and run across the entire map if they want a chance here, Bryce.
I don't think they can do it. They're going to leave. They are literally just running out of the point. Unfortunately, this is so far away. It's already going to pop. Linz kind of wants to go through the front door, but it's dangerous if he does so. He's in for the contest. The rest of them trying to pile through. Linz will find one. He finds a second. They've got 3. They're going to go for it. Open another flame from Avo from the back here. He gets 2 as well. Linz is throwing everything but foul language at this door as he tries to reload. More players now streaming in. Everybody rumble as this point explodes. They're still alive. Somehow, Orgless hold.
If you are Vitalize, you have to not panic here. One good push is all you need. Isaac will find one around the back. The rest of the team starting to find a way through. Brezzy very weak. Small will find one from the front. And Vitalize going to find the break. They've done so. It's Small with 3 for 48. A 3-point game. And we're going to map number 5.
Oh, and just when you thought Orgless had it, just when you thought that they had performed a miracle in that hard point, it was not to be. You have to give credit to Vitalize here. They split the map. They hit the different directions. They made sure they had the opportunity to break back in.
What a way to end that. From the word go, when we jumped in with this hard point, it was just, again, so back and forth between some of these teams. And for Vitalize to be sending themselves to a map 5 up against Orgless. Look, they may well not even go on to win this. But this is proving a couple of things, that Vitalize are a very competitive team, and also that Orgless are still faltering here. They have not been able to bring their A game. We do often say when it comes down to these group stages, it's not the most crucial time to bring everything you need to. We always expect Orgless to be able to qualify, but they need to be playing a lot better than this if they want a chance to go back-to-back, Bricey, because right now it is not looking likely.
Well, I mean, it is an interesting one. Like I said, I mean, they made the kind of almost a hero play to go through the front here. You saw Linz trying to do so much work very deep in that point. They managed to clear it. Then they got 2-piece. Then they got a bit of back spawn. Then there was just players from every single direction, and they didn't know where to shoot. Once they lost a couple of trades, they had to try to get back into the blender, and they had no room for error. But map 5 is where it'll be kind of determined, and that's really all that counts.
Yeah, ultimately. I think it's realistic that they could potentially do something here. And I think for Vitalize, you know, you look back to something potentially they could have got going in their previous series, didn't get it done. An opportunity here, though, up against Orgless. A massive, massive opportunity up against Orgless as we head into map number 5.
Well, we'll see just how they're getting on with this one, but we'll see whether or not they walk away. If not, it is just such a big scalp for Vicious. It really is. We'll have to find out just whether or not they can make the moves they need to. I have been impressed by them. I mean, I was saying we impressed, but I was going to say while we're waiting for this map to load, we could we could show that clip.
No. Poor guy. I mean, they've just forced it on map number 5, so I suppose if there's any time, then maybe now is the time. Look, we'll see what's happening. We're going to be jumping over to another game potentially shortly as well. I know production are working on things in the background. We'll be jumping into something very, very short.
Yeah, we certainly should do as well, but just trying to find out exactly where everything is currently sitting. But while we do that and wait to find out what's happening, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's time to jump into our Map 5, eagerly awaited, and long awaited if we're being honest, but Vitalize versus Orgless. We'll throw it down on this map for one winner, because that's all we're giving them.
Well, here we are on the 2 versus 3 and 2 versus 2 now. Marco Brezzi. Small left on his own. He's coming to check it. The call out would have been there, and there's the kill. I'll play from Small again. Vitalize find themselves 1-0 up.
That's what Small wanted. One of the easiest kills. I'm not even sure if Melko got a bullet on him. Just when you thought they might end up losing that one. All good in the end. Vitalize take first blood in the S&D.
Vitalize proving to be a strong roster. Maybe just need some polish somewhere. Because they seemingly do have the talent. I'm waiting for the push happening over towards B, and that push will be coming through. Sniper is there, and well, Orgless might just choose to not get involved in this. Oh no, Smallzilla will get aggressive. 3-0 from him. Infinity now just trying to get some information over towards this A side. Orgless have had to back down. Threat of the sniper, the kill from Small has forced their hand. Infinity in a precarious spot, but Orgless still searching for something, unable to find anything. 4v2 in Vitalize's favor. This is flawless, Bryce.
Oh, unbelievably flawless. Vitalize are moving with consistency and chemistry around the map. And Orgless don't really have an answer. Very big scalp if they can take it down.
A huge scalp, to be honest. It puts them back into the conversation. As we kind of mentioned, for them, sitting at 1 and 2. Hey, what, they found their win up against Avently, who I believe are still sitting pretty low down. Destroyed off Decimate. Just about beaten by Treaty 1 Gaming, which Treaty 1 Gaming needed to find. If they can find this, and sit at 2 and 2 after the first week, be a hell of a turnaround. There could be a few of these teams that... I mean, put it this way, if Vitalize beat Orgless here, Orgless are 2 and 2 as well.
Oh, that's...
Decimate are 2 and 2 at this moment in time as well. Oh my word, Brycey. Next week, Group B, is it going to be a head scratcher? Avo, another first blood. Vitalize just cannot do anything wrong right now. Melko can answer back, but back's against the wall here for Orgless. What a shot that is.
Oh my goodness, Isaac. They don't have bomb, but they have control.
Problem for them, though, is do Orgless know that the bomb is there? I'd like to think so. I mean, that is just a free angle to find if you're Infinity. You've got to be asking the question of Melko, and the answer is there. 2 players found, and now Isaac has to try and, well, retrieve this bomb and do something with it in 30 seconds' time. Sees one up top. Good shots. The snapper is there. Could do with finding this kill. Isn't going to. Does have the bomb, though. I just don't realize... I don't think he realizes how much time and space he actually does have. Oh, he's going to take some shots on the way over towards B. He knows he probably has to challenge something. Seen on the cross. Difficult position. Orgless get around back.
Wow. Melko to the rescue. Vitalize. A little bit of a missed opportunity. Obviously, they wanted to kill in towards Blow, but once they didn't get it, Melko said, all right, I'll have the second for free. Just when we thought Vitalize might go 3-0 up, ton. That bomb being in a bad position really cost them.
Yeah, it's one of those positions. I mean, the snappers, as you see them from players like Isaac, players like Small, it's giving them opportunity. Trevor system on overtime. Melko on a 4 spree. Brezzi finds the opening blood. Smallzilla answers it back immediately. 3 versus 3. Might have found a gap, and he has done yet. Small. Just a little too active. It's caught with some bad timing, and now 3v2 for Orgless, trying to get themselves back into this Search and Destroy.
Bomb going down. Player waiting for it as well. Melko is going to be here. Melko goes down. 2 versus 2. Oh, Infinity could have an easy kill here, but no! Player jumps over his sight. Eventually does pick it up as well. Now down to a 2 versus 1.
2 HP. Gets away. 1v2 for Linz.
Sees one. What does he do here? They might go for this defuse. They have 2 players on it as well. Almost a great shot. Isaac is going to win that gunfight somehow. Oh, Linz is going to be devastated. That felt like enough bullets to take him down.
I think they were put into Infinity, to be honest. It was one of them that managed to live on 2 HP just outside of shop. I think it might be Infinity again. Is he the one that takes the bullets? Yeah, he is, and then backs on down. Then Linz thinks he can go for the Chal. It was Isaac who actually just snapped back into it. Sorry, it was Infinity. He was just on the bomb the whole time. How on earth has he won that gunfight so easily? You were right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, I cannot believe he's re-chowed there. Oh my goodness.
Over towards A we go for Vitalize once again. That's a Hellstorm. That is a Hellstorm. Elko's going to find one in Infinity. I believe that's coming in from Vitalize. Does not hit anything, but has it give them space? Not really. Elko's going to head over towards A. Good shots from Isaac again. Isaac. Still looking for some shots here over towards the side. 3 versus 3, Bryce.
Bravo. Oh, doesn't overcommit, but will get cut down for it. 2 versus 3. Smozilla has been seen as well, and everybody just throwing shoulders all over the place. They've gone for a bit of a fight. Isaac will get 1. Will not get the second. Is now weak, running away as quickly as he can, but he doesn't really have the time to do this. Health back in, new magazine, back into the fight. Almost has to be a bit reckless here and just go for it. Knows where Cobra's going to be. This is a player over the top. They're just going to keep playing with this. Will be shoulders all days, and down he goes. Good one there for Orgless.
Yeah, really big win. And the thing is as well, Vitalize calling in the Hellstorm. So they get a hold of the rounds. The other team waste and entirely burn their Hellstorm for nothing. And that is going to give hope over towards Orgless, who, oh yes, still behind, but only by the 1 round. 3-2 to Vitalize. Orgless get 1 back, and a crucial one at that. 4-1 would have felt extremely difficult.
The trophy's out. Not really committed to it quite yet here as they try to work it. Okay, just checking nobody's crawling around the corner here. Passive from Orgless.
Good spot from Brezzy. A little bit of information. Hasn't had the best of series. Linz has just walked up the middle of the map and gunned Infinity. Small A is there for the trade, as he should be. 3 versus 3. I mean, how are you getting caught out like this still? Orgless is just playing passively, and Vitalize are walking straight into them. More kills being traded. 2 versus 2.
Bomb down. This is the long flank. So the problem Vitalize might have here is time. Especially if they get in a gunfight too far away from the bomb side, as Cobra almost drills one. Brezzy also behind. I mean, there's bullets in both players. Neither have gone down, but time burning.
Creates the question for Vitalize, though. They've got to be careful of their flank. It's something they're going to be thinking about as they try to retake the site. 15 seconds to go. The smokes are down.
Run, Brezzy, run! Oh, he's been caught. It's now 1 versus 1, but that bomb is being defused. He's got off it. Oh, he's got the gunfight. I don't think he has time.
Doesn't have time. I think he knew there was only 8 seconds left and he's on the defuse. But I think, like, in that moment, you just have to stick that to give yourself an opportunity. I don't think he gets it for what it's worth. I think Linz just goes and checks that. There's just no way he loses that round. But there ain't no way you're winning it if you hop off it either. Keeps his streak alive is all I would say, but I don't think a 2-0 is really offering you a great deal to think that a Hellstorm is on its way. Have a little bit of information. Seen one, didn't see the second. Slow, methodical push here, Bryce, through the shot, but feels like Vitalize have had a little bit of the wind knocked out of their sails on these last 2 rounds.
Everybody feels a bit more tense this time around, Tunt.
Smoke it and plant it. He's really, really aggressive actually with the line that he found onto that, but the smoke gives him the cover. And the info wasn't there. This is going to be all on the flank, really, for Orgless, unless they can find the fights to the front door. And Cobra's going to be back down. But all 3 players who are from Orgless on that side of the map have just went straight through. They've got control of the site. Vitalize have to get engaged very, very quickly. 1 player apiece is dropped. 3v3.
He's hearing everything going above him. So many bullets flying around here, but Orgless walk away with it. Prezi almost looked a bit bewildered there. But Orgless now have taken the lead in this S&D.
4-3 now. Massive game, this. If Vitalize can find this, it really does open up the theory that Orgless could not make playoffs. It could happen. But Cobra's found 3 in a very crucial round, and it's 3 back-to-back-to-back rounds for Orgless now. Been tight ones, though, haven't they? Nothing has necessarily been going their way simply. 4-3 up.
Prezi making a move.
Just a bit of information gained by both 2 teams so far, the Bryce.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the kind of the stuns raining in have slowed them down a bit. I mean, right now Orgless are not setting this up for a push. They just don't really have a way forward. Now they're committing a 3rd player. You already see the trophy down. We're just going through it. Prezi trying to get into a better position, and he's used that opportunity to get this bomb down. That's what they want. Nobody challenged so far. The trophy does its job of keeping players off him as well. Prezi will get out. Just.
Flank play has pretty much been rebuffed by Cobra. On a 3 spree, he wants to continue that. The smokes are out from Vitalize. They're going to start getting aggressive. Ava just gets a little bit of timing on the lens. And how is that going to break wide open? Ava will find a second as Prezi was able to answer back 3v2 in favor of Vitalize. And they just defuse. They just jump on it.
Just to defuse in the face. Well,
I didn't even notice. And I can see it.
I'll be honest with you, I thought you'd do the thing where we don't call out ninja diffusers, because I was like, no, it's being diffused. Yeah, it's been a while, I know, but there was just so much smoke over the place, they thought, hey, why not? Well, 4-4. Ends with 5 players alive that round.
Oh my. I mean, the only positive for them is that Cobra. Well, he's nearly added a 4th to his 3 spree. And I'll keep an eye on this flank, and 1 player on Vitalize is well quaking in his boots, wondering where he's been shot from, and Prezi will be wondering the same. Small will find another 9-4 from him now. Smokes down. Oh, he's actually in a little bit of trouble with a trophy in his hands. He's in a lot of trouble. 38 HP, just trying to survive. Linz has walked into the site and dealt with your bomb planter. 3v3.
Heavy flank here from Cobra. Heavy flank. Oh, the timing.
Had to recover that.
He's been called off here, Cobra.
He has done. And I wonder why, because Orgless have not stopped him planting this. They're surely going to get aggressive onto the site. Look at the positioning here. 2 of them up top. They've forced away the players, Vitalize from the top walkway, and that's put them in a really precarious position. Isaac just needs to stay alive as long as he possibly can. Small infinity drop. Izak left in a 1 versus 3. Orgless. Series point.
What a retake from them in the end. They managed to get bodies in position. Nobody holding up top rail was the issue, because they had to look 2 different directions and try to watch over the bomb planter as well. It just lost one place they could be exploited from, and that's what happened to them in the end.
And I think that's maybe why he was called off that flank, just the sense that Orgless had control at the top walkway, and it's such a crucial position. If you're up there, you can drop down, you can wrap around. There's so many different directions you can go, literally without the team who are directly underneath you even seeing. Very, very difficult to deal with. Orgless now on the attacking side. Cobra, 4 spree. Starting to pop off, I should say, when it has mattered. Oh, Small's going to be a little bit of trouble here. They lined it up. The trophy system should do its job and does. So that's a little bit of utility wasted. And from Orgless, Vitalize have got to take the small wins here. They need another round to send us to that round 11.
Pressure now mounting. Orgless looking to mount something through here. Lynn's actually trying to take a little bit of cover behind those, so we can't get wall banged if they check this. The bomb is now going down. This is not the best from Vitalize. They don't have full control. Smoke out, but Infinity grabs him on the way out. That's much better. They're going to do it again. There's no way they're going to do it again. Malco is wise to it this time. Down to a 3 versus 3.
Look at the flank. Look at Cobra through the middle of the map. That's going to be massive.
Oh, there we go. Spinning Cobra finds one. Looks for a second. Smozilla almost catches it in the teeth, but not quite. Cobra still alive. 2 versus 3. 20 seconds ago, Linz will now call this one out. Smozilla is taking every bullet in the game, but not dropping. Now he does a 1 versus 3, and Orgless will not let this go quietly. They do take the S&D on map 5, but it was not clean, and it was certainly not fun for them in the end. We don't get that nightmare scenario in this group. Orgless put themselves in a much better position, Ton.
Oh, that was scary for a second. And honestly, I kind of do respect going for the ninja once again. Well, it's not even a ninja. It's just one of those moments that you don't expect the team to come and check that bomb. But Melko, very aware of it after they did it previously, gets that gunfight. And from there, it's really, really difficult. A wonderful, wonderful flank coming through from Cobra, which pretty much seals the deal. Orgless will get the win, but far from fault this week. It's one of those they'll look back on and think we need to absolutely improve. Maybe heading into next week, of course, playoffs is pretty much guaranteed at this stage for them. But they need to be a lot better than that. They cannot play like how they have over these last 2 days in playoffs if they want a chance to go back-to-back here in EMEA.
Well, lots to work on, Ton. That's the big takeaway. Fortunately, a little bit of a break now, so they can. And something, you are right, a reflection really needed for Orgless. That could have been a disastrous week. Could have been 2 S&D rounds. Could have put them in a nightmare scenario, because they would have also had the lost the tiebreak on that one. But let's revisit the groups as they currently stand. We are going to be missing one of the games here, but that will continue on Delta. At the moment, we can see Group A, Rock Esports. They're doing it again, Ton. Flawless so far. Then it's Able Esports, who had that big win earlier on. Fourth Fun EU is currently 2-2, and everybody else stuck right now, 4th, 5th, and 6th as 1 and 3. On the other side, though, Group B, Project 7 Flawless, Ton.
Yeah, absolutely flawless. They were fantastic. You've seen a couple of tweets on the timeline from some of their players. Marky B now coaching over there as well, and they seem to have found a different height with aspect in that roster. And they look a different beast, to be honest with you. They looked absolutely fantastic today and across the last 2 days. I really do want to give a small shout out to Vitalize Esports. They've entered a couple of map 5s. Look like an impressive team. I would love to see them do something here. Treaty 1 gaming up against Avently, I believe it's going to be played over in Delta. That will continue. We'll figure out what's going on with that next week. But irrelevant of that, Vitalize have shown some signs of life. I've been impressed with what I've seen from them. Of course, Evo's been around for a decent amount of time. It's curious how that one's going to end up. But either way, Group B is going to continue over on Delta, of course, with that game between Treaty 1 and Avently. But Group A and Group B, for the most part, have concluded for the first week of Stage 2 of Elite.
Certainly is. Well, it's been a wonderful time here. Some close games, some upsets, and some that have thrown a few questions into the air of how this group does end. But EMEA is wrapping up for its Stage 2, Day 2 games, and has really set the brackets alight. But if you're thinking, I just need a little bit more Call of Duty, well, North America is Coming here in just a few minutes, actually. The North American casters are getting ready, and so are all the players, Ton. But what's your biggest takeaway from today in EMEA?
It's how good P7 looked, to be honest with you. I think that is a real big statement from them. Orgless need to step it up for next week. If they even want to make it in a good spot in playoffs, they could have a very, very difficult one.
They certainly could. I think so as well. I think, P7 and Orgless are going to be the kind of the curious ones to see. But hey, that's all from this region. We've got to make way for North America. So keep tuned if you want to watch that. But for EMEA, we will see you next week. Have a good time.
for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
My
Boom
God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Welcome back to COD Challengers, now in the North American region as we start to get into make or break day for a lot of squads here in North American Challengers Elite Season 2. A lot of marquee matchups on the docket for today as well, Jay, so it does feel like it's not necessarily do or die, but you want to do before you die, I tell you that much.
Yeah, you definitely want to do before you die. And for the Huntsman's sake, for a team that lost 2 Game 5 yesterday, day number 2 is massive. Because we always know, Al, we say it every single time. You start off the elite stage 0-2, your day number 2 is the most important day throughout your entire elite stage. You need to make up for the loss that you had in day number 1. So when you take a look at the schedule, every single one has opportunity to be a banger.
Yeah, it really does, and again, no confusion whatsoever when you've got Death by Cabal and For Fun and Fellow and FaZe Falcons. It's a lot of names, put it that way, a lot of names that we're going to have to kind of tally and keep a track of as we go through the entirety of the day. Again, we have all 6 matches happening at once on the YouTube side of things, so make sure you head on over there and pull up your favorite matchup. For us, looking at the group standings, like you had mentioned, Huntsman 0-2, but it comes after a handful of Game 5s, both of them going Game 5. Everything else, though, at the top of Group A seems to be particularly interesting because Bush Gaming and Omit Brooklyn find themselves both at 2-0. And then on the bottom side of that group, Cabal and Fries in the bag, kind of a must-win situation as they start to move through their day today, Jay.
Yeah, Fries in the bag. The only person I definitely know, I know everybody on that lineup, but Gunless is the guy. Like, the fact that that guy always consistently finds a way. I see him all the late nights playing with Haggy and rank play. Unfortunately for him, he goes 0-2 in day number 1. Had to instantly have a bounce back.
Heard that. For our first matchup, though, in terms of what our primary focus is going to be, we're going to be taking a look at that P7 and Huntsman matchup. For Project 7 Notorious, they find themselves in a very comfortable position early, 2-0, but only having dropped 2 maps so far has been great. Diamond Con joined up with Afro Beans and Eric Boom. So you've got 3 players who are trying to essentially, well, 2 in particular, trying to get back into the league immediately. Eric Boom was kind of on the backside of some unfortunate situations near the end of last year. And then Diamond Con, who I would say has been one of the more consistent players across North America, whether it's in Challengers or filling in the CDL roster. He's looking for that extra little bit of wave to get himself back in the league as well.
Yeah, DC, I feel like he's always in and out the league. He's always a great option for teams that are struggling, and he's always consistently found his opportunity to go back in, but now in Challengers alongside some guys who just stepped down from the pro scene a couple weeks ago. Yeah, you take care of business on day number 1. I got the chance to watch Afro yesterday. He's just back into his bull jive, Allen, where he's just getting every single kill on the map. So Afro's him again.
Yeah, I heard that. Here's a look at our best of 5 series layout. Scar Hardpoint to get us kicked off, followed by a double dose of Den. Black Heart will be there for map 4, Raid for the Search and Destroy. And for Huntsman, this is just about kind of killing the boogeyman from yesterday and just coming out with a brand new day here, right? Like, just not being in a spot of being down early, having to play recovery after map 5 affairs all day yesterday. And we're already kicking things off with Project 7 Notorious already in the hardpoint for now. But Huntsman is finally getting their first couple of kills, working on map positioning first.
Yeah, they're setting up the split push. You already have white wall pressure. You have pressure as well over to the backside of Delhi. So you're trying to isolate P7 on the opposite side of the map. Renegade clears out towards blue. So now the map has flipped on its head. And Huntsman in firm control of P1 for now. You can already see DC hitting a route. P1's a one-on-one. Everybody else climbs out of that kill feed with the one-on-one gunfight. So P7 get the break.
Yeah, looking solid, at least for right now. Over towards P2, the focus is going to be here for Huntsman. Eric Boom overwhelmed as this hit is looking really significant now for Huntsman all of a sudden. Renegade on a 3-0 start is looking for more, but finding tags from all over the place. Cannot find the player up top. That's DC. Rispy will be able to find that elimination, though, and Renegade can keep working on these potential streaks.
Yeah, he's going to hold down this blue position. His teammate's going to spawn right behind him as well. And for P7, they didn't even want to try to contest from green side. Everyone was trying to funnel through the middle of the map to make the chaos keep on brewing, but now they have some stabilization on the map. Huntsman trapped over towards blue side, rallying with the stuns and nades, trying to get an early break after Johnny finds 2.
Well, not going to happen here for P7. Eric Boom off the spawn, able to find one that will set up at least the entry point to potentially contest more this time, but Huntsman do have the high ground playing on the staircase. That's trying to be worked on right now by P7. Great nade from Renegade. Able to take down 2, and then the pop-off after the regen for Dimensions should have this completely wiped out. Beans able to at least get 1 for the effort, but this scrap time is looking good for Huntsman, and you go towards rotation, and Renegade's 1v1 the win there has Huntsman feeling good.
That's insane to see, like, the development of a guy that came from a completely different title. He's one of the best to play the other title, but just how fast Renegade has started to understand Call of Duty. And 9-2 in the map, number 1. He knows that the Huntsmen are feeling the pressure. After going 0-2 in day number 1, but a 10-2, 4 in a row, finding kills off rotation, and is single-handedly holding down the better side of the map for his team. He's popping tape.
Well, so far, things are stabilizing for P7. Looking to see if they can find a way to win the middle of the map back. Nice shots by Beans, shut down though by Nemi. And Renegade will now have all of a sudden Huntsman with the numbers. And Eric Boom, who is playing the time, does not have the ability to contest this plane heading. So he will drop DC over the top. Nice shots for 1. Has to do more than that though, and Huntsman once again with the numbers, able to at least keep things mixing in a tie game.
Yeah, and now they flip the spawns as well. So if you are P7, you got to get aggressive with these kills. Try to flip them towards the back side of opposite green. You're at least splitting in the kill feed for now. You do get the close spawn, so P7 at the right time are the aggressors. Now Renegade has to value his life towards the back, or if it can get close.
Well, Renegade is able to find 1, so that will block spawns out just a touch here. P7 still trying to hang from the front. Renegade has slipped away, though, from Afro. Finds himself a different corner to work on. Eric Boom not able to predict that, and how could you follow up? No, not there. DC's pistol will get the shutdown. Spawns, though, still blocked for now. No one actually spawning in means every single gunfight from here out is going to be an important one. 30 seconds to fight for. Johnny able to take down 2 from the front. 1 more over the top. Renegade not quite able to find the shots to get the initial elimination, but eventually is able to track things down, and Huntsmen are in control.
Yeah, in control for this final 20 seconds. And now, with only 15 seconds remaining, you have to start to work off the rotation. Renegade going to take his sweet time to work through Motel. Everybody else on the side of the Huntsman going to work alongside him, but have a little bit of a lead, up by 1 to 2 points. With P7 on all the map control to make up for it. As long as they traded out effectively on the backside of Deli, but Rispy's still alive, and now you're in their face.
Well, next every single gunfight here, an important one. And it's an even exchange to this point. So now we take our focus over towards the hill itself. Eric in some trouble. Push from the front, starting to gain some momentum here for Huntsman as they find the first 2 picks. Beans is trying to hold on to top window. Feel like he has to dive on into the hill, and as he does, he gets overwhelmed. Pinch now from the front. Good read from Renegade. Able to turn and find another elimination. Help from Johnny top green. Will put a little bit extra pressure here to P7, who's trying to manifest a break, and they're going to find some success by way of Afro, who does get up and over the top. 15 seconds with a scrap time, not insignificant, and that means that Johnny's elimination will have him continuing to play for spawns and seeing if he can find a way to get this scrap. It looks like pretty good.
Yeah, it's a big one-on-one window from Eric Boom to secure the P1 side towards blue. Because that's where you want to be. A 5-point difference after our first set of HPs, but at least for now, P7 are controlling the parts of the map that they want. They just need to win this first phase of fights, and it's Afro flying through mid. Deli cleans up 2. That's all 4 dead. Now you have them trapped towards green.
Yeah, really solid stuff there for Afro. Not done, but turned away by Johnny. Beans now over the top, just trying to make sure the route stays safe and seeing if they can keep DC tucked and covered inside of P1. Eric through shops, pressured, looking to work on a bit of a route. Knows he's got Johnny over towards his mid cut as Huntsmen are trapped right now, spawning behind green. Great angles here for P7 as they take back one of their first significant leads since the opener.
Yeah, they're locking this down, man, and now all you got to do is get this trade on the player. The hard point, DC already in the right position, just not enough ammo in the clip. Doesn't matter, Beans is able to effectively find that trade immediately, so a dominant P1 there from P7 Notorious. Trying to chain it over to the P2. You need gunfights to go your way, but it's Nevi finding the first. DC responds with 2, though, on the pinch, so you're still making this one scrappy.
Yeah, really scrappy at that. Every gunfight here for P7 gives them a little bit more space on the hill. DC's only able to take down 1, though, so Huntsman will have a lane of opportunity to hit from the front. Nades and stuns up top are starting to land, and the flank is made safe. And you really can't afford to just sit back if you're Huntsman on the same angle, but the time is running a little bit low here on the hill to hit a route. Johnny's going to give it a go, but you lose dimensions from the front. Johnny falls in the back, and now P7 have this game completely in their control.
Yeah, P7 have been able to manage every single time a playmaker on the side of the Huntsman tries to work that pinch. They've had 3 different guys off the respawn do it, and they've all single-handedly gotten cut down. And now you have no time off of P2. P7 notorious with the experience, with the play that they had there. With just a 5-point game at the ending of that first set of rotations. And now they're up by 100. So Huntsman, tall task ahead, but at least you're in the position you want to be for P3.
Nice nade from Afro. Lands before the trophy system gets down by Rispy. And he's in some trouble here, just trying to dance with the hardpoint time. And he will drop quickly. Huntsman now trying to get some success around the back. Decent from Johnny to get 1, but the trade is significant. And now it's just down to can he find a way to stabilize. Shots from Nemi are decent, but likely not enough. As here comes the pinch from Afro at mid, plus the pressure from the front. Afro timing here allows him a chance at 2, but only takes down 1, so Huntsman are still alive and kicking.
Yeah, even though Huntsman haven't had the spawns they wanted, they've been able to soak up the majority of this P3 time. Try to keep themselves into the mix. At an 80-point game, but Eric Boom with 3 gives all the map control back in favor of P7, or at least allows them to be set up early over towards a P4. But this is where Huntsman is starting to get aggressive with their kills. 2 players from P7 all the way across the map. That's now going to be 3, and it's all on Eric Boom to just value his life back here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Just the leader's advantage is just too potent right now. Huntsman have to play perfect hardpoint, and they really need to start dominating the kill feed to push some of this out, and that will help. Afro in the back has given away his position. Some damage is in, makes the trade simple for Johnny, who still has eyes on this rotation around the back. Renegade caught at mid, though. That's not great news. It's not to mention with an AR inside the hill. Has to respond to the pressure from all angles, and he will drop. Break is in right now for P7. Numbers still decent for Huntsman on the quick repitch. Can they find a way to trade this outright? Johnny, Nemi, that's good help. 1 more around the back. They know that someone's nearby. It's Eric Boom, but the pistol doesn't work. And now it's just on to Nemi, who's low on health, but still takes the 1v1 to keep Huntsman alive.
Yeah, wins the one-on-one, and the fact that the Huntsman were able to thrive through that chaos. Responds to back and forth for both teams. Still keeping yourself in the mix. Now you have to do the difficult part, though, of getting a break here at the P5. You're finding a lot of space, though, through the map to basically trap P7 towards the backside of green. So they're in a tight setup. You need all the gunfights to go your way, and at least for now, you split.
Yeah, tough scenes. You just have to dominate something here if you're Huntsman, and they're not able to come away with likely enough. It's not as of yet. Next fight over the corner. Rispy's able to stay safe and close. Renegade over the top, shut down by Beams, who gets more damage into a couple of other contestants from the front. 240 to 151. Truly desperation time now for Huntsman, and it's all coming in piecemeal. Although Renegade's double, make it triple, it's going to be enough to get Huntsman in from the front. But again, 20 seconds here. You still have to play for rotation from P1 to P2. You only give away 8 seconds worth of time. This is a tall mountain to really climb right now if you're Huntsman.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of comebacks, though, on a map like Scar. If you can do the same exact thing P7 just did C1 to P1 to P2, you can close out this game and basically steal this map #1 away. But they just keep on chipping away, and look at the kill feed. 3 for 1 special. Only need 5 seconds to close out the game.
Yeah. And it's looking like it very well may just happen here on P1. Johnny keeps the game alive a little bit longer. There's a full wipe, so Huntsman can, again, just stay on the hill, but that's the name of the game. They have to stay on and find wipe after wipe. Try to get them going over towards P2. Contest is in. Afro finds himself on the hill. He scouts out the inside of shop. Hardpoint open for now. 28 seconds to fight, and P7 will find the last kills that they need to get those final points and take map #1 with, I would just say, honestly, just a great second rotation of hills.
Yeah, that's all it was. It simply just came down to the second half of that game. 2 hardpoints that were the truly difference makers, because P1 you get full 60'd on. You're expecting them to be early off the rotation to make up for the P2. But when you're laid off that rotation, now you're banking on some of these long routes to lead to the break, and all of those are consistently getting shut down. It forces you to keep on funneling one by one through green side. and P7 Notorious just gunned you down. They were up 5 points, Al, before we got to that second rotation P1. At the ending of P2, they were up 97 points. So without question, that was a turning point of the game. And unfortunately for the Huntsmen, no matter how many kills Renegade was able to find and all the damage Johnny is able to put down, just not leading it any good time there. And now you're 0-1 again in another series.
Yeah, hardpoint time, hardpoint time, hardpoint time. Nemi also not having a great game doesn't really assist in the effort, at least not fully. So, okay. Not terrible, but not good enough. And we, again, have all of our matches going on at once right now. So we will take a look to see how DBC are doing versus Bush. So far, decent start through 2 hills, but looks like Bush have some good control here over one of the more difficult hard points to break in the game.
I promise you, every time you see a former CDL pro get knocked out in the challenges and you look at that scoreboard, he's most likely popping Tate. Abe sitting at 12 and A, already 20 engagements on the map, and we're only at P3. The guy is moving and grooving, but Bush right now currently find themselves down by 5. Death by Cabal have a full rotation here over towards P4. Bush right now looking for the opening, and they can't find it to the front.
Yeah, at least not as of yet. You get a chance to contest. Manny, decent pinch, shuts down one, waiting, head on a swivel, pushes himself up into a corner, and that's enough for him to actually get the response. And the read on the Dak, nice shots from Wake. That will now lead to a lead swap. Bush still in control of the hill with Abe on a potential pinch. And this is, I think, what a lot of people would have expected to have seen from Abe. The ability to float, to kind of go a little bit rogue, do what he wants to do. He had a great day yesterday, and he's already off to the races here as he's able to shut down more of this setup by DBC.
Yeah, that's a really good break out of Bush to just commit their numbers to the front side, knowing that they had the advantage to bully their way in through the time, and then even better to withstand all the pushes coming in from Cabal from so many different angles. They couldn't even touch that P4 once Bush got in. Now they're up by 35, going over towards the P5 with Cabal winning the rotation again, but they don't have any top mid control, so this is difficult.
Yeah. Just fish in a barrel in a lot of ways, but Rex is able to find a couple of decent shots onto Abe to push him off the angle. And meanwhile, Vic's in a really good spot to kind of make safe the pinch. So now you've isolated pretty much all these players by Bush. Abe's able to give you 2. Manny in some trouble here. Predicts on to Wake, and the shots are perfect. And DBC are able to hold with 30 seconds to fight here on 5.
Yeah, that was good plays right there from Death by Cabal. You usually don't see people hold down these 5 pushes from everyone playing down low. And that definitely threw Bush off guard there, because when you take those long routes, you're expected to be contested, but no one contesting you through top mid. Catches them off guard on the setup, so a phenomenal hold here from Death by Cabal on the P5 to let me take the lead right on back. But again, this is where you're going on the reset, and mid-map control is everything. And now they're like kill people. Damn.
Yeah, I'll say. Good gunfights here. Dak now on 4 in a row. Hardpoint neutral for now as a couple of nades will start to dissuade this setup by DBC. Awakening's double. Now pushes Bush a little bit further up into the action. Tough battle with an AR, and Awakening is not able to do too much with it. Rolo trying to follow. Good damage was inserted early, but no, nothing to follow. And DBC now have full clearance on the map, plus extra time to soak here at 1.
Yeah, now, you know that Bush went 4 dead cleanly. With one more wave of kills, and all this P1 time potentially is going to be ours. Dak is able to find 2. Proload effective on the trade, but Dak locates 3 to still maintain that mid-map control for DBC. Now potentially the chance to chain it over towards P2 as they're winning another gunfight.
Yeah, this is big right now by DBC, but the nades are starting to land. No trophies in play. Abe in the corner. No, not able to find the better of Vic. Easy trade for Awakening, though. And now it's just down to getting a read where these last couple of DBC members are. Dak is playing through mid. Pops on out, takes a couple of shots for the effort. From the front, 2 players now stacking to the trophy, keeping this setup safe. Nice pre-fire from Dak. Takes Awakening out of the picture. Fire now on the corner, trying to contest, pushed out, but Abe's got his back. Bush now still in a position to continue to contest for this with 35 on the clock, but finally, DBC win the gunfights that they need. And now it's just down to, getting under the time, but Awakening gives you 3, and that puts things back in the challenge again.
Yeah, Awakening gives you 3, and still Dak here trying to contest it, trying to hold on for DBC, but Prolu off the respawn is able to locate 2. And this is where you could soak up all this time if you are pushed. One player from DBC is going to fall behind, and you are going to be aware of this. That's why Fire is getting aggressive on the opposite side. Awakening and Abe are able to lock down all these kills. DBC across the map. Bush Gaming can chain it to the P3 now.
Sure could. It's Manny who's in their way. Help is trying to get here for DBC from the front. Manny able to find one. Really, really nicely done to get extra damage. Awakening with a pistol, able to find at least a little bit of response. Dak now on the corner, trying to find the entry with the SMG. A little bit of trouble locking things down. Now low on ammo as the help is starting to come in from the back. Still though, DBC can just keep jumping over the top. They've got nades to litter the back door, and they're going to hold it in from the front.
Yeah, you just keep on following. Because you know all of the bush spawns are going to be towards that back door. All you have to do is take care of the one guy working on a route, and this time it's going to be Abe. He's able to find a Semtex kill. He's able to find a kill with the SMG. He's in a position that he wants to be. He just needs to find a trade onto Manny, and Abe almost single-handedly gets the break there for a Bush, but a little bit of teamwork leads to this final 20.
Yeah, really nice stuff there by Bush. 24-19 from Abe. We'll talk more about him throughout the night, and maybe how he was not served properly in the role that he was fulfilling while in the league on the league's worst team. Hey, SMG in hand, trying to pinch this with Awakening and Prelude. That will work out, but there's still one in the back. Spawns, blocked at the moment. Actually parallel in the back right now at the moment. And I don't know if you're Bush, if you get a full read on this. Luckily, Abe clears things out. Another double for him. And he seems to think that he knows that Vic's playing in the back. A couple of shots will make Bush aware of this. And that's an opportunity for them to reclaim the lead.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hold this down, but Death by Cabal already showing pressure over through Solar side. They're around the back. They find the opening kill. Fire is also going to fall to the hands of Dak. Even though Abe finds a double, it turns it into a one-on-one, and Awakening is able to win it. So Bush had the lead change. One player from DBC spawned out. Everybody else from Bush is right in the vicinity to find these last couple of kills. So a beautiful chain from Bush, from that ending of P3 to the P4 to take the lead right on back. But we got to come back to Alpha Allen because this match is way too much, just like this one.
Wow, okay. In some trouble here. Doesn't really get into the corner that he wanted to. Johnny's able to find a response to the initial first blood. He's able to get some health back, but a great nade from Afro. Now has Rispy kind of up creek without a paddle, and that will be an easy follow-up, and P7 will take the first round here in the search on Den.
Yeah, that helps when Afro's able to find a double frag kill right onto the site. Once we jumped in, we saw it was a 3v3 with the bomb being planted. Beans gets caught. This is Afro with the frag. Able to heavily give them the numbers advantage and then isolate onto Rispy to close out the round. This was the game mode yesterday for the Huntsman that caused them struggles. The reason why they are 0-2. I saw them in 2 different game 5s out where they were up 3-0, led up 6 rounds straight to 4 Fund and Fellow. Then you were down 5-2 versus Stallions Black. You win 3 rounds straight to force around 11, and then you fall short. So I know they're definitely feeling the pressure, not only to get a win underneath their belt, but a search and destroy win underneath their belt. And that's not the ideal start you wanted.
No, not at all. But we got a lot of rounds in front of us. He's trying to snipe once again. It's risky for first blood. He's looking for more. That is an overheat. Maybe had an opportunity to try to double up, but didn't have the help of his teammates. Beans once again not able to connect, and he's on the scrambles. He's got the bomb in hand. The Huntsmen are trying to push him down, and they will find the kill that they want. So now up to DC, 1v2. Good luck.
Info, the bomb is also going to be down as well, so more difficult task here for DC. But the timing might work out in his favor. Renegade's going to come back and throw a shoulder here, or is he? They're just playing tight in towards this capture point.
Stun lands. Renegade trying to snipe. DC taking the nade. Huntsman trying to push him forward. DC gets a read, has an SMG to work with, finds the first damage onto the second, but not quite. Decent look. Decent look.
It's scary there, but Huntsman able to tie the game. Rispy finds the first blood. He trade out effectively over towards the speed side, and then the 2v1. I thought DC's nade was unreal right there because both players were weak by that, and DC has the heavy advantage. But thankfully, Renegade able to rejuvenate his health a little bit quicker, and he's able to get the trade to tie the game up. Back to the offensive side they go. Nemi with the boomstick.
Beans looking over specifically at top hole. And this push from P7 not going to work out defensively. Beans once again not able to connect with the scope, but is able to find one back with the frag. Plus, okay. Nemi locking in the authority right now. And a really good read on the route from Beans. That hits absolutely perfectly. And now Huntsman up 2-1.
Yeah, it's good stuff from the Huntsman. And the offense will just be ready for potentially an aggressive play through the middle of the map. So the blind counter on there and leads to the first blood. You isolate Eric Boom over towards B. As Nemi finds 3 kills with the sniper on that round. But once you turn it into a 4v2, Nemi single-handedly is able to locate 3 and get the round done there for Huntsman.
Yeah. And these opening picks, not that they've necessarily given you the outcome of the rounds to this point, but for Beans, I'm sure he's feeling a little frustrated that he hasn't been able to hit one of these many opportunities with the scope. And now he's in trouble once again. Stunned to pop off behind this. Eric Boom will be caught in a corner, but no push up here from Huntsman. They're happy with mid-map for the moment.
Yeah, and look at all the space that Afro takes away over towards the safe site. So he's giving a comp to his teammates. This is crystal clear. If we can get this objective planted, but Renegade spots him on the cross. So not as clear as you thought it was going to be. Got to be prepared for a fight. And Afro invests a smoke grenade just in case Huntsman decide to send it.
Well, Afro only able to get 1. Eric right there fully healthy on the trade. And that's enough for P7 Notorious to back off for just a moment and reset with the 3v2 numbers. And also, keep in mind, they've got the 8-bomb in their control. So they're going to go for the plant and put the numbers and the clock now in their favor.
Yeah, just don't force any one-on-one gunfight. He's able to get information. Might be a little bit of a stare glitch there. Maybe the player from the Huntsman is going to drop 15 seconds already right away.
Ooh, good shot from Renegade. Can't finish the kill, though. And he may have missed his window onto 1. But Dimensions, once again, able to find Beans. Time becoming an issue. DC, tough angle from outer roofs, is able to get some damage and slide away. 18 seconds to go. You've got to hit this quickly if you're Huntsman. They're able to find the first. Can they get the second? Eric able to find damage. Can Nemi get back to the bomb in time? Yes, he can. And Huntsman will successfully retake.
Yeah, even with a man disadvantage there. Great plays out of the Huntsman. To clutch up in the 2v3. Renegade and Nemi working side by side. Understand the setup. Somehow, someway, are able to isolate that first gunfight onto Beans. That forces DC to be in an uncomfortable situation. Because then if the double slide happens towards Black and he's put to half health, he's forced to back down. And instead of being aggro on the opposite side, if you're Afro, because you spot both players cross towards outer, you play it slow, you try to play the game clock. And unfortunately, DC gets caught, and both players aren't that weak to get a double. Huntsman clutch up on the round, now up by 2.
Yep. That's a massive swing right there for Huntsman. P7. You need to try to get something back here. Rispy looking to get aggressive. Smoke covering most of mid-cut, and Rispy will find first blood. It's instantly traded, though. We'll go 3v3. Really not a lot of opportunity to get onto the bomb here, and a route from Eric will make sure the rotation through mid is kept safe as well.
Yeah, he's just going to make sure all the stats are controlled now. Beans is supposed to just be scouting for info over towards B side, but he gets caught. And the Huntsmen aren't going to waste any time. You also get info onto Eric, but the Semtex sticks Johnny right in the forehead. 2v2, 40 seconds.
The nade cooked over towards mid won't land. Eric and DC are working this from Dojo side together. Nemi still curious and cautious about the flank. Oh, and Renegade may not have seen a little bit of info right there. Oh, it doesn't matter. Nemi's got it. He's on 7 in a row now. Easy follow-up from Huntsman. And Dimensions is maybe just a stun or assist away from finding a Hellstorm, which could put this map out really quickly.
Yeah, it's a beautiful bounce back here from Dimensions. Because map number 1 throws up 1,700 damage. Didn't get a kill until he's about 0-9. Yeah, this is what your team needed you to do. Especially in this mode that was your backbone yesterday, or you were trying to have it as your backbone. It costed you in all of your series. 0 for 4 in this mode. But if a guy is on 7 in a row, 8-2, and having this much of an impact with the sniper, yeah, he might have been the answer we were missing yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. So he is a whisker away from a Hellstorm. And he may have just missed timing to pull the trigger onto 1. But look at the quick action from Huntsman, just taking away the map so quickly. Rispy does get traded. Dimensions is still trusted to lock things down by himself at B. And it may just come down to COD timing. Misses the first opportunity and will try to back away. The hunt is on, and he's going to try to hold his ground here. And it's not going to work out. Afro finds the angle.
Yeah, so no Hellstorm now. Back pocket for the Huntsman, and Johnny just tries to catch them slipping as soon as that objective gets down. Gets caught. Renegade now left in a 1v3. Every single spot is being scouted. Being just throwing his shoulders, able to find that final kill. So P7 able to stop the bleeding for now. It was 3 rounds in a row on the side of the Huntsman, but when you find the first blood, when you take all that map space away, or at least find an effective trade on that first blood, you're able to get that bomb down at B and play your post-plant setup for free.
Yeah,
4-2
and you're doing
now.
you're doing it without the scope all of a sudden with beams. And
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of a response to the Huntsmen are running at us. So if we're not hitting those shots and stopping them from playing with that aggression, we need to have the extra gun up. So that seems to have been a pretty dictated call. Although, looks like Beans does have the recon in hand off this outer start. DC gets a connection on a stun check through mid. And Johnny is watching the play around the backside of rooftops. That's a first blood and an exit. DC does see the crossover to the B site, though, and that may mean that for P7, we either need to commit on this long wrap to isolate, or we need to track back quickly.
Yeah, but this is just one of those situations of the Huntsman. Like, Johnny gained all the information. There was multiple players working the pinch. We can't be hesitant on getting this objective down on the opposite site. Because when you do, that's when you give them an opportunity to try to even up the numbers, and the frag makes it a 3v3. Now 45 seconds to go. Johnny finds another impactful kill on the round. Man up again for Huntsman.
Yeah, this is looking really nasty right now. Here comes the 3-man hit towards A. No one home, so it should be a free post plant. And we're setting this post plant up. Looks like maybe kind of banking on Dimension's position, but now you lose him. And yeah, because of where this bomb is planted, you kind of have to play the Crew Dragon. Good read from Rispy. Is able to give some separation now between Eric Boom and Johnny, where the clock can be his biggest ally. And
I don't think
whoa,
either player
timing
spots
may have
each other.
been missed, yeah. And Eric's gonna hop. Johnny, quick on the spot, finds him for free, and Huntsman find themselves on map point.
Oh, yeah, shout out to Johnny, man, because he gets it all done for the team there. Gets the first blood, gets information. 3 players are working the pinch. And when we're hesitant on a bomb plant towards B, finds one off the rotation through the map and the biggest one to close out the round. Eric Boom just had no info. And the longer time you wait, trying to locate where he is, the easier of a round it's going to be there for Johnny. So Huntsman now at game point.
What's the call here if you're P7? Nemi? Oh, misses DC just barely over towards top hole. But look at the space that Huntsman once again are able to grab. Rispy trying to play contact over through Dojo. Sticks himself right in the middle of the smoke. He's been stunned. He's looking for shadows. And how about that? He finds the backside of Eric. That's first blood. Nemi also able to hit. Tags over to Beans, make this very simple. And that is about as good as it gets from Huntsman. Legitimately, every single round that they won looked so good, so convincing. And that's going to be a really quick response to the hardpoint loss on Scar to kick this series off.
Yeah, and that's got to be a fantastic feeling to finally get a search and destroy underneath your belt the way that they did, man. That was dominant. And I also love, like, the play style of Rispy. He's not afraid to be the playmaker. I can get first blood, instantly get traded. I've already done my job, but when he's able to finesse like that through a smoke grenade, single-handedly lock down that B site, you give it the bomb plant, that's cool. But if you're able to find 2 as soon as it gets down, yeah, it's GG on the round. Great plays overall from the Huntsman. Phenomenal snipes from Nemi. So many big plays out of Rispy in that first blood category. He's able to find 4. Al,
Yeah,
that's
sick.
insane. That's insane. Good plays out of Huntsman.
So they'll ride the Nemi scope and the first bloods from Rispy to a very comfortable Den search and destroy win. We'll stay here for the overload, where we'll find out if this P7 Notorious team can continue to do what they did on Scar, which was really control the map flow in Hardpoint. Obviously very different circumstances with the overload, but they were finding really convincing kill feeds right when it mattered most. So we'll come back to that once it's ready. For now, but the third ball in Academy green. Kind of looking at where both of these two teams are at the moment. Biggest thing here is, you know, for Falcons Academy, they find themselves at 1-1, but the ball is 0-2, only a single map win right now. So they are desperate to find a series win to get themselves a little bit of separation in Group A.
Yeah, just to give yourself a chance of potentially making the playoffs.
Yeah.
If you walk a ball. So, got to be thinking if we're already taking that opening hard point. We have an opportunity now to chain it over to the search and destroy. All tied up at 3. QK on 3 in a row. Aluka on 2. Academy Green are going to be on the offense, working the objective over towards B side. Aluka with the SND is trying to be the aggressor. Is going to be spotted. Is just going to try to send it. He finds the first kill. Does not find the second, though, but it's a 2v2.
Yeah, it's a trade for QK. Gets us to that 2v2 as mentioned. The bomb is down in a pretty precarious spot. Flames is the one actually going to work on the long pinch. KB aware that this could be a potential, but ooh. Yeah, as I say, he does just catch Flames on that route. Seems like Flames is aware that he's been seen, though. So he's just kind of toying with this Cabal defense, and now QK is here to join him.
Yeah, but the bomb's still down over towards Solar side. You try to play the mind games if you want, but you stand no chance of winning this round if you don't get the objective planted. And with time starting to get away from you, we have to make the play now. Both players from Cabal are going to be stacked over towards window, and QK and Flames might run right into it.
Oh, almost able to find 2. Trade should be there quickly, and it is. So Cabal respond with a round by elimination just as soon as we jumped in and saw the same against them. And honestly, that's just, you know, the timing to find Flames changes the dynamic of how that round plays out, because Cabal's now said, oh, hold on a second, we need to double up together here and make sure we keep this flank safe, and wouldn't you know it, eventually that 2v2 is just enough on Cabal's favor to get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, and they didn't rely on any timings there. They were more than willing to just play the 2v2 retake situation if it came down to it. But we're just banking on Falcons Academy Green to make the play. Cabal now has the advantage again. Back on the offense. Look at how aggressive Falcons Academy Green are getting through the middle of the map. He takes so much space away. Luke is able to spot one, but it's Flames for the first blood.
Yeah, Flames gives mid-map back, but that's a really good set of nades out of dark. Gets us to a 3v3, and Cabal's just going to re-wrap back to their spawn and essentially just start the round over again with limited numbers.
Back to both teams unaware of either's position. But Falcons on the defensive side have cleared out a lot of space. You can see what the communication out of QK and Standy is doing to Flames. He's just going to back up and play for the push to head A while they work that pinch.
Very interesting retake possibly to come in front of us here as Falcons trying to work this from multiple angles. KB will drop quick. Oh, and there's Phantoms just stuck in a corner. Wow, that's just 3 individual gunfight wins that come through for Falcons Academy Green to quickly get us back to a 4-4 count.
Yeah, it's QK with the absolute beams from bottom ring for the first blood. Catches them off guard, low dirt, and then the last guy just tries to make a play. He gets caught. So if you want to continue to watch this, obviously you can see every single matchup that you want. I think Alpha's ready for us to rock again.
Well, here we go. Over to the overload. P7 in control of the device to start. Plus the eliminations are there. And a team nade comes out. This will be a chance to grab, but likely not to sprint forward as the spawns are still close enough for Huntsman to contest. And P7 are aware of that and will reflip back over for at least an idea over to Dojo with, yeah, you got Afro still playing a flank. He's able to take down 2. That should be a score here, but the device is by itself through mid. So they didn't actually go for Dojo, and Afro's double comes up for nothing.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense right there out of P7. Afro, your job was to work the pinch. The fact that you're able to be the lead blocker and find an opening double. If your EMP carrier was over towards Dojo's side, P7 would have one on the board, but a little bit of miscommunication there allows the Huntsman to have a goal line stop. Now the EMP dropped over towards rooftop side. It's all about the kills from this point on, but the reset comes in. At least Huntsman in the position that they want to be.
P7 get a couple of kills. That will give the reset
What an
a little bit of favor to P7, but Rispy stops the play forward. He's trying to grab. Whoa, just not quite able to step foot onto the device. Instead, turns that into what is a 3-man feed. And now a decision to be made as Beans tries to push up into small room. Stun hits him, but doesn't fully affect his movement. DC caught, not able to finish his first kill. And Eric's long pinch has been read by Rispy. Great moment here from Huntsman, cleaning the field and now can control.
Beautiful play from the Huntsman to just be prepared for that push. I think if you were Beans, you got a little antsy there. You saw the kill feed light up white in your favor. So spawns are already in for the Huntsman to shut down a potential play at that B point. Now off the rotation, Huntsman taking it to Dojo. Rispy is able to find a double. Nemi is able to find kill number 3, but you're still going to turn it into a one-on-one, so not as clean as you want it to be. And P7 are now here.
Renegade does get one that slows the effort here by P7. Stuns and nades also landing. Johnny finding one to the pinch. Now has him on the mid cut, and he's able to get a win versus DC. Afro is trying to value his life, but the pistol from Renegade works out as Rispy cleans mid. So now numbers for Huntsman. 2:30 on the clock here in this first half. But still, as the device is reset, neither team in a position to grab and do much with it.
Yep, because P7 just whipped out an extra AR, set a top rope the window. And when Huntsman were thinking, all right, we can lead black over towards the B point. Just no one grabbing the EMP, forced to slow down. So still 0-0 is going to be the tally. A lot of action throughout this first half. And now you have Johnny in position that he wants to be, but he gets all dropping like 5s. Now he needs to just slay.
Johnny, ooh, that's a nice double out of him, but again, he's just kind of left to sit here and hope his teammates behind the play can clean up this offensive effort by P7. So far, so good. Renegade able to take down 2. Afro, last one standing, but can't get the better of Dimension. So now Johnny's position will allow a quick flip back over towards the A side of the map, but Johnny has the whole world to fight before he gets any help.
Yeah, but he's thinking like they should be here, so he doesn't take any more space away. Give it all up to P7. Now you're banking on the gun and you just get ripped to shreds. Now it's Nemi, last man standing, only with the pistol gets taken care of. And the P7 now in the driver's seat because you have Mr. Beans working on this pinch.
Oh, and Afro finds one from the front. Here comes the pinch from Beans. Cleans it up. Should be a score. Some damage from behind onto Eric Boom, but it's not enough. First score confirmed. P7 1-0 edge under 60 seconds in the half.
And now Johnny just needs to keep this side of the map on his side, but he loses that initial gunfight. Afro finds a double. That's already 3 dead and defeated. Now Nemi forced to be the best defensive player that he's ever been. Cannot get anything, and P7 quickly add another one to the tally.
Yeah, Afro just dives in, finds the pistol shots to Rispy, and the pressure is not over yet. Afro taken down. Eric Boom still holding in towards mid-red, but he's going to get overwhelmed, and it leaves DC by himself, pardon me, Beans by himself, who is able to find a couple as the new device location is up over towards rooftops. Afro gets a read onto 1. Knows he's got the whole Huntsman army in front of him, though. Follow up by Eric. Boom! That works out, and he's going to technically find 3. Beans will drop behind this, but Eric has got full health, and he's able to get it over the finish line just before we get to the overtime. So a really slow start to this half. But then all of a sudden the floodgates open and P7 walk away with 3 quick scores.
Yeah, P7 just dominated on the map control, man, from start to finish of that round. A couple misplays early into that half. Well, they would have went into this halftime up 4-0. Just once that first score went down, you had the power side of the map that you wanted to go for the chain reaction. And then once the second cap comes in and all of Huntsman not in a position to play the reset, you give P7 an opportunity to respawn, and Eric Boone to locate 3 over through rooftops to instantly, single-handedly put another one on the board for P7. So now if you're Huntsman, you got to play a lot quicker than you did in that first half.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's just so tough because we've really started to see at all levels, challengers and CDL, these opening device locations can be so hard to win, grab, and score off of. It takes so long and so many conditions to actually set up an offensive look that could potentially do a score. Grab by Beans, shut down quickly. Eric Boom waiting for a chance to pinch, and the timing here may allow for a multi-kill to come through. Doesn't even need it though. That's 3 dead. Should be a grab. And if they can find Nemi on this mid-cut, that would lead to huge numbers. So Beans able to get the device over towards the A side of the map. Problem is Huntsmen are still spawning close, but the good news for P7 is they have a Hellstorm to play with. Johnny has to try to dive on in towards Garage. He will drop, Hellstorm will hit, and Beans will score. 4-0 the count for P7.
And now you are forced to play the reset if you are the Huntsman. Thankfully, you're spawning on the side that you want to be to overwhelm them with pressure through Dojo, but just gotta win fights along the way. Johnny finds the first. You're not ready for the positioning out of Afro, and he continues to break you down with the SMG. Another 4 dead in the feed. Your lead blocker is Eric Boom. He's thinking that the point is gonna be clear, and it's not gonna be because Renegade gets a close spawn, so they shut it down.
Oh, but it doesn't make a difference. The health pools were so low that Afro seems to think he could just dive forward with the pistol. He grabs the device and then slides in for a quick score. So now it's 5-0. And Huntsmen need to put together a rally. And this is a good start. The train is chugging. Eric will drop. That'll be 1 counter cap. But look at the positioning for P7 off the spawn. They've got the entire bottom side of the minimap in their name.
Okay, you can start to work some long routes. Camp your corners up and just try to keep the EMP in the dead center of the map. How's it all going to fall into the hands of Afro, who's sitting at top broken, but that's another clean 4 dead. Can Rispy locate another kill? A frag over the top. You clear out the A objective. So Huntsman quickly put 2 on the board.
And you've got a chance to keep locking down Dojo.
Oh!
Nice shots from Rispy now on 7 in a row. Hellstorm has been earned. DC backside off the spawn. Shut down as Rispy gets to 8 in a row before dropping. But the device cannot be ran through the success in the kill feed. And Afro, stun landing, has an easy gunfight versus Nemi. Trophy in front of him as well that he could potentially delete. Rispy was able to find the kill quickly, but here we go. Potential counter cap on the way. Johnny's double, though, will keep things safe and keep the chances alive here for the Huntsman.
And now if you're the Huntsman, you got to keep in mind, Rispy has a Hellstorm in the back pocket. You have your lead blocking clearing space over towards rooftops. Can Nemi find the opening kill? He gets shots down onto Beans. So right now, Beans, all you have to do is just value your life. Renegade is the lead blocker. Nemi finds kill number 2. So Huntsman get a 3rd on the board. Kind of a waste of a Hellstorm streak here, but you still have rooftop control.
Yeah, but the problem is there's no one here to grab the device. Oh, no. Yeah, a little bit of a moment of inefficiency there from the Huntsman. And Beans, well, he was almost behind the device here. Not quite able to stop the transition across the map. Renegade going to take a lot of space at mid. Finds damage into 1. DC in trouble on the mid cut. Still able to find 1 for the effort, though. And now it's just down to what the P7 defense inside Dojo can muster. And the answer, well, initially, was they probably got enough. But now Rispy's got the device. He just needs to win 1 more 1v1, but gets bounced off the shelving unit. And that's enough for P7 to stabilize a touch and this grab and park the bus.
Yeah, that's all you want to do if you're P7, because Huntsman's starting to gain a lot of momentum on this second half. Just need to try to slow them down, force them to be uncomfortable. A minute left to go. Trades keep on going down, and they are the team out on top. Renegade trying to contest from top plat alongside Johnny.
Got to win these fights quickly if you want to have a chance to get this into a 5-4 tally and maybe extend through overtime, but not looking good. DC's got a trophy down to keep him safe. He's on the close corner. Goes to the pistol. That works out for 1. Trades are good, though. Just down to Afro, trying to hold things off. Not going to work out. Spawns are going to be over towards Dojo side. This should be a chance just to grab this, rotate back, and score. But nice shots from DC and Beans, or so I would think. Hard to tell because of the current kill feed. And that last little surge being shut down will have P7 taking map number 3.
Yep. They have the EMP in their possession. Now the game is officially going to be over. P7 at least did what they needed to do in that first half, because the second half was dominated by the Huntsman for at least 2 to 3 minutes. P7 got 2 scores on this half, but just like the way that the Huntsmen were flowing, Rispy was always in your face, getting the objective done, finding kills. Back-to-back over towards Dragon's side. Just was a little bit too late here on Den Overload. Huntsmen lose the map. Now 2-1 in the series. Now they need to clutch up on a hard point and try to force another game 5 to potentially get their first win of stage 2, man.
You don't love that. You don't love when that's the words. That first win would have to come by potentially another map 5 after what happened yesterday. And another respawn where Nemi just isn't quite able to keep up with the rest of the gang. So, Rispy, Renegade, Johnny, all about positive, but on the other side of things, really convincing control and great help across the board for P7, who now have the 2-1 edge. It goes to Blackheart for map number 4. And for Huntsman, this is one of those things that, like, can you flood through, dominate early, and put the pressure on a P7? Because so far they really have controlled the map in both respawns nicely.
Yeah, especially in the map number 1. Like, it was very close in that opening first set until we got to the second set. You can't let them be to the fundamental aspect. You want to get a chance at taking them down here. But as we jump over to this other series between Omen, Brooklyn, and Fries in the Bag, this is going to be the second half of the overload. But the series is tied up at 1 out. But this should be Brooklyn locking this one up.
Yeah. Looking good for it. Fries in the Bag. Name suggests the routine of play that we see from them. Old man squad. That's what we're calling that. But 4-2 count. Battle towards the rooftops. The next thing up, as Cammy and Real have done well to at least give you the openers, at least in favor of Emit Brooklyn for now. Gunsy's some trouble here, able to get some damage in. Yeah, it's enough to stop the play really before it develops. Real gonna just still force the issue forward. Old challenge gets punished, and the device will stay tacit on this A staircase.
Yeah, you're more than happy to have this situation if you are Omen Brooklyn, because you're giving the EMP on their side and basically trapping them in their base. You just need the kills to go our way, and it's Brack able to locate 3 on the pinch. Now another score is going to go in for Omen Brooklyn. Reset back over to the middle of the map, and Brack, even with the pistol, is able to locate Nate. So you dominate the kill feed, you're up by 3, and Fries in the Bag all off the respawn.
Ooh, yeah, not looking great. Cammy 3 in a row, pistol out for Brack. Ooh, runs out of ammo on it. And Real, who almost was able to give enough support to keep 2 members up for Mid Brooklyn, will drop, but still, with a minute and a half on the clock and 3 scores required for Fries in the Bag, this is definitely feeling like one of those maps that's coming to a pretty quick close. Especially with Real finding these eliminations back through mid. No chance for Fries in the Bag to find any sort of an exit. And the pressure still being asserted means that this is going to take extra time to get back.
Yeah, they just keep on coming out the respawn and are having gunfights in the first 5 seconds. It's tough when you're down by 3 because you got to clear out every single corner. Asim is able to locate 2. EMP still in control by Omid Brooklyn. Lead blocker and Real trying to clear space over towards B. Doesn't find an opening, but you don't really need it because you're still up by 3.
Yeah. Shots over the top, D6, pistol for Brack. Can't quite lock the shots down. But as previously mentioned, this will be a Herculean effort, and those eliminations right there will have us looking at a 2-1 count in the map count for Mid Brooklyn as soon as these next 33 seconds are gone. Seem just trying to pad the stats a little bit more as he's had himself a great overload to this point. Cammy gets a couple others from behind, and there will be one more score as Brack is able to focus the last couple of efforts in towards the B goal. Convincing here for Mid Brooklyn, and I would just generally say, looking at this matchup, I was a bit surprised that Fries in the Bag were able to take a map away.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what map it was, but
I would assume
at least
Search.
they're showing they're fighting.
Yeah, I would definitely assume Search, just looking off the result of this respawn right here. 7-2. It's going to be the score for Old Mid Brooklyn. Take a commanding 2-1 lead in the series. I just think with the firepower that they have, with the experienced players that they had, they most likely came out and took the opening hard point. Yeah. If Fries in the Bag want to try to take down one of these teams, SND had to be the answer, but if you're respawning up to par with these guys, it's going to look like that.
Well, so far, it's been the teams that find themselves in top of the group standings in control, and that is the case here. As for Fun Esports are currently up 2-0 on Stallions Black. It's our Bravo matchup. Both teams are 1-1 right now, although for Fun Esports we're able to take 4 maps yesterday. And well, this overload's not going all that well for Fun Esports, as Ryan is 26-14, and Stallions Black are enjoying a 6-3 edge here in the second half.
Yeah, they are applying pressure between Symbols and Peel. Those guys are consistently always in your face, and Ryan is seeming to be locking down this map with the AR in hand. So 1:35 left to go. Force Fun Esports need to play at a different pace here if they want to have a potential chance at a comeback. But with all the kills currently lit up in white, the Stallions, they're on point.
Yeah, they sure are. Follow up from Mac may lead to an opportunity here, especially with the position forward. Dives over the back staircase. Big win onto Symbols plus the follow-up. There's going to be a 4th goal for Fun Esports. Mac almost not done yet. Gio looking for the follow-up. Just needed a bullet and will successfully earn the kill. Nade to delay the hit from the back. Gun up. That's a really good hit. And now an opportunity to potentially get another score here for Fun Esports. But no, Ryan from the pinch. Almost enough, but Yuli will have the last word, hitting a little bit of a route of his own. Gonna pause here for a moment as we're going to go back over to the rooftops. And for Fun Esports are not done yet with 35 seconds. But again, this is happening on the Bravo matchup, as I believe our primary focus game is kicking into Blackheart here soon. Whoa.
Yeah, there it is. Al Dart, top left.
Oh, okay, thank you.
7 at least for now. Clear out the kill
graphic.
feed. 4 for 1 is the trade fights. You start up on the preferred side as you want to try to change that P1 over towards the P2, but Huntsman struggled on map number 1, setting up their breaks because they couldn't find opening, but it's Nemi and Johnny able to combine for 2, but there's only 1 player now left standing in a time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that'll work. Say, well, odd man number situation over the top of P1? No, not so fast. Huntsman looking good to the scrap top here. Crispy trying to stop the rotation, good damage over to window. And Renegade's little cheeky route will once again slow down P7 Notorious. Quick hit, though, around the back from Afro. Johnny trying to find the remaining members. Quick shots making their way in. But Huntsman will be set up for P2, trying to receive this hit moving quickly from the front.
Yeah, you got no trophy system, so Crispy choose your challenges wisely. Getting really close to a Hellstorm, and with kill number 5 and a little bit of objective score, he's able to earn it. At least for now, P7 aren't giving up this time. They are contesting. DC jumping back and forth before he gets cut down. Trying to draw the attention, open up the picture for his team.
Oh, nice shots from Crispy. One more.
Dude.
Yeah, why not? He's able to take down 3, 8 and 2. Hellstorm already earned. Next hit over through caution being received. Eric, ooh, hits a little dead fish slide. That will open up this last 20, but spawns being close for Huntsman will get them back in quickly.
You'll walk in and take this final 15 without question. Especially because you have a Hellstorm, potentially used early on if you want to be late off the rotation for P3. But if Crispy's going to keep bailing you out of situations like this
Facts.
on a map like Blackheart, where his aggression is going to be key, a 10 and 4 start is ideal, and he's already in the back.
Yeah. Easy look at Beans, who did not expect Crispy to be there so quickly. Has Renegade spawning close. Now we got to try to hit the time. Ooh, and the stun hits at the exact wrong moment right there. Huntsman will be moved away from the spawns. The reads across the map are also coming through. Look at the position right here from Beans. Just trying to play through the ring. Force the Huntsman to have to hit over the middle of the map. And Crispy's going to call in a Hellstorm after all those kills were already just tallied. So the ability to influence the hill likely going to be pretty minimal here at this Hellstorm.
Yeah, that is the best case scenario if you're P7, because you knew that Crispy had a Hellstorm early on. But the fact that he invests it on P3 where all of his teammates fall and you invest it over towards that P2 side where you're all the way across the map, you don't even get an opportunity here to get any time off of this HP. So P7 able to manage that, have a 12-point lead, and the numbers advantage to fight early on at P4.
Yeah, what a swing. What an absolute momentous swing. Shut down, though. Huntsman able to stabilize and, again, take away a lot of space here. So the small folly with the Hellstorm largely forgiven. Win through middle of the map by P1, plus the isolation onto Johnny, or is there? Over towards window side, you would have thought maybe he was going to lead the P7, try to set up a break attempt, but it's, again, well received by the Huntsman, who have reclaimed the lead.
Yeah, and like, look how aggressive Johnny is through that P3 HP. You're forcing all of P7 to work this OE, to try to flood their way through dub windows, and he is just cutting them all down on 5 in a row, closer and closer to earning himself a Hellstorm. But this has been a perfect hold here from the Huntsman.
Oof. So the lead goes back to 20 plus. Setup being established right now for P7 over towards New. Bean's able to keep one away from the exit. DC trying to do the same thing, but a hell of a set of shots from Johnny. Peels him off that mid-heady. And now there's a chance for numbers to start to move quickly over towards P5. Tough angle for Johnny. Has help nearby. Able to stay alive. Risky again, putting problems into the effect of the back spawns, but P7 stabilize, win out their battles, and now have 4 members looking towards the front doors.
Everyone spawn towards the backside. You have the map control that you want. Gotta hold down this time here at the P5. DC finds a double. DC finds another one. And this has been P7 time. 30 seconds still to play for here. All of Huntsman rallying to the front.
Afro, nice finesse. Able to take down 2, but the Huntsman still able to overwhelm in the 4v2 on the hill. So scrap 15 seconds. Looking like it's pretty much going to be a confirmation here for Huntsman. When this has been a tug-of-war hardpoint. Nice movement from Nemi. Sets up Johnny for 1 trade. Good read over the top. He's able to find a second. And Johnny on 19 and 11 has now matched the pace that Risky was able to establish early. This is a big gunfight here at Windows. Bean's able to take the win, and P7 now have a chance to move the spawns.
And they currently have the numbers that they want. 2v1 isolate onto Nemi, but Nemi's just stalling out time. Johnny eventually jumps into the mix, and he seems like he's been untradeable so far throughout a majority of this game. 40-point lead getting bigger and bigger because P7 are taking long route after long route to try to get in towards B1, but they keep on losing these trade fights until Afro or DC is able to pop a double. They're in, but Huntsman already here contesting.
Yeah, DC just trying to keep the gun up. Going up close and personal to find the win. Eric, yeah, that's big. A double comes through, and the spawns will move. You'll see Afro pop up right in front of him. What a moment this is now for P7. Beans watching over towards Caution. Not quite able to find too much action there, but meanwhile, the rest of P7 have a perfect read over the scrap time here at 1 pistol out for Eric. Not quite able to find the final win, but spawns are set. Map is being zoned, and Huntsmen are going to be forced to try to hit this through Caution or P1.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage, and they're also going to read the play on the pitch, but it's Afro at least able to get all the information for his team and put a couple players weak, so Huntsman has to be a little bit slower on their approach. Now Eric, boom, with an AR in hand, usually would love an SMG on a map like Blackheart, switching for certain situations, can't find a trade towards the backside, but still the spawns here for P7.
Afro, nice shots, able to find Renegade just before the regen was coming through. Lead swap happens here once again. Eric, boom, good timing on this pinch, but doesn't read that there was a second member nearby. Afro wants to try to find the trade, not going to be able to. So now it's just down to Nemi and Johnny. 13 seconds of scrap time. You don't want to see this given away for free if you're Huntsman, so you try to force the issue from the front with Rispy now in a position to fight for spawns. Help from Renegade nearby.
Yeah, you got to try to clutch on up if you don't have the numbers that you would like to have off the rotation, but thankfully you make the matters into your own hands if you're Rispy. Wins his one-on-one. Now you set up Johnny to find the trade, but it's still P7 contesting from the front.
Nice shots from Nemi. Gets damaged, but can't find any kills. P7 will break in and contest from the front. And extra kills coming behind that as Eric finds himself on forward in a row. Does he get a read, though, that these spawns were in that back cubby? Doesn't look like he was aware of it. So now P7 just trying to receive it from inside the hill. They do have numbers. Plus, you get Eric to spawn right behind, so you're on the hunt. Trying to isolate onto Nemi. Easy follow-up there. Huntsman now in some trouble as they're trying to contest from the front, but P7's picking up on all these gunfights.
Yeah, now there's 20 seconds left to fight for here at the P3. So you can't potentially chow this and then spawn behind them, because when P7 are able to get a couple kills, they take map space away. So you're already a man down off the rotation. Now that's 2 with Johnny spawning alongside Renegade. Afro with the double is able to clear out P4. A 40-point lead, and they can grow more because P7 win a rotation anew.
Yeah, Beans is on 6. I believe a Hellstorm has been earned. And he is just playing all the way out and around. So all of the guns for P7 just have to worry about this P2 side of the map. Beans now coming back to play. He does have a Hellstorm. That may be the get out of jail free card if you even need it. And the awareness is snap quick right now by Beans. 7 in a row. Damage onto more members from the front. But the pop-up from Renegade maybe sets up an opportunity for the pinch, but Afro keeps that safe. Nades over the top, able to land. Nemi trying to open up the hill by himself, and he will. 3 for Nemi. Huntsman in to contest.
Oh, this is a good place from Nemi single-handedly. Gets the break there for the Huntsman. 15 seconds still to fight for here at the P4, and you're going to contest this if you are P7, knowing that Beans has a Hellstorm if you want to get a break at the new HP. So I will gladly take this final 5. Still going to be up by 60, and we have a couple players working a rotation.
So here comes the Hellstorm. Johnny trying to stay tucked inside a window. Rispy holding onto a corner of the Hardpoint. There's the Semtex of the Hellstorm. It connects onto one. Motion towards square doesn't fully work out. DC's the only one in the time for now. Fighting around the back, though, is Afro with him. Huntsman flooding from the front. Get 3 members in, but the pinch from Eric Boom should clear this out. Damage into Nemi, and he will eventually drop. 230 plus to 171. Huntsman have to break.
Yeah, well, Huntsman have one opportunity at this. Rispy's long route already gets cut down. A team nade isn't going to help this scenario. Now you're forced to just flood your way through the front door. You're able to find one, but Eric Boom 5-2, P7 looking to close it out.
Oh, and Eric still tucked in the corner! Eric finds every single Huntsman member. There will be no map 5 affair here. P7 ruin the Huntsman, and all 3 respawns to take the series and stay flawless in Group B.
Yeah, and the struggles yesterday for the Huntsman is they couldn't win Search and Destroys. Today's a little bit different. You couldn't secure a respawn versus a very experienced P7 notorious lineup. It's just in that first map, it was tied up until it wasn't on the second half. You allowed them to chain 2 hard points together to go up by 90, basically call a game. When you get over to the overload, it was tight for the first 3 minutes until you give up 3 scores. You lose by 2, and then even in this black card, you were in firm control all up until we got to the second half of that game for the ending of the P2 to P3, because when you basically get a full 60 given up at the P3 hardpoint, banking off the rotation towards P4, and then you're losing gunfights off of that, you basically shoot yourself in the foot, and you allow another chain reaction from P7 to open the game wide open and eventually close out the series, like you said, in all the respawns. It's got to be tough for the Huntsman, man. Really tough.
Yeah, and I think you could also go back to these hard points, and I hate to point just to scoreboard because that's just not a full translation of where things went wrong, but Nemi had a bad opening hardpoint, a bad overload, and then Renegade had a really bad map 4. So it's just tough when you have one player who is being a little bit dragged around a little bit by Huntsman. So tough scenes there. Competitive series though, it's just the edge for P7 continues to be, I would say, categorized by what they were able to do on the map. And some of that was, to be fair, by individual players that were able to win a very sudden 1v2 on a rotation that flips things around completely. But overall, P7, a better handle on both hardpoints. And, of course, the very quick stretch of scores on the overload just kept Huntsman out of the picture.
Yeah, because Huntsman, you go down 0-3. You're forced to play at that tremendously fast pace before you even think about a comeback. And before they even scored 3 in that overload, they were down an extra 2 going into that second half. So it had to be potentially the best comeback we ever seen on overload. Unfortunately, you get stopped there. And then both hard points, it was close until it wasn't. P7 stay undefeated in Group B, move up to 3-0. And Huntsman now, you still have a chance at 0-3, Al, but it's like the chances are very slim.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, it just comes down to what does the rest of their schedule look like?
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. We can find out pretty quickly. Huntsman have to play FaZe Falcons, and then they play for fun. Ooh. So, I mean, yeah, you're in a little bit of a tough spot just due to the fact that you're stuck against other teams that find themselves in the middle of the pack there. So 2 must-win matches for the Huntsman to try to finish off their group stage. We'll see if they could potentially do that. But for right now, we're going to take a brief break. We'll come back with more North American challengers right after this. Into game we go. Map number 4, Den Hardpoint. DBC taking on Telluride Bush Gaming. And this has been a series that we've seen bits and pieces of. And I think it's just one of those that once more in stage 2, you just see the potential in players like Manny, players like Vic, in particular for DBC. Of course, you know the story of all 4 members for Bush, so kind of keeping the eyes on players who have not seen the league yet, at least for DBC.
Yeah, and right now, they were 0-2 in this series before they got to the overload. And I don't know what it is with Bush Gaming as an organization, but even throughout stage 1, they were horrible at third game mode. And now you're given a window for Cabal potentially on a reverse sweep. It's all about this rotation now over towards P4, but the Bush are contesting through Dragon. Big, your job is to just stay alive, and he gets caught. So no team is currently the time for now, but Bush have the back.
Well, a couple of trades do come through. Pressure here onto Awakening, who, golly, dude. He is looking solid here, challengers. Tell you what, that is a bold challenge, though. I'm sure most would say would be ill-advised. Abe holds down the trigger. Good prediction for a double, but cannot stand tall in the face of the rest of DBC. So Flip is in, not just of the hard point, but also of the spawns. Bush working on long routes here to see if they can flip, maybe both at the same time of their own right.
Yeah, with a little bit of a lead, you can take a risk to try to work some of these long routes, but if they don't work out, that's basically your last chance of setting up a break here at the D4. So with only 15 seconds to go, Manny finds kill number 3, this time onto Fire. Has the lead that you want at the ending of our first set. Now it's just about having the map control going into the second half, but Bush at least find the opening double to trap Cabal over towards Dragon.
Well, this trap starting to be broken down a touch, although nice little route from Abe. Keeps him out of the picture, keeps him alive and well. And Bush are going to come away with the first 15, maybe even 20 seconds here on P1, with Awakening taking away space in the counter entryway. Trophy system also keeping him in position. And wow, this is not going to feel comfortable for DBC trying to break this setup. That gives you one over the cross, but nice shots from Abe, still alive and kicking, has help from Fire and Prolute from the hill, and Bush don't just get the first 20, they're going to get the first 30 plus.
Yeah, and realistically, I don't know if you're DBC, if you can chow this again, you're gonna give it one last chance through mid-cut. Effectively trying to trade, turn it into a 2v2, but still the numbers in favor of Bush. With only 10 seconds if you don't want to split across the map, so you forfeit all this time to Telluride. And now Awakening can continue on his hot streak, finds another kill, this time on a DAC, blocks the back spawns. You have the numbers to be early over towards B2.
Yeah, this could get out of hand quickly here, so this little push from the front needs to find something, and Prolute is not interested. Yeah, really well done there by Bush. Long route around the back for Manny, sees one player spawn up with him, and they get Fire through the wall there. So now an opportunity to potentially pinch this from both sides at once. Manny trying to work in the couches, shut down, doesn't predict the close corner. Abe looking for more. No, only able to find a little bit of damage. And a moment of pause here as Bush will still spawn close, with DBC trying to receive from the front.
Yeah, DBC need the hold this time here. 30 seconds to play with. And the Bush are going to give it one last push through the backside of the step. Unique can walk away with these trade fight, but it's still Awakening, and this time Abe pushing the finishing touches on this P2 HP for the final 15. DBC have all their numbers now on the rotation towards P3. You got to make it count.
Excuse me. Fire. Prolute trying to work in before the hard point opens, but Rex is going to give you a double. Pinch on the way. Abe front player mid cut. Prolute trying to snap as there will be an even exchange, but DBC able to at least keep the numbers a little bit further forward around. Whoa! Dojo initially, but Prolute just rips 2 off the Godhead. Abe gives you the 1 and 10, and now Prolute's looking for more. Quick follow-up, and Bush have 35 seconds to try to soak.
Yeah, and they can lock this one down. A close player who spawns over towards Dojo takes a peek at his pinch, locates that, who was trying to be the game breaker. And now all your focus is on the front. 20 seconds still to fight for if you are Bush. And just playing keep away is even better because Cabal are hanging on by a thread. And you know that. And you know that they're going to force themselves to hit all this junk time. So you clean up that side of the map. You soak up this final 10. And you have the rotation to P4. Bush just had an outstanding sequence of events there.
Yeah, they really did. but one player will spawn out right as P4 opens. Gun up, does not predict that 2 players are going to slide on him there. Luke playing staircase side, able to find one, damage onto another. No follow-up though, as Vic's able to win a big one from the front. Stuns and nades now trying to land as Bush are trying to contest this from rooftop side. They'd be able to give you one through mid, puts more pressure on DBC to try to even get into the hill in the first place. But the pinch starting to be established. Dak, shots are good too. Can he get the third? Doesn't like the health onto this fight versus Abe, who's able to get the trade. But still, DBC able to control the space, stabilize, and now they find themselves in control, 20 to fight.
Yeah, but this time, after you get all this time at P4, we need to take a lot more space away around that P1 area. Because that Tyrod Bush is still gonna get this one last hoorah, and you're gonna clean up house here. So it's beautiful plays from Death by Cabal. We had plays initially around mid statue side. It was getting a full 60, but this time it's looking a little different.
Yeah, I'll say. Manny, good double there. This is a big moment. Can you continue to win back time on a scrappy hill? That's always a lifeline. See if they can find a way. Put things into effect. Fire. Big win up top has Dak out of commission. And this is now all of a sudden Bush with a really good read on where this potential push through is going to come from. It's going to force some desperate hits out of Death by Cabal. Brolu jumps back on. The pit is out. The contest is in, though, and DBC will have an opportunity.
Yeah, they're managing right now. Because Bush off of the back of fire hitting an extreme long route through rooftop. Do get a break for at least 10 seconds. But DBC are still hitting contestants. They can't allow Bush to be as comfortable as they were the last go around at P1. Now only a 15-point difference. You just need one break opportunity. And it all starts by finding an opening kill. But the Awakening finding 2 over through rooftops alleviates some of that pressure. Bush uncontested on the first set.
Abe able to shut down Vic. Follow up from Fire good. Rex able to give you 1 on this pit from couches. Abe though, perfect spot to deal with it. Fire shut down on the outer pinch. Now it's just down to what Prelude Awakening can find from inside the hill. Awakening gives you the opener. Plus follow.
Man.
Goodness gracious. Wake has been everything. 29 and 19. DBC trying to just claw their way back into the hard point, but now it's Fire's turn. Working alongside Abe. They're going to 2v4 the hill and potentially close the map here.
Final push here from DBC. Everyone to the backside of the steps. Manny gets cut down. Vic there for the trade. So you're going to be able to force at least the next hard point for now. You know that Prolit at least also is gonna be out of the play. But when he finds 2, Awakening across the map finds a 3rd, Abe's gonna finish this game out.
Yep, sure will. Last bit of damage turns it into a pretty comfortable Bush win overall, and it just feels like we're continuing to see the same trends now when it comes to especially the challenger side of Hardpoint, of those second rotation of hills. You drop one major money hill, you're all of a sudden set to panic mode. I mean, maybe not so much in the Blackheart that we saw a little bit earlier, but it just feels like maps like Scar, maps like Den, that you can really predict how the rotations are going to happen, who can really control spawns to set up for money hills. Those extra 60 seconds when we're dealing with games that are initially 140 to 140 put the map completely out of rest. Like, it's just so hard, it feels like, for some of these teams to recover and recuperate when they're down 200 to 140 trying to make that giant comeback.
Yeah, and it's such a difference when you talk about the first set to the second set, because in the first set, it's just about the chaos until you earn yourself some trophy systems. It's as simple as that, because some of these money hills, as long as you're banking your nades off walls, team nading, team stunning, you can always find the openings. But when you get to that second set and trophy systems start to be in the back pocket, and you're not finding openings with those tags, it's a lot easier to hold down hard points, a lot easier to chain hard points. And so far, we've seen that in 2 different matchups today. Just once they get a good grasp of how they played in the first half, the adjustment they need to make in the second half, like you said, you basically call game by just chaining 2 hard points together. So, tell you right, Bush stay undefeated. They moved to 3-0 in the group. And unfortunately for Death by Cabal, you're now 1-2.
Well, we're going to jump over to a Map 5 affair between Cabal and Falcons Academy Green. Again, for reference point for Cabal, They need to have this, otherwise they will go 0-3 to start off their group stage. Falcons Academy Green will have an opportunity to potentially go 2-1 with a win. And with 14 seconds left over the top of this defuse, well, Phantom's is gonna hop. Flames, does he get in time to get there? You gotta go. Pistol out. Did he get it in time? No. Cabal's able to get the bomb defused. Oh, it was so tight from a potential 1v3. Just not quite the time to get back.
Hey, thankfully you hopped that bomb at the right time. If you are Phantoms, because both of your teammates get gunned down by Flames and by the skin under your chinny chin chin. You're able to secure that round there for Cabal. You remember Phantoms all of last stage, like alongside Peel, alongside Vic and Proto. They were one of those teams that clutched up in so many game 5s, and you already find yourself 1-1 here in day 2.
Okay. Ball now making their next move. Well, how about it, KB? First blood. Tallied as Standy and Luca are able to put themselves in position to win mid-map. But Cabal have outer ring to their name. And that will work out quite nicely. At least for now. Bomb's not making a move, though, as it looks like Cabal want to receive the contest hit that's starting to be brewed up here by Falcon.
Yeah, Blue spots at least 2 players working on the pinch through red, but is not able to at least find one. And Phantom's trigger discipline not the best. Gives up the information on the map where he is. So now you force the hand of Darkside to try to bail you out of a situation, and the smoke grenade doesn't give him the clear-cut advantage in the gunfight. 1v3 for Phantoms. He stands no chance. And Falcons Academy, by just simply starting out the round, by taking him map away, force the opposite team in Cabal to be stagnant in their push, and unfortunately the decision was not made for them to get the objective planted. And Falcons Academy capitalized inside the game.
QK gonna attempt to snipe here in round 3. Where do you want to take it? Bedroom? Yep. Bomb gonna come with this, so potential to push through this. Outer Tiki being watched, at least initially. Dark would have been there, but now QK, yeah, he sees what he needs to. Dark is playing forward. Bomb is still stacked, but there's no info anywhere else in the map here for Falcons Academy Green. They are currently stuck at bedroom.
Oh yeah, without question, man, because now if you try to wrap back to a complete blind side of hay, you have to clear out all those corners. So basically committing all your cookies in a basket. Get this bomb down over towards B, and the 1 ounce of information that a player did get was Darkside. He saw the glare through top window, and just look at how aggressive they are now over towards this B point, because Falcons Academy just take their sweet time.
Yeah, dude, that's just too much map given away for free for too long, honestly. And it's one of those, like, I guess I'm kind of curious, Jay, like, what's your take there? Because QK sees the info on Dark playing close, but no nades, no stuns, no push. Is that just too passive, or are you assuming that by stacking with numbers unexpectedly, you can get a first blood in a different way?
No, I think it's way too passive. Like, once you spark Darkside out, you know that they obviously see that glare over towards B. Is it going to change anything of the display of the round there just because they took so damn long? Like, you spark Darkside over towards Tiki side. He's going to obviously back up. You expect him to still be in the vicinity, but when you wait so long without an island play on the opposite side of the map getting information, that's what forces, like I said, to put all your cookies in the basket of just going forward. And that allows Cabal to just completely read you. 20 seconds later, make the play to shut you down.
Well, the punish is in. Quick round tallied. Cabal now still at the edge. Bomb going to be left at the moment. Cabal are looking for early intel gathering. Really all across the map. I mean, we got nades exploding all over the place. Phantoms will see one outer Tiki. Doesn't really tell you too much, as Phantoms just back off and hope that he can stay safe from any aggressive pushes.
The entire team has the same exact mindset, because even Darkside whips out an F-15 going into this round. You just recover the bomb. You were banking on your spread setup to gain some early information, and the only ounce that you have right now is that there's a couple players on the backside of Laundry. So 45 seconds already knocked away. We're going to plant this bomb for mid control.
Yeah. But a couple of tags are there. Rupert will drop. Oh, no. So now smoke goes down, trying to collect and maybe take some spaces. Dark. QK is weak, backs off, loses sight of what's happening inside of Laundry. But Aluka is able to find, or at least someone's able to find shots through mid-map to take down another. So now Dark has to find this win, and timing is good there. Problem is the clock. Problem also is the bomb is in a very, very nasty spot. So Phantoms will grab, try to plant. Here comes the contest. Corner, seeing damage out, but the bomb is planted. Just no exit available. Falcons Academy green, take one back.
Yeah, Falcons Academy, they were ready for that push over towards A, but the only reason they stand a chance at shutting down that round the way that they did is because Standy's angle onto Rupert once he tries to go for that bomb play. Because Cabal, they had all the information. You have the ARs, everyone's spreading map. You realize there's a couple players over towards Laundry. With mid-map control, you're just trying to plant it and then play your post-plant setup. But just a little crack that Standy's able to spot Rupert's foot. You get the first blood. You get the info. The bomb is going to be down. You set up around it to close out the round. So Falcons Academy tie the game. Just all for that little spot there from Standy.
Yep. Okay. Keeping it to defense this far. And if you're Falcons green, I don't think we do that bedroom setup again. Nope. Instead, we're going to pull off. Oh, that trophy doesn't get all the way to the corner. I don't think it was meant to stay that far back. Dark, whoa. That is an aggressive push, and it gets instantly punished. Not really sure what the call there was. Phantoms wasn't even in a position to watch the cross from Art, so now you get a first blood, and Falcons seeing all the damage and all the nades coming over, just going to rewrap to B.
Yeah, and Cabal's just a little bit late to the party. Know that there's not a single player in the vicinity over towards A site. And now Phantoms is off the rotation. Now this is where the mind games are coming to play, and KB shoots his weapon. You can isolate him if you're Falcons green, but just got to make sure we do it wisely, and Standy's able to find that kill.
Well, that'll work. Rupert will drop. Phantoms by himself. In and out of the pool. Can't get the pistol back up. But a quick offensive round there for Falcons green. Yeah, I mean, we didn't get a chance to see much of what that defensive setup looked like. But Dark just gets caught sprinting straight to ring. No stuns, no nades, no smoke. And it did look like Phantoms had him covered right there. So maybe a miscomm on that hit.
Okay, it definitely looked like Darsab was expecting his team to be somewhat aggressive with him through ring. Once he dies, he's looking at the kill field like, oh, you guys are still Laundry? I probably shouldn't have done that. And then once that first blood goes down, the mind games on our side of Falcons Academy green just forces Cabal to think a little bit more than they wanted to. And secure the first offensive round there by catching them off guard. And now going into this round, the team shots for the first one onto Phantoms. That's been his constant. Just going through Zig, gaining early information to see if they're going to be the aggressors, but this time they catch him.
Well, so far, so good on the push up into money. Dark, I was going to say, yeah, he's got a very short leash here in terms of the time he's going to be able to spend over towards jungle. Flames will get to 5 in a row. And now he's got a sub to work with, as Cabal looked like they kind of have to take this battle around the back and get some numbers back.
Yeah, at least look for how Falcons Academy green are playing their setup. And the only information you have now is that they're stacking over towards B. So how long do you wait to try to get this bomb down at A? Because as soon as you're going to go for it, Aluka should have an angle to spot you, locates the gunfight, and now a 1v4 left up to KB.
Well, not going to happen, as I'm sure you would have figured. So a big edge starts to make its way onto the scoreboard here. 4-2 the count for Falcons green. Flames does get that 6th elimination as well, so he's going to be really close to a hellstorm here coming into this next round. Just comes down to how far from that will he actually be. We'll find out soon. Stay tuned.
Just like 2 kills and potentially a bomb plant.
Yeah.
Can he get it done? Looks like he needs about 300 scores. So, Flames not going to beat the bomb carrier. Hoping he can find an opening with a frag does, but only with the hit marker there. Bomb is going to approach his way over towards A, and Cabal are just going to play for the push to at long.
Well, Ruper's in position. This feels very Boston-esque, doesn't it? Get up to Laundry, have someone watching a passive flank. See if you can double chow out someone at Laundry. That works out. First blood is good. Numbers now here. Little show of force from KB at mid. No immediate challenge, and Phantoms has to respect that. He has to keep his life here.
At least try to, but does find one onto Standy. And that is going to be the bomb carrier as well. So a little bit of, Boston Breach coming to full display here with 30 seconds left. Bomb's going to be down, but Flames in the middle of the map is only able to find one. So no Hellstorm is going to be earned, but Aluka is going to get the bomb planted.
QK holding the front line. Retake with the ball on the way. Slide out perfectly.
Hello?
Red. QK was set up brilliantly for it. Last 30. You just don't give KB 1v1s and you win this round. And KB is stuck with not a lot of time. He's going to have to try to peel off someone from a heady. Not going to work there. Falcons green now up 5-2. Ooh. Not looking good right now for Cabal.
And that's the second time that we've seen it so far for Cabal here. It's like the communication isn't on point. 2v2, you're expecting a double chow, but when Phantoms just slides around the backside of Laundry, doesn't even shoot a bullet. I don't know if he was just meant to be the bait with no switch. But he just gives up his life for free there. And now Falcons at game point. This map's been basically a majority of all defenses until Falcons the only team to successfully have 2 attacking rounds. Phantoms needs to come alive here.
Well, Phantoms in some trouble. Pushed off from Zig. Ruper's able to give you 1 in response. So you get to a 3v3. Falcons are still looking to push through driveway, though. And I just don't think you would expect this if you're dark. No, nice shots from Aluka. Phantoms in trouble. Slid on. And that's an easy trade. And now it's just down to the timing of how Ruper tries to get through. And the answer is he will not. Falcons green. Taking a handful of rounds back to back to back. And they will take the series, improving to 2-1, where Cabal are now firmly backs against walls.
Yeah, that was 4 straight for Falcons Academy green. Just started to get a read of what Cabal like to do. Take spaces away from them on the map. And then at that point, it's just easy when you're dictating the plays the way that you do. Like, once they found that round where they got that first ball into Phantom towards mid-zig, you see how they were the aggressors up through the map. So then on the opposite side, where Darkside is towards Laundry, he's thinking, wait, there's at least 3 players mid. I can take all this space over to Laundry, but Falcons have already wrapped back as a team to isolate you on that gunfight. So the teamwork made the dream work there in the game 5. And unfortunately for Cabal, you get all the way to the game 5, but it's for absolutely no reason. 0-3 here in stage 2.
Well, still another match going on here. Final moments of FaZe Falcons and For Fun and Fellow. At least possibly. It's 226, 208 on the Den Hardpoint. And over the top of P3, FaZe Falcons currently alive and well. 35 seconds to fight for here as For Fun and Fellow are getting isolated.
Yeah, For Fun can win here, but FaZe Falcons cannot. So they just need to keep on extending this time, extending this play. You don't have the swans that you want through Dojo, but you're more than willing to just keep on soaking up the objective. They have the lead for now, but it's all about these rotation fights. And at least for now, For Fun and Fellow are not budget.
Well, this is all about, can you hold the perfect setup? Too real. Timing, good for the first. Here we go. Too real. Still now trying to help over towards the side door. It's a perfect setup for now. Able to find Swooty. Tough moments for FaZe Falcons. The re-wrap from Too Real. Absolutely perfect reads. Cleans out the middle. But they hit from the front. It's just down to, can you actually hold this? 243, 243. Smoothie up and over through the outside. 2Real now still alive and kicking. Help on the way. And it's Arcades who's able to find the trade. Back and forth we go. Knock shut down. It is for Fun and Fellow. Oh, goodness. An electric finish. And one that has 2Real just running circles around FaZe Falcons for the dub.
Yeah, that one got very scary, but when you got players with that much experience, they know they need 1 or 2 wave of kills to get it done. You put yourself in a power position to close it out. Win the rotation to P4, you find the opening kills, and 2Real, like you said, was in a merry-go-round all around server room. And just when you're winning those fights, controlling the spawns, calculating where the pressure's going to be, just like I said, 2 wave of kills able to close out the game there. 4-4 spawn and Fellow, they get the series done in 4, and they move to 2-1 in that group.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, just I just one of those things of banking on a hold. That's all it is. And initially, coming off that P3 rotation where you're sitting back playing the bunker game, it just feels very, very, I mean, nervy. When it's like one mistake completely ruins out the map. But 2Real, perfect timings, perfect reads, perfect routes, cleans up the middle of the map. All eyes off spawn, have to just go forward. Absolutely beautifully done by 2Real. So you called it. The group stage is now starting to really kind of manifest in towards clear gaps. Whether you find yourself 3-0 or 0-3, this next slot of matches very critically important for a number of squads trying to make it into playoffs for stage 2.
Oh yeah, man, because we got a couple teams who are still undefeated. So we got some battles for #1 seeds in groups, but then some battles where your back's just completely against the wall. You don't win, you qualify for stage 2 for no reason. So a lot of pressure still in all these games.
Yeah, very true, very true. Well, as far as I know, that's all the matches in this first slot.
Looking right now, let me see.
Let me find out, Jay.
That one's done. We just casted the game 5 between Falcons Academy and Cabal. Yeah, first group is officially done now. Yep.
Okay. Love that. I'm trying to get my spreadsheet up and I can't find it for some reason. But if you tell us we're done, tell us we're done. We're going to go to a break, and our second slot of matches and our updated group standings will be coming to you shortly. So don't go far. More North American Challengers coming up at the backside of the break. back there, friends. We are jumping into our second slot of matches, and it's crunch time for a lot of teams that find themselves, especially towards the bottom of the group standings. Perfect segue because our updated group standings are ready. In Group A, Telluride Bush Gaming and Omit Brooklyn 3-0. We're all on the bottom. Cabal and Fries in the bag are 0-3. And on the other side, it's just P7 and Taurus who find themselves on top by themselves at the moment. Huntsman at the very bottom, but a lot of pivotal matchups in Group B that could particularly swing things dramatically. You talk about the ability to have multiple teams at 2-2 by the end of the evening. Means, well, every map may also come into play as well here, Jay.
Oh, yeah. Every map is going to come into play because not only is head-to-head going to play a big part. When you look at both of these groups, there's only one thing that separates potentially in Group A of who's going to get the #1 seed, and that's the matchup that we have in front of us. But everything else is like, if you win your next matchup, you still have a chance, even with teams that started 0-3. You just got to put it together at the right time. But now, like I said, the battle for #1 seed between Bush and Omid Brooklyn, two of the best organizations we have here in challenges. And we got triple exposure to start, followed by a Blackheart and the Den to close this one out. There's just nothing but experience on both sides of the field for both of these teams. So I'm just excited to get into this one. It's like one of those, CDL matchups,
Yeah, it feels that way, right? Like, it's not to say it's like CDL Junior because that would be an insult, but in a lot of ways, that's kind of what we're dealing with here. Players that have been inside the league, either very recently in Abe's case, or, of course, most recently back at the end of last year, and are sitting here saying, hey, you guys keep testing out all these young guns, and for most teams, it's not working out all that well. So why not go to some of us veterans that happen to be slaying down here in Challengers? Omit Brooklyn, in particular, one of those teams trying to assert that. Bracasine, Cammy, and Real, the team there. I think Cammy and Real, the two big focus points. Or pardon me, I was going to say that's not the right team. As Bush is now up. I was going to say Pro, Fire, Abe, and Awakening. I was going to say Real and Cammy on the mid side. That's one of those that you look at and say, like, can they really get back that quickly?
I think they can, though, because it's just something about being a pro player, getting knocked down on the challengers, and just looking like a different beast, like you're just in flow state, you can do whatever you want. And I had the opportunity to play a couple ace game with the team. Like, I think it was yesterday. He just told me, like, ever since Cammy has entered the lineup for Omid Brooklyn, it's completely changed the way that team looks. As Cammy's just coming in with a different kind of fire after recently getting dropped off of Boston. The same thing could be said for Real with his Toronto situation. So that team's ready to rock. But the same thing can be said for Telluride Bush, man, because for some reason, Prolute and Fire have been able to figure it out. And they got some guys who were just in the league not too long ago in Abe. So everyone's just got a point to prove in this series.
Yeah, man, it's just like, I don't know, we talked about this on the CDL broadcast quite a bit too, where it's just like, we're in a year where everyone's trying to replicate the Mercules situation of let's bring up somebody who has not been there before and hope it dramatically changes our dynamic in the team. And for the most part, that has not really worked out for the CDL teams that need that identity change the most. And I think in particular, you look at teams, we talk about Boston, we talk about teams like Vancouver, and we're sitting here saying it shouldn't have been just a one-person change. Maybe a two-person change was necessary. So why not potentially bring up another one of the players that has been in the league before and can bring some extra veterancy to the mix? No shortage of that in this matchup. Again, both teams currently flawless in their group in Group A, 3-0. And so that, of course, means winner of this match will find themselves the lone top seed out of the group with the potential of going flawless in this second stage of Elite to get things kicked off. Omit Brooklyn in the blue, Bush in the white, and it's a lot of exposure to get us kicked off.
Oh, team lighting up the kill feed already. Finds double through low dirt. Real clears out top window. So Omid Brooklyn, at least for now, have all the mid-map control, leading a good chunk of time here. Bush now rallying through window side, just looking for an opening. They do find one, but the number's still in favor of Brooklyn because they keep on trading.
Well, there we go. Real almost able to get two more. Brack with the trade keeps Brooklyn in a position to fight for P2 side of the map. Weird situation off these spawns, though, for Cammy and Real. Great read, knowing there's a hit around the back. Real needs to get this straight onto Prolute. Not able to, though, and that will move spawns around with action hitting through P2. There's numbers for Bush.
Oh, that's a big play from Prolu. Individually secures the spawn for his team, and then Fire with the cherry on top through mid-gun. Cleans up the last two. Trap Omid Brooklyn. It's not the preferred side of solo that they want. And you're winning every single gunfight at that. Prolu on 5.
This is big for Bush early, especially with objective kills that are potentially coming through here. Prolu, no, gives up the angle at the wrong moment. Brack getting a bit of a workout. Good help, though. And I believe that is Awakening who's behind him, not Abe, thanks to the offensive lineman number of Prolu. So Awakening once again coming up big, and then as soon as you leave the hardpoint, Prolu gets the regen, gets 6, and gets the early Hellstorm. Not quite able to find Cammy, but again, Awakening is on 4 in a row, with potentially a second Hellstorm to be earned with a little bit more time to come through on the hill. One more contest leads to the restriction of the second Hellstorm, but Bush have a big lead.
Yeah, Bush have a fantastic lead, and they have the rotation that they want to changing that P2 to this P3. Prolu, your job is to keep the back line safe. He wins the one-on-one gunfight. You're finding kills all around the middle of the map as well. So now where are the spawns coming in? Because the way Bush are playing this, it doesn't get any easier of this setup.
No, it does not. Fire. Still trying to watch this bottom door. Just throwing shoulders. Keeping this Emit team interested. Gets the first. Trade from Prolud is good. Now back onto the hill. No, it's a seam. Who's able to find a couple. And that now leads to a break for scrap time for Emit Brooklyn. But you do not want to get caught stuck behind this particular hill. And these exit eliminations may lead to an opportunity to go from one to the other, 3 to 4.
Yeah, this is a big moment here for Omid Brooklyn, because now you're basically forcing that Hellstorm pretty early out of Prolud to get a break here at the P4. Real knows that there's still one player in the vicinity, and if Abe making the most of it, he's able to find 2 kills around the back line. That all it does is stall out time for your teammates to now get into play, and now you have the numbers to secure the back.
Well, nice moment from Fire to kind of keep things blocked in. Yeah, even better to take his attention right back into the hard point and find another. So things stabilizing here for Bush. Awakening, good damage. Can he find the elimination? Sure can. Took a little bit longer than he would have liked, but still works out. Prolud able to overcome at least one member on panel side. Fire keeping the AR up. Perfect read, perfect shot. Sid Bush looking good for the scrap time of 15 seconds. Really taking control of this game early.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been that easy for Bush, because Omid Brooklyn did everything that they could. They got the final 20 seconds out of the P3. You had 3 players also die off the rotation. It's just Abe single-handedly staying alive on that side of the map, gave his team an opportunity, and they made the most of it. Now an 80-point difference. Omid Brooklyn win the rotation to P5, but this is where Prolud's Hellstorm is going to be called in.
Yep, absolutely, and why not? So here's the scramble to try to get away. Fire is able to catch one. Actually, pardon me, that's Abe up top to catch one on the exit. Trying to stay alive in the hill with Brack. He will drop, and Abe is good for another. 3 in a row for him now. Hardpoint owned by Bush. Next hit, trying to make its way through mid-zig. Not a comfortable approach, though, for Emit Brooklyn, especially with the guns that are up to try to challenge this. But Semtex doesn't quite get over the top, and now Emit Brooklyn have numbers with a little bit of scrap time to battle for.
Yeah, they need this 15. But the ending of P5 is always great to get, because you can dominate mid-map control to chaining early over towards that P1. But just keeping yourself into the mix. Cammy right now sitting at 5 to 15. His AR needs to be felt on a map like Exposure. Still got time to turn it around, but rather happen sooner rather than later. A 50-point difference, a battle for mid-map control, and it's still a mixed bet in towards the kill feed.
Important time potentially to be earned here for Emit Brooklyn to dig into this deficit early. Yeah, but Abe, or one of the Telluride Bush members, are able to at least stop any play forward for Emit Brooklyn. Good kill feed here, though, for the team in blue. Whitney just trying to hold that corner. Woo! Decent challenge, but better shots from Brack, who now tries to make an early effort over to P2 stairs. That will be shut down, and now Bush have a bit of a surround on this hill. Problem is, they can't get through the AR of Cam, at least not initially. That will mean Emit Brooklyn can stabilize, but just as I say that, it's Awakening again, finding himself on 3 in a row, 19 and 10, and Bush will hold a 40-plus point lead.
And they have rotation as well over towards P2. Fire finding the opening kill. So now Omer Brooklyn have the spawns that they want. Just need to work their way in towards the HP. The contest is going to be in, but for how long? Because all your teammates are dropping like flies. You go 2 for 2 in the split fights. You make it a one-on-one, and it's Cameron McGilligan starting to come alive. Finds 3. Omer Brooklyn hold.
Yeah. Important moment here for Cammy. Bit of a slow start, but if you pick up a couple, that would be huge. Gets damage onto the second. Trades are good here for Mitt Brooklyn. Team just holding the barrel. The tags are out and forces the slide. Nice moment from Prolu. Good little bait and switch, but Brack is right there for the trade. 2v1 on the contested time. Help on the way, though, for both teams. Every gunfight over the top would potentially determine how the scrap time goes. And Bush, for the moment, are holding, and that double right there will assert that, yep, we can get rid of this scrap time and play for the rotation to new and see if we can get this lead back into our control again.
Yeah, not a single player from Omer Brooklyn are thinking about that rotation over towards B3. But Brack does find 3 kills at the right time, but it's still Bush with the spawn towards the backside of the new HP. Instantly reinforce their way right back on in, but nades, stuns, everything is reigning supreme. Asim is able to find all 4 from the front side of the window, and Omer Brooklyn are in.
Well, Cammy, that's a big one from the back doors. Real doesn't anticipate the spawns. Maybe we're still there for Bush. A little distraction play allows aim to slide, or probably fire to slide over to find another elimination. So now numbers starting to come together. Teammate unfortunately takes out one from the front, but a seam up top. Good for a couple. Real jumping in, finishes the final 2, and from the front of it, Brooklyn have held.
Yeah, and this is where Brooklyn got to make up their adjustments on the first go around, which is we get the final 20 seconds at P3. We cannot allow one person to break us. And that might be the opportunity that Bush were looking for, because with 2 kills going their way, you're instantly jumping out the window. You're finding kills off the rotation. Now it's Cammy's turn to make an Abe-like play. He needs to find a double around the back line.
But he's been seen. Hunt is on from Telluride Bush. Trade comes through. Shot that mid. Also going to work out, and that is a clean kill. He's looking for 1. It's a seam in the back corner. A couple of extra shots being thrown that direction while the rest of the mid are trying to make their way over their panel side to join him. This is taking a lot of time, though. Time that he may not necessarily have, especially with the read that Telluride Bush have. Fire's just sitting at mid, so Pro can see this work around the back. Couple of shots go a little bit too high, but Fire's right there for the trade. And that means that this entire route for Mitt Brooklyn is stifled, and they have to essentially do the same thing again thanks to the positioning at mid-map.
Yeah, Fire's just forcing them to consistently work through solar side. You wrap back through mid-connector, you don't even have a chance at it breaking this, but Telluride Bush, with a perfect 60 hold, have blown this game wide open. And Abe's also on 5 in a row. You quickly got to shut him down before you earn an Hellstorm, and Asim is able to do that. And now Omer Brooklyn down by 8 and looking for the same exact response they had last go around at P5.
Yeah, looking good for now. Oh, big shots on the middle map. Follow-up from Fire, though, is good. Cammy's still tucked and safe right now on top of the hill, while the rest of Telluride Bush are trying to make their way largely from dirt side. Pinch is working out for a couple of kills. Fire now jumping into the mix, able to find 1. Nice shots up to the second as Fire gets to 27 and 17. And a chance for Bush to just put the finishing touches on map 1 here. Whew.
All of mid-map being watched. ARs have every single crossfire on lockdown. And Omer Brooklyn have one more opportunity to break this. Nades and stuns connecting on the Pro, lose 16 HP in a dream. But again, the crossfire's too strong. Telluride Bush are going to take the opening hardpoint.
Man, another map where it feels like you could categorize it by a couple of great individual moments, but for me, Jay, it's that last play over to P4 that Mitt Brooklyn, just because of Fire's position at mid, are essentially forced to funnel around the outside of panels, and all the guns are up and ready to go. I mean, it's just the definition of putting your opponent in the worst position possible, and one that is very easily predicted. And once that's, what, 40 seconds on the clock is when that first hit starts to develop route-wise, it gets shut down, and then guess what? You still spawn P2, so you have to do it again. Doesn't feel particularly great, and that, for me, is the big changing point in that map 1.
Yeah, P4 without question was the reason why Omer Brooklyn lost the map number 1, because on the first go around, you were able to break that P3 for the final 20 and find every single kill off the rotation besides 1. And the one player you don't find, which is Abe, gets a double, stalls time for his teammates to eventually flip you on their first break attempt at the P4. But on the second go around, it's even worse because you dominate the P3 this time around. You get 3 kills as well. It's just in the final 10 seconds, you allow Telluride Bush to slay their way through the middle of the map and spawn you all the way across the map. And again, hold a full 60 on that P4. So that was truly the hard point that costed them here on exposure. And when the Bush are making the game look that easy, like you said, my friend, when you're playing hardpoint and you can force one team to completely just keep on funneling one side of the map, they're walking right into your pre-aim. So that's just easy stuff there from Bush on map number 1 on manipulating the game the way that they did.
Yeah, dude, that was some filthy, filthy stuff. Map 1 done. We have a lot of exposure to get through on that particular match. Of course, we'll be jumping around and catching the action as it comes to us. And right now, we're going to head over towards FaZe Falcons and Huntsman. Of course, the storyline here, Huntsman 0-3 in the group, have to win this and would likely also have to win the next. And we told the story about Huntsman on respawn in their first matchup today. One player was kind of left behind on each of their respawns. On this particular map that was played, it was Renegade who had a really tough go of it, but a good start for him here, 3-1 with Johnny on a 5-0 kickoff.
Yeah, perfect P1. Now you're looking to get an early break here at the P2. You have Renegade trying to contest around the backside, looking for the opening kill. A lot of pressure from the front. Not a single player from FaZe Falcon going to contest in the cross, so Huntsman walk right through the front door and get the easy break.
Yeah, that is too easy in a lot of ways. So, moment of pause here while we're setting up this next break attempt. And the route through mid looks like it will actually kind of falter a lot of this setup, but Nemi stuck now, last one left alive. They're not able to really kind of use that pinch to any success whatsoever, so important scrap time going to be earned for FaZe Falcons, who already have rotated away, leaving Nox by himself. Nice cook nade in the corner, can't quite find the double, so scrap time to Huntsman, but rotation go to FaZe.
Yeah, you're able to manage that very well if you are FaZe Falcons, because there's no way in hell you should allow Huntsman on their first break attempt to just flood their way through the front, but still you're able to soak up at least 25 seconds there and now have the rotation in your back pocket while you're lighting up the kill feed. All of the Huntsmen are getting shut down around this mid-map area. It's already 15 seconds uncontested here at the new HP.
Well, player to the front is at least allowing the test to come through. Body will be shut down. Nox off the spawn trying to get there. Good help on the pinch through windows. That will clear the field. And yeah, we're going to move spawns around a little bit. It's a little bit too soon, though. You only have 2 members who are going to stick around for the old time of about 25 seconds. So you're going to get a split, but now you have to kind of go back to fight back for the time, and Nox will at least give you a chance to contest a little while longer. So far, Jay, it feels like for FaZe Falcons, maybe a touch too soon on some of these rotation bump outs.
Yeah, especially on this P3, but the fact that Nox was able to find a double and still contest that final 15 seconds, basically only allow them 7. Gives you the rotation over towards P4. So you've won the rotation on back-to-back. We just need it to be combined with time. And when you're winning rotations, you're supposed to be fully set up off the rotation. But again, Huntsman right through the front door. Just get another easy break.
Well, that play through mid, not going to really work out for a break. Huntsman able to lock things down quite nicely here with 30 seconds till the fight. So if you're FaZe Falcons, now you're forced to try to break through this. Good cutoff, at least initially through window. Leads to numbers now around the back. Nemi, no, not quite able to do too much with it. So 18 seconds of scrap time going to be fought for here. Huntsman have a member from the front and Johnny. Nade will tag. That's the green light for Johnny to work his way in. Nox almost able to push him back, but not quite, and will go to new with FaZe Falcons currently with the numbers.
Yeah, that's a situation where like you had the rotation in your back pocket, but since a single player from FaZe Falcons will contest you around that mid-map, Johnny's thinking, all right, I can still contest this old time. But when you contest that old time, all your teammates die after rotation. Now Huntsman lose the rotation over towards P5, and you give Falcons an opportunity. Still down by 30. A lot of mid-map control and gentle and Swooty are getting lost, but you keep on finding trades on that side of the map, you'll take it because you still have the spawns on the backside.
Yeah, for now at least, for now. 30 seconds worth of time. Big win there for Nox. Helps establish a little more of that spawn control that we were talking about. Go from the front. Good. At least for initially one. But how about it? Huntsman are able to go into a multi-kill situation. That's Johnny, who I think gets all 3 of those. Yeah, sure is. More on the way from this angle. Eventually gets taken out of the barrel's position, but the damage has largely been dealt. Huntsman will eke out a narrow rotation 1 win.
Yeah, now going into the second set phase, Falcons, your only focus needs to be someone watch the front door of some of these hard points. That's 3 out of the 5 HP where Huntsman say, screw working long route. We're just going to bombard our way and use our advantage with our numbers. And that cannot be the answer if you are FaZe Falcons of how you're going to lose this game. It needs to be a lot more difficult. And now Huntsman have hit the switch here on the second half, cleared out mid-map, and have the setup that they want to potentially chain it over to the next as well.
Well, it's a tight affair here. That's the echo stream. If you want to catch the remainder of that opening hard point, we will jump into the search and destroy. Bush, after a really convincing second rotation worth of hills on exposure, now find themselves spawning into the defense on the same map for the search. Stun check and a little bit of info from Real has him backing away. Prolude in the corner may have been seen there as Cammy is hard scoped on this angle. Maybe not though. So now Prolude is able to catch Cammy at the worst position possible, worst timing possible, smoke down, and now pressure on for a potential early defuse.
Prolude knows there's not a single player through top mid, so they have to be playing their post plant setup to keep it safe through low dirt. Clear out ring. Now I'm going to work the pinch. Just hoping your teammates can stay alive for you to make the play. And all it takes is one gunfight and a seam left in the 1v3. He gets sniffed out. And an easy retake there from Bush. All starts with Prolude just getting the best timing he possibly can onto Cammy.
Yeah, and I liked it, your follow-up call on you also clear mid. You know no one's home, so it has to then be dirt. Yeah, really good, quick awareness from Bush to take advantage of that first blood through mid. And mid, of course, behind that. I was actually a little bit surprised that the smoke didn't bait Amit Brooklyn from dirt to peak a little bit more, but regardless of it, the numbers situation, just too much of an advantage to overcome. And now we find ourselves looking at the first offensive round for Bush here in round 2.
And I don't know what it is, man. Every time I watch Prolude on the map, every year that we've been able to cast him in challenges, and even in some cast that he had in the pro seed, like, he's just one of those players that I'm truly a big fan of because he's a grinder. He's great in every single mode. He uses his brain more than his gunny. And he's just never afraid to not make a play. They are in a man disadvantage, though, on this attack. And they're just going to make the play come to them as they try to work this objective towards B.
Well, fire. Whoa, lots of damage, but no kills come through. Wake caught a little bit. Brack, yeah, easy follow-ups and say that little angle over towards the boxes may have led to a double-up kind of collat situation. Not quite. There's just too many members to deal with. I think we've all been there before where it's just like, what does your aim assist pull to? Do you focus on the guy in the front, guy in the back? Do you even have control over which one is actually going to be in your line of sight or not? Lots of elements, and Omit Brooklyn stifle over towards the B site.
Yeah, it's just tough when you lose that man early up into that round, and then you're forced to make up for it, especially on the objective side here on exposure. Because once they get the read the plays at B, 4v3, let's just bombard with our numbers. And they come out on top to tie the game. So now Omit back on the attack. Just got caught off guard of the position by Prolude. And this time Bush aren't going to take any risks. They're spreading map.
Well, this contact could be big. Real staying alive here at Zig is a bit of an issue that Telluride Bush are going to have to solve. And a nade lands. Abe is able to find that solution. Plus a follow-up. Oh, mercy. It looked like Amit Brooklyn had everything they could possibly want here at mid, but instead the numbers turned into a 3v2 the other direction.
And now we're 40 seconds left to go. Look at how proactive Bush are getting on the map. If you're Omit Brooklyn, you're thinking, all right, there's no need for them to change their defensive look. But they have shrunken through mid connector, located the bomb carrier. Cammy from top tower left in the 1v3 stance. No chance. Telluride Bush. Again, strong on the defensive side.
Whoa.
Up by 2-1. And yeah, we're in the mix right here. Red zone style.
Dude, I'm here for the 6 box, but I'm not gonna lie. I was a little confused, and now I think I finally got my bearings straight looking at this graphic. It's just that giant YouTube.com/COD Challengers banner in the middle is throwing me off.
Hey, Huntsman better get it together, Al.
I hear that, dude. 226, 178. Wait, that's okay. That's the map that we were looking at earlier.
Yeah.
And Huntsman, who were up, are now down in that particular map as we jump back into the action here.
Okay, so back over to Bush still. Up 2-1. Successful on 2 defensive rounds. Just looking for the first offense. Bomb carrier, pro loop. His job is to just scout information over towards this B site. Nothing able to connect with the frag. But this round's a little bit different because no one dies in the first 15 seconds. So objective now starting to work his way up towards B.
Now bracketing some potential problems here as Bush have cleared the corner. Awakening a couple of tags up at mid. Has Bush comfortably planting on B. But now it's down to receiving the contest of this plant. Prolude's going to toss a smoke right into the gutters. Fire still holding that back staircase. Good nade over the top. Tags him up. It's able to find one. Cammy with the pistol. Had help from Real. Someone could potentially hop this, but Abe's got the cover. Now it's the long flank from Awakening. No one participating in watching the flank. And you can see right over the top of the bomb, the trigger discipline was initially good, but Cammy's able to find the kill. And I bet Brooklyn can tie us at 2.
Oh, man. Awakening was stuck between a rock and a hard place in decision-making there. Because he knows he was the guy to play the clutch. Just needed to set it up to perfection. He turns that corner, doesn't see anyone on the defuse. If someone's hopping that, yeah, no doubt he clutches up on that round, but just needs to choose the gunfight wisely. And Cammy, just ready for every gunfight. He's able to snap, secure the defensive round, and tie the game. Awakening, that was got to be a tough one to look at, man, because you hit the route that you needed to. You put yourself in the position that you wanted to. Just no one on the bomb catches you off guard, and no one Brooklyn tied up.
Well, scope out for Cammy. He gets a hit marker in response instead. Doesn't have a chance to even pull the trigger. Fire and Prolude working together defensively down low at B. And they may have gotten more of a read than we would normally figure, because look at this defensive play forward. Oh, Prolude is stuck. Timing, though, is able to find one in a second. He had team help for sure, but still it's impressive nonetheless. And it's a quick defensive call to push out, reclaim P2, and it works out beautifully.
Yeah, Bush is just unbelievable so far on the defensive side of this map. Gain early information, have the numbers, always walk out on top in the engagements, and then you also have great individual prowess from certain players like Prolude, who finds the first blood, gets team shot onto the second, but again, not a player who shies away from being the playmaker. 3 defensive rounds won by Bush, 2 defensive rounds won by Omid Brooklyn. Who's going to take an attack?
We'll find out. Patient start into this round for Telluride Bush. Seem just throwing shoulders. Haven't seen Prolude yet. There's some offensive nades to the backside of B. None connect nor land, though, and Bush are not going to commit behind that. They're instead going to see out what happens at mid through P2 there.
Another smoke grenade is going to get invested on the A site, and that forces Cammy's hand there to just peek. Just gets caught. Now Real just making sure A side is clear. Walks into right. Prolude warning him to do 4v2.
Well, trades looking good here for the offense. Last one up. Wow, goodness. Yeah, I was going to say towards P2 there's maybe a chance to isolate, but not when the hip fire connects like that, Jay. Sometimes it just be a little diff.
Yeah, like it's also Giga. Like, Awakening is just unbelievable. Especially down here in challenges. Wins gunfights that he's not supposed to, but just the play call there from the Bush. Just stay consistent, as this is another slow play. We're going to use our attacks to draw you over towards B, weaken your setup over towards that A site. When you invest that smoke grenade, Cammy peeks top window, gets caught. And then it also draws out Real there on the round. So Bush get their first attacking round of the map. 2-round lead.
Well, here comes a quick push. Right down mid, Real. Ooh, almost catching Abe off guard, but Abe very quick to back away. Awakening's got his back just in case there's an overchow. Meanwhile, Prolute has the pinch. Cammy's dead to rights, nowhere to go. Bomb still being committed though for the plant, and Prolute will be traded, so a chance there. Asim smokes himself to safety. 3v3 situation, and ooh, Asim is gonna put himself right underneath window. He's got a lot to do here, Jay.
Yeah, especially with his teammate falling. Now you have to locate this double. He's able to do just that and now turn it into a 1v1. Time is on your side. You can spot it from low dirt. Just gotta play your life.
16 on the clock. Asim gives one more check. And now we'll make the wrap back over to dirt. Fire. Predicting this. Timing. Gun up. He finds the win, but there's not enough time. That will work out for a very pivotal, responsive round for Bobette Brooklyn to keep us within one.
Yeah, a big round out of Asim. Locates 2 on the round. And plays the one-on-one to perfection. Almost throw that one away, though, if you are on with Brooklyn, because Real did one of his infamous Real plays. To where it's a 3v3. He's thinking he has to get active on a pinch. And they just read him. But it's Asim on the other end. Able to equalize plus some to keep Omen's Brooklyn chances here in the search and destroy still going. As they get their first attacking round of the map. And now it's Bush's turn to respond.
Well, patience once again here for Bush. Just trying to feel things out with a couple of delayed nades. Nothing has landed to this point. Awakening has not seen anything over the top, and Prolute has just walked his way onto B. Brack, worried about the outer route, sees fire with the trophy system down, but doesn't assume that Prolute's on the plant. So now you have to retake again if you're mid-Brooklyn.
And every single player from Omen Brooklyn are ready to go again for a 4-on-1 side retake situation. Prolute trying to finesse around top plat. Does find the first blood, but knocked down to 56 HP. Just going to finesse through the smoke.
Rolls himself into a little bit of safety, gets the regen off, but can't find the wins. Now it's down to Awakening. Lots of damage has been tallied, but he can't win the gunfight onto Cammy. Oh, mercy me. 4-3, now 4-4. Mid Brooklyn back-to-back rounds to get us tied.
Hey, Omen Brooklyn on the defensive side, especially retaking over towards that B site, is perfection. That's 3 times they have successfully got that one done. And they're not doing anything like out of the ordinary. They're actually making the game very simple. They understand, like, we have 4 players up. One guy just put the bomb down. Most likely, they're not all stacking on this side of the map. So we keep the advantage situation on our side. And have been successful every single time Bush have gotten that bomb down or attempted to over towards that B side to tie the game.
Pivotal round here in round number 9. Awakening, just reaffirming some control back over to mid a little bit late in the round as Mid Brooklyn are stacked up towards ring and are now making their approach to A again. Real scene, nice shots from Wake, but doesn't get the win. Stun check off the corner, doesn't connect, so Prolute holds his position. Waiting for a chance to go, and that little bit of a push out may slow Mid Brooklyn a little bit more.
Yeah, can't be so happy this time around. He's able to spot Prolute trying to be the playmaker, but you spot Prolute and it's Abe able to clean up house. Early man advantage in favor of Bush, and you're making sure you're watching the island player and Brack 4v2 now.
Yeah, I just don't know what you can do here. Besides try to commit for a plant and hope that you can find a couple of wins close and quick. Instead, Real is going to just sit front window, and Asim is going to try to hold to see if he can catch someone rotating. But again, Bush can just sit here and, yep, play for shoulders, play for info, and take their 4v2, maybe even in the post plant if they want.
Yeah, not going to think about the post plant because we're not going to give you a chance. They get the objective down. As Bush stays strong again on the defense. The only one that they have given up so far is a 1v3 to Asim. But it's just when you're wasting that much on the game clock and not getting any information off of it, you are allowing Bush to be the playmakers. As when Prolute spots him through mid connector, Abe is the aggressor through a long alley for the first blood, and then when Brack tries to make up for it on the pinch, he instantly gets caught. So you got to be a lot quicker and more proactive if you are Omer Brooklyn to catch Bush off guard.
Whoa, that's a nade. I was about to say, like, we're seeing this all be sent over the top. Where is that supposed to land? And we get our answer. In the back corner of panels at B. So now Brack's in some big trouble. And he will drop. So Telluride Bush Gaming have the whole world in front of them. It's just Candy for the 1v4. And that's not going to work out. What a look at the nade from Fire. The action speaks for itself. And Bush now are up 2-0 early.
The crazy thing is, like, Omen Brooklyn didn't need to change that defensive approach because they were unbelievable every single time, shutting them down over towards that B site, even when they're giving up the bomb plan. But the one time they decide to stack 3 players through inner alley, Fire just looks over the top. Hey, look, Kobe, give me the opening double 4v2, basically a GG on the round. Telluride Bush continuing exactly what they did off the map. Number 1, closing out in the big moments. Pro loot, 4 first bloods, 2 bomb plants, 1 bomb defused. The guy was all over the map, but it's Fire putting the finishing touches. And Telluride Bush up 2-0 for the number 1 seed in Group A.
Yeah, really, really convincing start for them in both maps. And initially, you look at kind of the back-to-back rounds from Brooklyn, you think, okay, they've got good solutions here. They needed to win an offensive round, done. You get a good response to the defensive side on top of that, great. And it's these little moments, these little doubles that kind of come through for Bush that really kind of assert the dominance that we see. That round in particular was one that was going to come to a pretty anticlimactic end, but it was, yeah, I was going to say gunfight after gunfight. It just felt like Bush had the edge with these barrel stuff moments. And that little edge in a couple of moments leads to a big nade from Fire. No problems whatsoever afterwards. So 251-62, 6-4 for the first 2 exposures, and we'll stay there like we mentioned from before. In this overload to come, where Mitt Brooklyn would have to start their potential reverse sweep.
Yeah, but it is Telluride Bush, and it is overload. I don't know what it is with this organization and this game mode specifically. They cannot figure out how to be consistent on overload in general. So even though they're up 2-0, still got a chance at the bounce back. But as we jump over to another series where both of these teams on our screen are sitting at 0-3, desperately needing a win.
Indeed. So Cabal, who's gotten the opening map, are also up right now in the search. Oof, Nate just got completely baited after KB had the quick scope up close and personal. Gunless now on the corner. Oh, he's going to see hit marker out. Easy pistol follow up. And now it's just down to, do you read the timing of Gunzy on the flank? They're watching for it. Just comes down to, do you catch the angle?
25 seconds left. Someone eventually has to start thinking about that objective. Cruz's positioning is going to be known, but this is where Gunzy can clean up house. 1v2 left for Phantoms. Just not able to have the preferred weapon for that gunfight. And Fry's in the bag. Off the back of Gunzy, finding the final double. Tie the game.
Well done. Well done and well done. And initially he thought after that little moment with KB on some rooftops, well, maybe there's a chance. But too much map control gone. Gives Fries in the bag a responsive round. And now we find ourselves going into the second offensive effort here for Fries. It's an awkward shorthand for their name. Doesn't feel great, but you know, whatever. 3-man look over towards A, but KB is connected for first blood over towards the B side. That's not great news.
Fries in the bag are not actually good, too. Like, I don't know if you get French fries from Five Guys, but they're actually awful. I'd much rather have them in the, you know, the regular McDonald's cup or whatever the hell they call it. But bomb is going to be down over towards A. Cabal have the man-up advantage. They're all going to retake from top flat. So, gunless, you got to pop a double.
Well, not going to happen. A late nade comes out, but that's not enough. So, Cabal, keep it all defense, all convincing defenses, at least to what we can figure based on where we're at right now. And they'll keep that narrow edge as we keep deciphering these opening looks early on.
Yeah, they were just prepared for that push there, Al. Like, you get the first blood early on. You knew that at this point, Fries in the bag have to commit over towards the safe site. And we still have the man-up advantage. If Gunless would have at least found one while putting down all that damage on the backside of Plat, stand a better chance there. But when you're sending your teammate to try to clean up house, there's so many angles you have to look at because Cabal had too many players alive. So now they go on the attack. Gain early information that Fries in the bags were the aggressors through mid. No need to contest that. Let's just go right at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Stun check coming through the small door. Doesn't actually connect. So the defense is now just kind of exploring with the free map they've been given through B and mid. And Nate says, okay, I don't really need to push through mid if I've got someone on the long flank. So we'll just sit here and see if we get stacked. Secondary nades coming through, but not reaching the bomb site again.
Now 4v4 in the post plant. You do have one player in Cruz working a super deep pinch. He's able to locate Phantom for that first blood. So now you know your pinch is open. You're going to try to be the aggressor through top flat. At least for now, you're making it 2v2, 2v1.
Wow.
Or none.
Yeah,
That's it.
2v none. 2v none just like that. Yeah, it's just another one of those moments where it just feels like the same thing that we saw when we jumped in initially. It's like too much of the map just given away for free. You get the read if your Fries in the bag, and you just commit backwards and say, we'll take 3 from the front, 1 on the long flank, and okay, thank you very much.
It's so easy when you find that first kill onto the player on the long flank. Because once that kill goes down, you know that everybody else on the side of Cabal have to be stacked around that site. So you just isolate, trap them in, and tie the game. But if you want to continue to watch this one, youtube.com/COD Challenges, because I'm pretty sure Alpha is ready to go. We'll tell you Ride Bush are 2-0 in the series versus Omen Brooklyn for the #1 seed in Group A. As we get into our overload, I don't know what it is with Bush. Gotta keep on saying it. They have yet to figure this one out.
Well, we'll see what we get. Oh, nice shots. Okay, so that's going to lead to a huge opening as Rial's able to push the spawns over towards A. And maybe another behind that. Good damage on the fire. Help is on the way. Brack trying to just dive on forward, and he will be able to slide on in for the first score for Emit Brooklyn. Rial's not done yet, but eventually shut down. P2 spawn will be where the next EMP device is, and Asim will hold this forward position.
Damn, Bush got to work the OE. Omen Brooklyn have the map control that they want to potentially try to instantly fill another one on the board. Asim in a big one-on-one gunfight versus Abe does lose it, but your teammates are there to trade it on out. Another clean 4-tat in the feed, and again, Omen Brooklyn quickly put the second one on the board.
Well, this is a quick runaway.
Yeah, I don't know, Al.
Literally, very, very quick. I mean, it's just continual members in the back line that just kind of pass the baton between themselves. And Telluride Bush are just continuing to spawn all over the map. They just cannot keep their focus as they're trying to track down the players on the flank. That's not working out, so now you're trying to ignore them.
Ow!
This is what happens. Brack finds himself a knife kill for 5, and it's a quick pasture straight over towards B, and Brack's not done. He's going to get himself onto 6, plus an assist pistol is enough to get a little bit of damage to assist for the 3rd score quickly here for Mid Brooklyn.
Yeah. Bush still haven't figured this one out. Omen Brooklyn like a freight train so far here in the overload. 3 scores in less than 2 minutes. Still have all the map control to potentially end the half very quickly. Thankfully, Pro was able to stop the momentum being built there from Asim. But Omen Brooklyn so far looking like a different beast than they did in the first 2 matches. Quickly dominating here in the overload.
Wow, dude. This is about as good of a start as you could ever want if you're in Brooklyn. Awakening does get a couple, though. If you're going to get an early lifeline for Bush, you need to find a score in response. And Prelude is eventually able to find the last shot needed onto Brack over the top, almost able to get some damage over towards the backside of mid, but not quite. And look at your mini-map. There's another Emit Brooklyn member moving spawns around in the back. Unfortunate little team nade right there over the top, but largely speaking, Emit Brooklyn have again killed off a lot of time, but now things start to change as Prelude gets forward.
Yeah, he's their lead blocker over towards the speed point. So he's just looking for the opening kill, gets great timing onto at least the first player. Now his positioning is known, he gets nothing done. The EMP carrier does get shut down. Omen Brooklyn great on the goal line stop. Now in control of the EMP on their side and could just play keep away and not allow Bush to grab it.
Well, ooh, big wins right there. Even off the reset. Has a moment for Bush to possibly win out the kill feed again, but Real once more just able to find a couple of extra kills through mid. And that will lead to another moment where Brooklyn can just kind of reset the positioning around the map. Brack thought maybe he had a chance to full run this thing to A. Not the case. And now a dangerous moment starting to brew here as Prolute with help is making their way over towards A. You've got Awakening working on a mid pinch, and Abe's behind this. Opportunity for a score, but once again, Brooklyn stand tall.
Yeah, I don't think they know how to play this game mode out. Like, just looking at the minimap and how they're setting up these plays, you know that all of Brooklyn are coming off the respawn. They obviously see the guy who's carrying the EMP showing face over towards A. But Prolute actually wins the gunfight on the opposite side. Like, he should have been the lead blocker. He should rotate the EMP to his side to potentially get a score, but you just keep on trying to bombarding your way into the setup of Brooklyn. And they keep on making you pay for it. 50 seconds left to go. They still have control of the EMP, and they find the opening kill. So this is where the rotation should go towards B, as long as Real turns that corner.
Ooh, yeah, okay, that'll work. Turns the corner, finds himself a bit of a shotgun moment against Abe, and maybe more to come. No, not this time. Brack looking for the score. Bush almost in position, but not quite. So an accelerated half comes through, and a flawless one at that for Brooklyn. A huge lead here in map 3.
Yeah. You can just tell by watching the mini-map, for everyone who watches the CDL, or watches challenges. I don't know what it is with Bush. Their teamwork is phenomenal in Hardpoint. A little bit better even in Search and Destroy. But in Overload, they have yet to figure this one out, even with so many different lineups in Stage 1 and in Stage 2. Just you're not having lead blockers win their one-on-ones or even hit the right lanes that they need to open up these attacking opportunities. But now you're down 4-0 with a guy that's 4-15. And you have to play at a totally different pace now, down 4-0.
Yeah, totally different pace. And on the other side of it, Brooklyn, with the leader's advantage, could do whatever they want, really. I mean, you get a 5th score, it really puts the pressure onto Bush to play perfect. But you could also, if you don't like the look of something, just slow it down and just find a couple of trades and keep the clock as your biggest ally. So we're looking for score number 5. Pinch shut down. Brack in some trouble here. No loot, potentially for a quick grab and go, but no, instead it's a seam over the middle of the map. Pausing Bush for a moment, and we'll reset up the map as we head back over to mid.
Yeah, now they should take this EMP over towards B side. Just not gonna risk. They're not checking the right corner. Big gunfight win there from Fire as the EMP carrier. Now Abe on the pinch opens up the lane towards A. So Bush are going to be able to get on the board. It's just a reset now comes in over towards the opposite side of that tank, where all of Brooklyn just ready and waiting for you to get that score.
Yeah, and I was about to say, like, if you're Fire, I get it. You want to try to give your teammates a chance to streak over towards P2 to possibly relay, but you also can't let the clock go for too long. And a couple of Bush members drop. There is a chance for potential grab and go and counter score here, and so it will be. Brooklyn now 5-1 up, 3:30 on the clock, and starting to sunset here on exposure as Brooklyn are firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're trying to play the reset. They still have no idea where Asim is, and he's able to make his impact be felt now by finding that opening kill as the lead blocker, and even better as he finds the second. Just all of his teammates dying around that EMP, but you would gladly take that because you're still up by 4 and time is ticking down.
Yeah. Agreed, my friend, agreed. Trying to manipulate Fire on the map to see if they can move the defense of Brooklyn around just a touch. Stuns and nades starting to make their way through, and that will be an opportunity to potentially score here. Can Asim get there in time? No, he's being held back by A. Prolute for the trade will work, and the spawns will be forced up top towards B for Brooklyn. Awakening, no hip fire antics here. Can't even pull the trigger, and Brooklyn have worked their way out of a potential spawn trap, and once more still have this 3-goal lead with 2:30 on the clock now.
Find the opening double. Now you have the numbers to fly your way back to the middle of the map. Abe is able to clean house on the final 2 players. Time keeps on ticking. You see the positioning of Ace, and his job is to not allow them to grab that EMP. And if you can catch the guys off spawner, even better. But all this gunfight you keep on finding through window side means nothing if you don't have the EMP for a score.
Correct. Well, maybe a chance here. Abe is able to find one before dropping. Spawns will not be moved around enough to stop him at Brooklyn from being possessed defensively. So another wave of kills is required. And as fire drops, Awakening says, nope, not interested. And we'll try to swing this thing back to mid. Try to move the defense around just a touch. Prelude able to catch one on that return. Abe, timing with the crowd is everything. And he's able to find Brack. So a chance now. Just one member in the way. Pistol will work out for Wade. Can he get there to slide and score? Sure can. And hold on a second. 5-3, minute 35 on the clock.
Oh, but Real with a big one-on-one gunfight. Just doesn't allow Bush to be fully set up for a potential rally. And now Abe single-handedly has to retrieve this EMP because his teammates did drop. With Brooklyn doing their best to just not allow Bush. The objective in their hands. Keep on playing. Keep on trading. And it's Cammy with the double. Last guy standing is EMP carry. And another push instantly just gets shut down.
Yeah. Fire just tried to gain some space with the EMP to get his teammates back involved. But Awakening that's now dropped behind the B goal. Cammy, enough distraction to allow a seam to score and put the tally back to 3. Under 60 on the clock. And it looks like we're going to be heading to a 4th map.
Oh, yeah. Just Bush coming alive a little bit too late here on the overload. 45 seconds left to go. You are forced to just commit forward. You cannot waste any time off of rotation, so you gotta have the best gunny you have ever had. It's just the positionings for Omid Brooklyn are a lot easier to shut this one down. Everyone whips out an M15. Everyone has the crossfires being set up, and in 5 seconds, it's officially over. We are going to a map 4.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Big momentum swinger there for Amit Brooklyn. Needed something with conviction after, I won't say being like manhandled in the first 2 maps, but beaten, to put it plainly. So a chance to kind of assert some dominance of your own here on the overload. And that's it for exposure on top of that. So we've seen a lot of it. We won't see it anymore. Map 4, Hardpoint. See if Amit Brooklyn can keep this going.
Yeah, we're going to go over to Blackheart now, where it's going to be an absolute mix fest. And for at least now, Omid Brooklyn have turned the momentum on their side, especially with the first half that they had. You scored 3 scores in the first 2 minutes. I know that it's been a struggle for Bush when you talk about Overlord, even since the beginning of Black Ops 7, but Omid Brooklyn, you can't count these guys out. These are guys who have been in the CDL. Backs against the wall. You know, the series is never over till it's over. And Blackheart could be anyone's game. If you go back and look at what happened in map number 1, it was one Hardpoint that truly was a difference maker. But on Blackheart, with all the pressure you have, you realistically don't have a lot of opportunities like that.
Yeah, it's so true. But you look across the scoreboard, good stuff pretty much from top to bottom if you're Amit Brooklyn. Damage relatively even. Couple of moments in there. I mean, Cammy 17 to 19, but 12 assists, so it definitely is throwing some pelting shots out there. Telluride Bush, it's just from the get-go. I mean, we're talking 3 quick scores for Amit Brooklyn. A lot of it coming immediately off the break-off as well, just controlling and dominating the map. And yeah, the guns started to get a little bit warmer as we got deeper into the map, but it was definitely just, honestly, too much of a deficit to overcome, even though some moments were put together for Bush.
Yeah, like Bush definitely have to go back to the drawing board. Like, shout out Coach Donnie 10, because I know he's telling these guys what they need to do on Overload, because this isn't the first go-around that they have struggled in that mode. And they still seem, even with the new roster, to have the same exact mistakes. And it's all usually about the break-off. Because you can tell, like, when you give 3 for 1 in those first wave of gunfights, all the map control in favor of Brooklyn, just the way that the EMP spawns on exposure, on that side of the map, they get that first score, they already have the map control for the second. So you're already backs up against the wall if you are pushing to lose those initial fights. So just got to continue to practice, get better at the 3rd overall game mode, because this is the mode that you consistently are allowing teams back into the series. But when you're good at search and destroy and you're good at Hardpoint, all right, we'll take one. We'll give you one.
Yeah, happens. That happens. But like you mentioned, Blackheart next. It would have to be Den for map number 5. And kind of like we talked about, I mean, again, for that Hardpoint in map number 1, it was tight until it wasn't. And it really came by way of a really solid P4 from Telluride Bush Gaming that forced Amit Brooklyn to have to make the worst decisions possible. So That ends up being about a 90-point game. The exposure search and destroys back and forth to a 4-4 count, and then Bush win the last 2 rounds there. So who knows? Maybe an opportunity if you can control some of those key rotations in Money Hills to possibly get us to 5. And this match is not confusing whatsoever.
Nice.
For Fun and Fellow, and For Fun Esports squaring off against each other in a standing swap-up matchup between these 2 teams.
So we got FF versus FF and F. So far, FF only got 1 player left in Geo. Left in the 1v3. The score the way that it is, seems like you've been playing perfect Colossus Search and Destroy so far. The Vets take the opening hard point, but finally get 1 on the board here. And for Fun and Fellow, like with all that experience that they have, yesterday in the series where they were playing the Huntsman and they were down 0-3 in game 5, they were able to win 6 rounds in a row. Might find himself in a similar situation here.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Fellow and Co, by the way.
I'm with you. I was just trying to troll a little bit.
Just to simplify that.
Yeah, I'm with
that. Oh, not confusing that our in-game colors are also mixed up too. Okay. We'll just do our best here, friends. Show us a little bit of grace. Ball with the scope out. Eyes over to where Vivid and Mac are currently positioned. Mac holding a corner. Smoke already invested, and that's the defensive smoke behind that. Yuli's route comes up, stifles the play for Fun, or for
yeah. See,
Fellow and Co. I'm just done. Can we just go back to a different match?
Yeah. All right. Well, Yuli got first blood. Mac instantly gets the trade as well for the second. So, man advantage in favor of For Fun Esports. They locate Felony as well. All left in a 1v4. You stand no chance, and with all that experience, you gotta put someone in the pinch, right, Al? Like, there's no way Yuli should be able to World Cup to be for free, uncontested, shoot somebody in the back for yellow, and then get out with his life. It's an easy round when your island player is the guy setting the tone. 4-1 is the tally now.
With a sub, by the way, Jay. That was a long route through sub side with an SMG. And I will give credit. I mean, that's a nice little idea from Mac, too, on top of that, to toss a defensive smoke to pause behind the attacking smoke to make sure that flank had a little bit of extra time and just kind of kept the cement shoes on. Post-ended game, not really sure what happened there, but I will say blessings upon whatever just happened, so we don't have to be confused by the team names anymore there, because wow, that is a matchup that is just as bad as watching Falcons green play Falcons white.
Just the colors, you know, not the players, because the players are fun to watch. Like, we've been watching these guys for a whole lot of time so far throughout all of their careers, but obviously that map is going to end For Fun, not For Fun and Fellow, are down 0-1 in that series, but up 4-1 in the Search and Destroy. So they're looking to equalize and at least tie the series up at 1, because both teams are sitting at 2-1. And who wouldn't want to get the W over your brethren squad?
I know I would. I don't have any brethren squads or brothers for that matter outside of.
Oh, your brothers are the guys in platinum ranked, right now. Platinum.
You'd out me like that, dog.
I'm sorry, dude.
I'm hanging in plat too, brother. Well, I'm vibing with it. That's fine. I'm not a pro player like you and Ant.
I'm retired, all right, but I'm still eerie.
Yeah. Whatever. We're gonna go to a quick break and find out what's happening with our other matches. Although maybe I just heard don't throw to break. Okay, Alpha's our main match is coming back. Okay, so we're just gonna stick with you, and get us back into map number 4, Black Heart Hardpoint. Pumped for it, man. I will say, like, watching teams at this level play this map has really been a joy. It's like watching Pakaj back during the Vanguard year. It's just like, it's messy, it's chaotic, it's insane, but we get pop-off plays, and I'm here for that drama.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, if Omen Brooklyn get put in one of those crucifix setup again where Bush are pushed out on one side of that map and just forcing you to funnel here on Blackheart, yeah, the score's going to be nasty.
Oh!
And when Prolu finds a 3-piece Semtex off the rib, yeah, it's already job well done because we can instantly work this pinch.
Are we talking early Hellstorm potentials?
Alrighty.
5-0 start for Byron. Oh, man. You take a little bit and you gain on the pinch. One more, doesn't quite get to the Hellstorm, and a good kill feed on the backside of all of that for Emit Brooklyn, who are now looking at time and some map positioning, although Cammy's route has been sniffed out. Looked like Abe had gotten a read on it. was helped by Prolute to make sure that stayed safe. But from the front, okay, Brooklyn still hanging, still holding. The angles are working out for another favorable kill feed. You can just push this through caution and maybe a chance to block spawns.
Yeah, there's no way in hell Brooklyn should have gotten any time off of this P1 with the start off and the positioning of Prolute. He just needed one of his teammates to clutch up one of those fights around that P1 area because he was influencing Brooklyn, again, to just flood one side of the map. Just black card a little bit different than exposure. And Omid Brooklyn are prepared for the chaos. Now a scene battling for the back spawns, instantly gets kicked off, so Bush has the rotation to P2.
Yeah. Nice salvage moment right there from Bush, all things told. So they will regain the lead. Nice save from a seam. That actually leads to a kill from Real, which may, I was gonna say it may block spawns, but no, not quite. It was Prolute who spawned just on the outside of this play, helps out for the kill, and just when you thought maybe EMEA Brooklyn were gonna get away with something from Real, they get pushed back, and the full time at P2 goes away in Bush.
Yeah, now they're banking on the rotation over towards P3. Fire is dancing around the mid-map area. With those two kills going down when they did, Brooklyn are not going to be as strongly set up off the rotation that they once were in.
No,
locates Asap. He secures the backside, and now Omid Brooklyn have to have a tight setup from the HP.
Well, Cammy is able to stop one, but there's more around the back. Oh, and I don't think Real realizes what he's running into. Yeah, Abe's able to find two, but he also had help as Fire was nearby, so good team shots now lead to a 4v2 on the Hardpoint itself. Fire, decent damage, opens the door for the SMGs to dive on in, and the last player of Cammy has been at least held off a little bit over towards front window. Abe in some trouble here, though, and Cam's going to turn that into a two-piece. Prolute stopping the rotation through windows, only gets one, so good predictive nade from Real. Now has EMEA Brooklyn contesting from the front, but still the spawns are in, and the gunfights continue to go the way of Bush.
Yeah, Bush now being the aggressors. They're clearing out house through the front side of this HP. Omid Brooklyn now need the response at the P4 because back-to-back hard points for Bush. Got a 50-point lead. Great gunfights off the location. It's Real and it's a scene able to locate a double. And now you set yourself up here at the P4 to get some much-needed time.
Well, that is, you need to hold it. You need to hold this, and the first two kills on the overextension are well served. Being able to find not just one, but two from the front, and that will completely clear out a ton of space. Abe is hunting for the trade, but has to be cautious to not give away his life from this position. He cannot find the seam. Finally, Prolute's able to track him down. 30 seconds to fight for on the hill. Big time for EMEA Brooklyn to this point. Here comes the route. Real caught. Not really able to get the gun up in time. Brack in trouble. He will drop quickly, and that is a little bit too simple. Bush on their second attempt breaks through with only dropping a single player and will hold their lead.
If you're not mad at that, if you are Omid Brooklyn, because they're going to find those 20 seconds. Have the rotation that you want over towards P5, but if you lose these gunfights, then you're going to be infuriated. Thankfully, you go 2 for 2 in the split fights. And you only have one player on this side of the map for the Bush. It's going to be Prolute single-handedly trying to secure these spawns, but he stalls enough time for the teammates to now be into the mix. Brack has to value his life towards the backside. He gets isolated, and now it's a battle for the spawns, but Omid Brooklyn still have the numbers.
Fire's in trouble. Able to fight back nicely. Pistol. Oh my goodness from Fire. Help on the way for Bush. They just can't quite get there in time to stop the reinforcements from spawning up. And EMEA Brooklyn will stabilize the spawns while still, all this meanwhile, holding on to the hill. So now if you're Bush, you kind of have to do the same thing again. Can you find a way to break in from the front and just contest, if not win out a little bit more of this scrap time?
So 20 seconds here to play with. Omid have the back spawns. Omid have the numbers. They're going to be able to take the lead at the ending of the P5. So on the first set, it was Bush changing the P2 to the P3 to grow the lead. On the ending of the first set, it was Brooklyn from P4 to P5 to now have a 15 to 20 point lead as we hit the reset again. So both teams have a lot of adjustments to make, but I know if you're Bush, you're looking to make the adjustments quickly here on the P1 because Prolute had an outstanding start, and now your teammates are finding kills.
Yes, they are. 10-point lead starting to diminish here as Bush continue to soak up time on P1. Decent kill feed from EMEA Brooklyn, but they have to win the hardpoint and still push through to move the spawns around. Fire in trouble, but somehow gets into the turbine, finds an elimination, now is off the regen and can go to the high ground. Wow. Next level finesse from Fire. Help on the way, allowing Bush to reclaim the lead. 25 seconds to fight. Proloot is now looking to kind of make a mess of this next hit from him at Brooklyn.
He's just dancing, man.
Yeah, I'll say.
You keep on playing trades around your teammates. You're consistently forcing Omid Brooklyn to be uncomfortable off the respawn. And now only 10 seconds left. You haven't allowed anyone from Omid to cross that 50-yard line.
Unreal.
And you win the rotation that you want over towards P2 side. Proloot on 5 in a row. Just needs one more onto Real. But Real through the front door locates 3. And Omid Brooklyn are here contesting.
Abe in the back, goes prone, keeps himself alive a little while longer, but good removal of him by Amit Brooklyn. They still find themselves in the hill. Spawns currently still being mostly blocked. Amit Brooklyn, where do you spawn here? Oh, all the way out. Every gunfight a big one from here on out. Cammy trying to just work this backside spawn. Bush trying to remove him. Are able to find another elimination. Now it's just down to a scene from inside the hard point, and the moment of discipline from Bush works out flawlessly for a break with 30 seconds largely still to fight for.
Yeah, good chunk of time at the ending of this P2. And now Fire streaking. Does get shut down before earning a potential Hellstorm. You're more than willing to forfeit this final 10 seconds if you have the rotation that you want over towards P3. Because last time it was all of Omid Brooklyn. Every single time just trying to flood their way through the front door. But with a 10-point lead, you can start to work some of these long rounds. The Barak finds the opening.
Yeah, it's huge. Over to window. Fire has Riel held back just a touch. Ooh, went to the nade and missed his opportunity to throw it. In some trouble around the back. Fight for spawns, a crucial one. Awakening will drop him at Brooklyn. Have an opportunity here to reinforce quickly. And they will win the spawns and the rotation for early time. Proloot able to get some assertion over towards the front while this long route around through P5 is starting to develop. And oh, Brack's in trouble. The pinch is working out nicely.
Oh,
He can only find one, and Cammy gets removed again from the backside. Bush, another solid break.
Yeah, Bush overwhelmed them with pressure around the backside, but Proloot from the front is able to locate a double. So you get the break there for Telluride. But you're still down by 10 points, and Omid Brooklyn for now are in control of the map the way they want to be. You have rotation over towards P4. You're creating extra layers. They just have multiple opportunities to try to hold down this hard point. Bush had to start to work on some of these routes, but Brooklyn keep on slowing them down by finding kills.
Fire is keeping a lot of them at Brooklyn interested to the front with these long-range battles. Abe once again sneaks behind enemy lines. And yeah, this is now down to what Abe can create from this position, and him and Awakening will break open the hard point by themselves. Long route from Messine, able to find one, but that will move spawns a little bit unfavorably now for Amit Brooklyn. Working on it is Brack, still alive in the back, and Awakening may have just seen him with that little bump up, and yeah, how about it? And now it's just down to can you receive the hit from the front. 30 seconds to fight, and Bush get over the 200-point threshold.
It's gotta be so frustrating because you had a lockdown setup. Abe gets one opportunity with a blast spawn towards the back lines, and just Fi uses his life, figures out the right time to strike, and all it took was one kill to flip Omid on the opposite side of the map. Bush running away with this game now. Can soak away this final 10 seconds or more than willing to give it up because you have rotation to B5.
Tight moment here, but a big double from Fire. Last one will be known. It's Real trying to force the trade our Bush. A couple of tags are in. Real still holding his life. And Awakening's in a little bit of a sticky spot right now. Has just a pistol. Tries to fight off multiple things at once. Real turns that into two. Amit Brooklyn quick on the break, only giving away a couple of points, and now they're in control.
Real keeps breaking them down on some of these routes, man. Found a double. Flipped him across the map. Now you're forced to invest this Hellstorm, but it doesn't connect onto anyone besides Asum. Still the close spawns in for Omid Brooklyn for another wave of fights here, but Bush in from the front.
Yeah, these stuns are landing. 223 to 205. Abe able to scout out two players. And honestly, if you're looking at this position, you're just stuck if you're Brack. Oh, but Abe gets caught in the reload. That may be a bit of a lifeline as Fire is low, has to vacate the hard point. Still turns to find one. Pistol out has help from Awakening. Last 7 seconds will go the way of Bush. Proloot, pinch route around the back. May have just won the map right there. Abe following up as this window hit has been well received, and now it's just desperation time for Amit Brooklyn. 245, 207. You have to find the break. You have to find the contest, and Proloot and the rest of Bush are in perfect spots as Awakening finishes it off with a little turn on as Bush will stay flawless in the group.
And Bush are able to stay flawless in the group and guarantee themselves that #1 seed. It was a close game, again, just like it was in that map number 1, but Abe makes the most out of his opportunity with that best spawn on the backside of P4, because I was looking at the mini-map. There's no way an Elliott long wall run, because there was players in a position to watch it if you are Omen Brooklyn, but he gets that spawn, you get the break at the P4. That's what Omen Brooklyn were banking on to keep themselves into the mix, because both of these teams are going blow for blow. It's just at that point where you're expecting your response to be answered, that close spawn from Abe, the blessed spawn from Abe, leads to a break at the P4. You break it in the final 15, but then Bush had the rotation in the P5. It was a bloodbath in every single respawn besides the overload. But Bush were the better team today. Win 3-1 in the series and go 4-0, like you said, in Group A.
Yeah, clean stuff. I'm sure Jersey Jerry, Mook, and the boys are loving what they're seeing out of this squad with Abe in the mix. And we said we would talk about it. We didn't really get around to it. I'll tell you, Jay, this feels like another one of those circumstances that we kind of talked a little bit about Lunars at the end of last year. You get put onto a team and you get forced to run a role that just is not the highlight of what you were able to do in Challengers prior to getting picked up. And Abe has now gone through 2 days worth of Challengers in the Elite Station, and he has ran a bit rampant on everybody. And a lot of it is like, let him pick what weapon he wants. Don't just hard hit him on an AR. Let him run an SMG if he wants to. He was the one creating a lot of the openings, a lot of the opportunities, and that's huge.
Like, without question, man. Just allowing the young guy to be as confident as he was before he even entered the CDL to still show why he deserves to be up there with the best in the world. That's usually the case for a lot of the pro players who go from challengers down, from the pro play down to challengers. They just have a different kind of fire in them to try to work their way back up to the big leagues. But if you keep on shining like this, your opportunity is right around the corner again. When you take a look at the map, Samos between Bush and Omen Brooklyn, every single one was tight, even the overload at the very ending of that game. Just Bush a little bit better in the fundamental aspect. Search and destroy, they outclassed them out of the playmaking. Just a better team today.
Okay, so Bush have asserted top seed priority on the group, and most importantly, a chance at guaranteeing themselves one of the top seeds going into the playoff bracket. And I will say, kind of like comparing the, not just like the rosters, but I think the experience built into some of the rosters compared to those that got through the elite qualifiers and find themselves in the elite this stage. It does feel like compared to stage 1, we're getting a little bit better separation of our more veteran teams gaining a bit of an edge over some of the, you know, not lesser players, but some of the teams that have been more recently formed. That's what I'm kind of looking at right there. So that could be a huge impact moving into the potential of a top seed in the playoffs. But for right now, we need to figure out where we're going to go next. So we're going to take just a brief break, let you catch your breath, and we'll be back with more Challengers Elite right for this. Welcome back there, gamers. We're moving our way into a map 4 affair between DBC Death by Cabal and Falcons Academy 3. DBC currently up and, well, swimming early here on Scar Hardpoint. They got another important pivotal matchup between these two teams, just kind of looking at where they are in the standings. Both of them sitting right in the middle of the pack, and a win could really give some separation with one more match to play afterwards.
Oh yeah, DBC desperately looking for this one because Falcons Academy, at least for now, is sitting at 2-1. But just to make it mixy, everyone's sitting at 2-2 throughout Group A, with Bush growing separation, Homer Brooklyn looking beatable. You want to guarantee yourself in towards the top 4, so far phenomenal. At the P1, an opportunity to chain it here towards the P2. They are lining up the kill feed out.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are indeed. Rex on a 4 spree, 6 and 1, getting some hardpoint time right now. Dak getting sprayed down through the wall. That'll be a quick Elim. Manny over the top. Lots of damage, but can't find any kills. But numbers starting to build here for DBC on the counter break. Pistol for Manny. That will work. One more bullet needed. Standy staying alive longer than expected, but is it long enough? Sure feels that way. Whew. Although Rex is a little bit of a wall bounce moment, able to get himself 2. Goes prone, stays safe, and Death by Cabal are finding a lot of early wins.
Yeah, now Falcons Academy Green just got to cut their losses because P1 to P2 train is phenomenal. But if you give up that P3, just call GG on the map. Let's go to next. But there's no next to go to because you're down 2-1. You need to have this response at the P3 HP, but you're losing every single gunfight off the rotation. Now the only one here to try to make something out of nothing is Aluka. He's only able to get 1, so DBC have playing control and can try to chain every single hard point so far in this game together.
Oh, well, Dak will drop. Numbers will start to build here for Falcons Green. And that is a moment that needs to turn into something big. So honestly, the trophy system not even earned yet for Flames due to the nature of how the game has gone to this point. So names are starting to land here. Mid-cut being watched by Aluka. Have to watch one on the prop. It's Vic, who's still able to find a little bit of damage. Can't quite find any wins, though. Dak now the next one up. Shut down by Standy. Nice moment starting to really be put together here by Falcons Green, but they cannot hold back DBC. The break is in with 15 to fight.
Yeah, you just get overwhelmed by the pressure, led by the stuns and the nades, because you don't gain any early trophy systems until the ending of that P3 HP. So you're able to manage that. Now going to give up a lot of time to Cabal and just try to keep yourself into the mix. But the gunfight's off the rotation. Dak is able to locate a double back spawn secured for DBC. But Falcons Academy Green still contesting.
Yeah, Dak will eventually be felled. Rex is trying to keep an eye on the back of fences. He's able to catch himself 1. Stun over the top has Dak now trying to work his way into the hard point, but he gets pushed off that angle. Standy holding the front doors, but here comes the build-up for DBC. Can they find the kills to work their way around from multiple points of ingress? Seems like yes. Vikram's able to find his way on in. Stun will land, try to chase down the kill around the back to really lock down spawns, but good finesse from Flames gives an opportunity for more. It's not quite able to grab it, and the last kill will come through to make sure the scrap time goes to DBC.
And look at how DBC are setting this up. They're clearing out all of the maps, so Falcons Academy Green, every single player is just spawning at that old HP. Ideal for DBC to blow this game even more open than what it currently is. You have the rotation to P5. You got your players holding them down with the trophy systems as well. And you're winning your long distance gunfights. DBC can currently do no wrong.
Well, Standy working on this. Oh, needs to have a moment. He catches 1. He's got help nearby. Flames is trying to work the high ground position. And him and Standy together will neutralize the time and win back the spawns. One more player to find. That's Dak at mid. No worries there. And 30 seconds to fight for. If Falcons can win this back time, they will be right back into this map.
Yeah, you desperately need it too. This final 20's got to go your way. And if you're DBC, try to set up around P1. You have a lot of a leader's advantage right now, so you can still pressure this whole time. And thankfully, it's going to work out in your favor as you clean up house potentially for the final 15. False fires being set up are way too strong for Falcons Academy Green, and now QK, who was banking to try to hold down blue position, just getting overwhelmed. So DBC again in firm control of the map, continue to run up the score.
Man, Jay, look at this setup right now. I mean, you had Manny watching one crossfire angle, Rex the other. There's just no exit from spawn. So So the first 15 seconds are already gone at P1, and Falcons Green are still looking for another gunfight win before they can really do much damage to this setup. There's a couple of key wins, specifically for QK to get a little bit further up in towards top blue, but he will again in that position. Flames for the trade is solid. Sandy still holding on to mid shops. Give Falcons Green a little bit of momentum here in the backside of P1.
Yeah, big moment for Falcons Green to manage the chaos that brewed at the P1. Read the players spawning on towards the pinch and just quickly taking care of Manny, who was setting up that pinch through white wall. Just a second go around, you send 2 players on that side of the map to flip the spawns, and DBC take the map away quickly. I have an opportunity to chain it over towards the P2 where it was unbreakable the first go around, and now they got trophy systems, so it might be a little bit more difficult, but you're setting up different routes if you're Falcons Academy Green.
You got the pinch set up nicely. Rex, goodness, if he gets that second one, that would have been a miracle. But enough damage to keep QK down. And he was thinking about getting out of the hill to try to set up more numbers, and as he gets caught in a split moment of indecision, it's QK who comes away with 4. Not quite able to finish off the last, as Rex is having himself a heater of a map. 25 and 11. The shots for Manny, 20-13. Not to be outdone by much, and the shots over to back Jenny are insane. 184 to 92. And Rex, you can see, when he starts bouncing and challenge shots like this, he's feeling himself, and that's a dangerous prospect for Falcons Green.
Yeah, without question, he's on point. Taking over this game, ARs are dominating every crossfire possible at the P2, and you're just continuously playing with your leader's advantage, because when you're up by 100, you can take long routes to get breaks at P2. And now you got trophy systems, frags are connecting across the map. The game might be over right here.
Yeah, good nade, good damage from Rex to soften up that setup, but Falcons Green have to fight their way back in, and they will successfully. Vikram, nade plus a follow-up is really solid, but Rex unfortunately can't quite get the strong arm over the top of the plane, so Falcons Green will get past the 100-point mark. Still down triple digits, though, at the moment, as they look to lock this back 30 up.
And this is where lead advantage can continue to work in your favor. It's just Flames this time around is able to manage the route out of Manny. So Falcons are still holding on to the P3. So now you need to do 2 things at the same time. Secure this final 15 seconds and push through with kills to spawn them all the way across the map. You're able to find one of your Luca. Vic finds the trade, but now you have the numbers as everybody else from Falcons Academy are being the aggressors.
Yes, they are. Good win from QK. Dak also in trouble. Has to try to find a little bit of safety. He's not able to get any sanctuary inside the hill. 131-10. And this is a very passive setup for Falcons. They are not going to have any information on where DBC are coming from. They're just holding these choke points around the backside of the Manny. Good information on the 2 in the back, but everyone else in the front has fallen.
Beautiful.
And Manny can't make any kills there happen. So that's a staggered respawn now coming through. And Falcons will have more breathing room.
Yeah, you force Falcons to be really tight on their setup. They clear out house on their first wave, but then on the second attempt, when they start to take some space, death by Cabal. Get another clean 4 dead and now flip the spawns on its head. So 20 seconds here to play with for the P4. And you will gladly take this if you are DBC. And you know if you're Falcons, you're not willing to give up this time for free.
No, you kind of have to chow it out, but you also need to win this rotation and to have a lifeline in the map. So the quick refloods allow essentially a back and forth final third. 228, 158. Falcons Green. Couple of nice opening eliminations. Pause any early break attempts for DBC. But you've lost track of mid, and Aluka cannot drop here. Have to help Flames inside the hard point. And an SMG of Dak just runs right up, finds the kill. Now around the back, Vikram able to flip spawns on that route. Standy now trying to recover, but he's going to have to take care of everything. Oh! A little turn and snap out of the headshot of Vic has Falcons Green stabilizing.
Yeah, Al wasn't even ready to give that comm right there because he wasn't expecting Standy to get that kill.
Nope.
Somehow, some way, Falcons Green still in control of P5 until Manny hits the long route. Spawn towards the backside, finds a double. But even with all those kills going down, it's still Falcons Academy Green here.
They've got the numbers. They'll bully ball out in scrap time. Now looking for the quick transition over to V1, 231 to 187. This attempt to break down the setup at DBC has to find success. And they're going to get a blue spawn from Sandy with that win from QK. Maybe a chance to at least neutralize the time. Give yourself a little bit of breathing room and a little bit of time to get off spawn, but Manny will take down 2. Foul ball from Standy is good. Can he keep his life? He's got help coming nearby. It's just they're a little bit maybe too late, or is it? Vic trying to force the issue here. Maybe a bit over-aggressive, and that's going to get Falcons green. Again, an extra lifeline on this hill.
But now no one watching that white wall pinch. As Manny stuck by, Noah Luke is going to be able to spot him, but you can't allow him to be impactful. Thankfully, Standy was ready for that gunfight. Just now, everybody else is trading out effectively. Standy still trying to hold down the time. 34 and 28, almost a minute in the hill. Rallying his team back into this game. They haven't had a single second basically at P2 all of this game so far. Can they finally get some to potentially try to force game 5?
Big win from Vic. Dak follows for the trade. Rex up top. You need to get him out of this position. Stuns, nades, all being thrown in, but it's a 4-man feed, and that may just do it right there. Vic's got to read on where the spawn is, and that kill will likely do it. One last jump, one last surge, and Manny reads all of it. DBC. Take map 4, take the series, and a 3-1 count will also potentially help them if there are any tiebreaker situations, if we do need them, which we very well may need in this group.
Oh yeah, they're sitting at what, 2-2 now. You have Cabal, who are currently up 2-1 in their series, so they're trying to get their first one to be 1-3 to end the night. Fries in the bag is the team they're going up against, so they might officially be eliminated. But Falcons Academy now at 2-2, Death by Cabal at 2-2, and over Brooklyn at 3-1. So at least for now, you're top 4.
And we got a map 5 affair here with FaZe Falcons and Huntsman. Again, the situation here is Huntsman have to win this map, have to win this series, and they would have to win next week to have a chance potentially at a 2-3 tiebreaker situation. And it's not looking good right now for Huntsman. Down to a 4v3 and down 4-2 overall. Body through the smoke, enough damage to allow Spoody to confirm the kill. And this round may be over. We were looking at a 5-2 if this bully ball ends up working, and it will. Last one left is Renegade.
Yeah, 1v3 for Renegade. Play's going to be on the opposite side of the map. You're not going to be able to get 1-3 and make more damage. You do spot the bomb carrier. Just too many players still alive for FaZe Falcons. And I don't know what it is about challenges so far today, but I feel like smoke grenades are used as decoys so far. Like to just draw out defensive numbers. So once that smoke goes down, you're thinking the objective is going to get planted. You have a chance to find that kill for free, but you throw it down as bait. The guy walks through it. You instantly turn it into a 4v2. And now FaZe Falcons at game point. I can only imagine how Methods feels right now.
Bro. Yeah, not ideal, to put it plainly. Not ideal at all. So we'll jump on into the mix here in round number 8. Huntsman going to go for pretty much a 4-man approach over to A. King of Body's already gotten some good info. Yeah, and that frag will blow up the van. Make this route extra simple. Nox connects twice. And the last one over the top will be Johnny, and he will be pushed away. That is about as crisp and as clean as 2 rounds could possibly go. FaZe Falcons take that win, improve their position in the Group B standings, and essentially at that point, that just eliminates Huntsman. 0-4, you're done, Z.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Huntsman are without question out and about, brother. That's tough, man, because for a team who obviously made the playoffs last stage, were able to get a top 4 before falling short. You get to this new stage after 2-year players get called up to the big leagues, and unfortunately, SND just wasn't hitting for you. 2 Game 5 losses yesterday, a Game 5 loss today. Yeah, they just weren't prepared, even with the new lineup versus some of these other squads.
Yeah. Well, we'll go back over to the For Fun matchup, as we've got For Fun Esports in the pink, and Fun and Fellow in... No, Fun and Fellow are in the pink. For Fun Esports are in the white. We're just going to call them by their names. Fellow and Co. Currently scoring, down 30 points, and looking to rotate with 10 seconds remaining across the map, where Gio and the rest of the gang are set up and ready to go.
Yep, they're going to be late off the rotation, so you need gunfights to bail you out. Fellow Alongside his teammates applying a lot of pressure through P3, but it's Yuli on the repinch. Just understanding where the play was going to come in, because the entire time he was laying P1. There's not a single player from Fellow and Co. who try to work through the middle of the map or anything, but it still doesn't matter because now they clear themselves out through P3, secure the back spawns, and have an opportunity to take the lead.
But Fellow tries to push up into P1. That's not going to work out too real. We saw his route majesty earlier, looking to lock things down as the hit from the front is starting to develop, and it will at least allow a momentary break to come through. Geo and David finding a couple of kills, moving the spawns around again. Last one up is Fellow. Catches one. Off the reload, no, nothing more. And, well, not enough time to win here if you are for fun esports, but, I mean, the lead is significant. The leader's advantage is steep, and Fellow and company need to find a way to get the response, otherwise we're going 5.
Well, FOXTROT just trading out effectively around P1. First step done. Fully set up. Going into our third set. A 60-point difference. Felony gonna basically force all of For Fun Esports to flood 2 sides of the map. Right through the main door and through the wall run. He's giving the communication to his teammates, but his teammates aren't getting the trade, so Fellow's got to do it all by himself.
Oh, he's just circling, finding the contest. Now he's got a little bit of health. Up and over. Fellow 5 in a row. Hold on a second. Does he get number 6? Looking back over towards square. Sees nades on the way in. Nice shots to Yuli, plus a follow-up. It's a Hellstorm now earned. Fellow and Co. over the 200-point threshold, and they know Vivid's playing somewhere outside a window.
Okay, old man, I see you. Popping takeover in the biggest moment. We have lost track of at least one guy. But Tura, your job is to minimize those plays. Still in control of the time for now is going to be Fellow and company, but it's all about flipping these spawns if you potentially can. And for now, Vivid is still contesting at the old time. 3 go Jet, 4 Fun Esports have flipped it. They can close out the game.
Yes, they can, but Yuli will drop inside the hill, at least for a moment. Not anything beyond. The Hellstorm call-in was desperate, needed to happen. There was no other way about it. Just not enough lifeline left in the map to continue that momentum that Fellow was able to push together. So that series is going to go 5. We will do our best to make sure colors and names are correct so we can hopefully not be so super confused. That's one of those things, man. We see it every year in Challengers, whether it's P7 Notorious playing Notorious, if it's Falcons green playing Falcons white, if it's Stallions red playing Stallions black. It always is a thing where there's multiple teams under the same name. We do our best.
Yeah, we just need to get the colors right. Maybe that'll help us without question. You know, one team's purple, one team's pink. We understand the results. We can read English, but, you know, 2 teams on the same organization. It is kind of tough to cast it, but regardless, we know both teams are going to a game 5. Both teams sitting at 2-1. And you want to get the win over your brethren squad and just take yourself to a better seed. So map 5 stands between both squads.
And we are going to wait for that one to grace our screen. So we're going to step away for just a moment, come back, and try to finish off the night on a strong foot. Don't go far. One more map potentially to go here with North American Challengers in week 1 of stage 2. Welcome back there, friends. We are jumping on into map number 5 for Fun Esports, going up against For Fun and Fellow, aka Fellow & Co. And our colors are locked. Let's go. RCD is a little bit of trouble here at Kitchen, just backing away, giving the space, and alerting this defense at A that, yeah, Pillars is a problem.
Yeah, Turo has all the information at B. Like, if the play goes down on this side of the map, I'm most likely single-handedly going to be able to shut it down. But he doesn't spot anyone out. So now he's thinking the play's got to be developing at A. And your team is going to completely be bamboozled once this bomb goes down at B.
Well,
or not?
Yeah. I was going to say, well. So now this post plant is all at bedroom, and Fellow & Co. are going to recognize that with this clearance that they're currently getting. One last wrap from Arceus at mid to confirm. And Vivid will drop. Geo, well, he's able to get one in return, but the push is on. Someone should be able to hop this. And unless you kill the planter, which that's an angle, do you get back in time? It's a mad dash, and yeah, Fellow's able to get there no problem.
Yeah, I just don't understand how that round was that easy of a retake for Fun and Fellow. When 2Rail just completely gets the worst COD timing possible. Like, he's giving the communication to my team. Like, they're not at B, guys. Like, they should be at A. But somehow, some way, when he runs right by all of them, the bomb goes down, he's able to cast the first blood onto a player just sitting at top ring. Yeah, I don't know if you were ready for that play if you are For Fun Esports, but Fellow & Co. take round 1.
Well, good nades. RCD's able to find the first. The trades are even. So a good 2v2, but Fellow has gotten up and in through bedroom. You just would not expect this route nor this timing. Geo's not in a position to track it down for a trade, so it has to reposition through mid. And maybe he can catch the bomb planter out for free here. Doesn't have a look at it. So post plant established towards Laundry. Geo on the hunt.
He's able to spot Pollux. Pollux is not going to be ready for the gunfight, so you turn it into a one-on-one. And with just the way that Paul was playing, you know that Fellow has to be over towards Laundry's side, but you don't spot him on the cross. So now the repositioning for Fellow might be perfect.
Yeah, and he's going to hear that stun go off deep, so he knows that he's got an opportunity to finesse a little while longer. Oh, and Geo thinking about the full rewrap. And all Fellow will have to do is check this at about 9 seconds. No problems. Absolutely perfectly played by Fellow. And it just comes down to sheer COD timing. The fact that you don't see that little jump across is everything.
Yeah, Fellow's rewinding the clock. He's like, wait, Raid was in the map set when I first started to become a competitive pro player, so let me just go back to what used to work and the aggression. Right now for Felony is catching For Fun Esports off guard. He was with his team through the middle of the map, and once you turn it into a 2v2, there's no hesitation on the push out through back kitchen. Win one gunfight, and then just get lost in the 1v1. Fellow making big-time plays in the big moments. Now, For Fun Esports need to stop the bleeding on offense.
Yeah, Fellow will make his way over and control water steps for a moment. Arceus hasn't seen anything out of Zig, so Fellow will keep his eyes over towards Pool. Oh, and the timing to re-control bedroom is everything right now. Paul just looking for info. May have gotten almost more than that. The opportunity on the cross, not quite there. Arceus does catch first blood, and here comes that flank from Fellow.
Yep, and he's able to spot one player. Gonna catch him with his pants down. Freebie for kill number 2. And now you know that you have them trapped over towards Laundry side. So you have the sniper posted up. 2 right here for a little bit of assistance. Does get caught. But a 1v4 potentially for Yuli.
Yeah, he's stuck. Paul gonna just track back and play with his teammates. RC throwing shoulders with a knife. Back on to Paul. There's the focus, and Feldo will get credit for that final elimination. That's important because he's still flawless right now. I think 7-0. And with the plant, I think, did he have the plant last time around? No, he's 6-0. Pardon me. He's got to be close to Hellstorm is what I'm getting at.
Oh yeah, with that question, man. Just turning back the clock for young Fellow, aka old man Fellow. Just understanding that 15 years later from when Raid originally spawned in on our screens, Black Ops 7, you got to play it a little bit different. And I feel like the best teams so far, not only in challenges, but even in the pro scene, who are phenomenal at Raid, Search, and Destroy, are the team that initially always take at least one part of the map away and trap you on the opposite. That's exactly what For Fun and Fellow just did to go up 3-0. And now he already has that Hellstorm. Let's just call it in to guarantee this one.
That's exactly the call. But I will say, you know, as much as Fellow may have an extra game worth of experience on this map, all 8 players in the lobby played Cold War. So
100%, yeah.
no excuses. Mac will drop as he was trying to find Sanctuary away from the Hellstorm. And now the isolation up towards Laundry is the next thing, but Vivid will get out of there. That's important, especially with Geo reclaiming mid-map. If he decides to pinch this, he may find great timing on a couple. Yeah, he catches one backs away, but here's Fellow over the top, able to find damage. Geo's got nowhere to go, and Fellow and Co. will stay flawless 4-0 up.
Yeah, it's just easy when you got a Hellstorm basically being a UAV for you on the round. You get the first one before the Hellstorm is even called in, and then once it gets shot down, you isolate onto the players over through Laundry side, knowing that you have the numbers. Geo's able to get great timing through mid pillars to at least equalize. But it's just still too many players for Fellow and Co. Alive and pushing. Now they're flawless so far here in the game number 5.
Combined 0-8 for Vivid and Mac.
Let me find out they've been the problem in game 5. Even on the Cloud9 snap.
I know it. Fellow will sneak out of kitchen, and the pinch setup around mid-zig is, well, it's perfect. Vivid is stuck in pool, and yep, fish in water, no problem. Everyone just dives on in. Cannonball for fun, and Fellow 5-0 up.
Yeah, that's just horrifying if you're Vivid left in this 1v4. Just trying to enjoy the water, enjoy the scenery. And then 4 players just ruining your vacation with the cannonballs. Now puts For Fun and Fellow at game point. Just consistently are setting the tone every single round.
Yeah.
Now Fellow looking to just be perfect to close out this game. No need to die.
It'll be the offense for Fellow and Co. Nades up to Laundry just to blow up the cars. Done to follow. No one home. 2 Real will drop, though. That's a bomb carrier towards B as Geo connects onto a snipe. And a little bit of a mini repinch on pillars early here has Fellow isolated. So, okay. Quick rounds is apparently the name of the game here as Geo will finish things off with a flawless round for Fun Esports.
Okay. All right. Starts up with the first ball onto 2 Rail. First time for Fellow and Co. where they decided to have a split push. Which you're expecting when you're up 5-0. For Fun to take some risks to try to fight their way back on in, but they bank on a slow and steady setup, wins the race. Boomstick with the opening kill. Split their setup on their attack and just isolated a bunch of those gunfights, so they force round 7.
Geo going to see if he can keep the hot hand. Opening defensive nade tossed over to the front doors. That bedroom won't land or connect for any info. Late stun for Mac does reveal 1 player at least at mid kitchen. That's Arcides for now. Then he will move over to cutout window. That's being watched. And that will lead to Fellow and Co. stepping into Tiki to try to overwhelm any potential hits towards B. And Paul's going to connect onto Vivid early with close and personal in kitchen.
And that's Real knows that he can potentially beat the aggressors through water steps because Geo gets the trade, but he only has a sniper pistol. So numbers still in favor of Fellow and Co. Trying to close this one out 6-1. You're able to spot Yuli on the backside of Laundry. Can you isolate that gunfight? Paul X just get caught, and so does Felony. 1v1.
Yeah, smoke out. Shots from 2 Real, not able to land initially. Able to get a couple of perfect shots in. Looking to finish with a pistol, but now the regen should surely be in. Yes, they are. A lot of that going on in this match right now, to be fair. And we'll get some extra separation. 2 Real not wanting to break the glass. Very cautious to go over the top, and Yuli's going to commit for the plant over at B. 2 Real, does he go money window to watch the exit? No, instead goes mid. And they may meet here, sure do. Old teammates now looking at one another. And 2 Real late to the gunfight, still takes the win. And yeah, that sounds about right. Let him know about it. It'll be a 6-1 count. Fellow and Co. will have a big edge now all of a sudden, getting a little bit of separation into this group standings, which is likely, I imagine, going to end in some tiebreaker situations next week.
Yeah, what a big search and destroy in the game 5. Utter dominance there from Fellow and Co. You consistently finding success in the first blood column, and even some of the routes where Call of Duty timing wasn't your best friend, you basically make that round look perfect. It was just a step ahead there on Ray in the game number 5. Every single round setting the tone. When you're up 5-0, you can slow it down a little bit because you got impactful players in Felony, impactful players with Paul X and that Sniper. And 2Real able to put the finishing touches versus his old SMG duo. He understands, like, hey, I know you like to hit the rotation a little bit, but just catches him lacking in the game 5. 4Fun and Fellow move to 3-1, while the opposite squad moves to 2-2. Create a little bit more separation in them seeding columns, but this game 5 was all Fellow and Co.
Yeah, you get to 3 wins, you're in a good spot to likely make it in towards the bracket. I think in particular, you look at Group B, and you are still getting a play out for P7 Notorious and Stallions Black, but Huntsman at 0-4, they're out of the picture. Yeah. So, I mean, for Stallions Black, they have to finish 2-2, but it's just one of those situations that those bottom 3 teams, or I guess 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you know, pending that Stallions lose that matchup versus P7 just based on where they are, that could lead to almost already deciding what's going to happen out of Group B. Flawless, though, for a couple of the squads, and honestly, again, we said it just kind of briefly, but I think what I can label after watching a couple of the results from yesterday and more of it here today, especially with our 2 undefeated teams playing each other, it does feel like the veteran squads are starting to gain a little bit more separation versus these more recently formed teams, which is something we do come to expect as we move through the Challengers year.
Yeah, it's like something, you know, if a pro player gets knocked down into the amateur scene, they're probably going to have success down here in Challengers. That's been the story for Bush. That's the same thing for Project Notorious. When Afro and Beans in the mix, experience is going to play a big part versus some of these amateur players. But, you know, Challengers is always full of surprises. And at least now going into Stage 2, we're seeing a lot more consistent results from guys who have been around the block once or twice.
Big stuff with Birmingham coming up around the corner just a couple of weeks away. And for us, we say, well, for now, pause on Challengers Elite. We'll be back next Wednesday with the finishing matches of the group stage. And then on Thursday, the opening 3 rounds worth of action in the playoff bracket for both EU as well as for North America. CDL comes back tomorrow. More qualification matches there. So make sure you're right there. Same time, same place for both. And until that point, we'll catch you guys later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.